Okay, it seems to be working now. Yeah, I don't know. It just went, oh, OBS is disconnected. I don't know how long that was disconnected for, but here we are. Need to set up this recorder as well. I need to make a thumbnail. I need to post it on socials. Ugh. Man. Set up. Okay. Only a minute or so? Okay, that's good. And this to the lapel. Oh my god. Okay. Oh, I need to grab tape. Maybe? Maybe I don't, actually. Okay, we're just gonna try it like this. I think it worked out alright last time, but we'll see. Hey, Slayer Titus. I'm currently still setting up a little bit, but alright, so this is my center position. That. Alright, what else I got? What else do I need? Alright, I need to like take a screenshot. I need to, maybe I'll just do this like a selfie this time or something. Maybe maybe I'll go ahead and like start with writing the flavor wheel. I don't know, what do you guys think? The one yeah, let me do that real quick. No, there's like some kind of visual interest. So draw the wheel first, right? So we'll go, woo. It's a good enough circle, right? Bitter. Sweet. Sour. Cool. Get my ingredients out as well. Hello, anyone who's joining us right now. I'm still setting up. I'm a little bit delayed on this. That's just how things are, you know. Grab all our ingredients. Probably take a picture with all the ingredients. Yeah, that'll be a good thumbnail. Probably need to grab another cutting board out then in that case. Oppa. Yeah, probably like at least another. Maybe I'll use one of the big ones. I only like washing the big ones, but whatever. How's everyone doing, huh? Man. Okay. These I'll set up on a plate. Importantly, with the paper towel, I should have done that a little earlier. Oh well. Ta-da, easy. No problem. I'm home from work, gonna pick myself not so healthy Pizza Hut. Hey, pizza's not as bad for you as you think. It's just the amount of pizza that people tend to eat. Oh shit, nice. Congrats on making it to the weekend. Come out, you stupid mushroom. I will have a busy weekend of, oh, I didn't buy chives. Oh well, whatever. That's fine. Is that all I bought? No way. Where did my... Oh. I'm not back forth this stuff over here, right. So this is my center. I'm gonna push this off to the side for now. Bring these ingredients in. There's a lot more shiso peppers that I'm gonna use, but whatever. How about a pizza flavored white ramen? That's actually been highly requested. It's something that we could work on, actually. I believe we actually have a working recipe for it, but it's just not really like a priority right now, honestly. One day. Oh, geez, that's a lot of stuff. Okay, cool. Hi, Maggie. I know. You'll get fed like 2 hours into this. Let him cook. I will put on the streamer voice and energy a little bit later after I finish setting up, getting everything out of its packaging. It's interesting. There's like this low-key kind of, like what I'm talking to you guys like right now, which is fine. But to really get engagement and that kind of stuff, there's a certain kind of like voice and energy you put on, and it's codified in cultural language that if that voice is being used, you should pay attention. That is, quote unquote, entertaining. Yeah, so I'm a huge fucking nerd about stats and optimization. So when I actually VOD review all of my VODs, just check where engagement falls and where engagement is good, and that tells a lot about like how and where engagement needs to happen. What kind of voice gets more views, more retention, all that kind of stuff. Maggie, shut up, please. Maggie, please. Maggie, killing me. Maggie, Maggie. Can you guys hear her? Can you hear her? Maggie is a potato. You don't like potato. Yeah, I mean it's when people are like, oh yeah, you know, like streaming, you're just whatever, right? It's not actually quite as simple as people think. There's a lot. There's a lot that goes into it. There's a lot. So I think what ends up happening is that some people naturally just have this kind of like thing going for them, and kind of like naturally have that like sort of streamer voice all the time. But so for someone like me who doesn't, is yeah, you gotta act, right? You gotta show a little bit. Okay. So I'm going to take a screenshot. So I'll go and move this for now. F7 is the buttons. I don't know, what face should I make? It's a little closer so it's a little less awkward. I'm trying to catch the light. It's kind of, there we go. What are we making? We are going to be making scallop. All right, on the board. Scallops. And also vegan scallops. So the thing that we're going to do here is changing. Just throw that there for now. All right. So I'm going to be making a thumbnail right now. Yeah. Doing this all on my laptop. So I'm going to be making a thumbnail right now, and then we'll start getting going on it. You know, I need to go post on all the social medias. I forgot if. Thanks for following CMAX157. Yeah, guys, I know I'm a little delayed, so it's not quite as interesting right now, but I promise I will get cooking soon. Soon, TM. So yeah, today basically, for the people who are going to be here, digging the hairstyle, thanks. I kind of just cut it myself to whatever works, and so that it looks a little different every time. I lit, I literally cut my hair just to how it's comfortable. I tend to crop it a little shorter on the side just because, like, when I wear headphones and stuff, I don't like it getting in the way. And yeah, so Maggie, no, Maggie, we are you are. It is not dinner time yet. It is. It is not. It's not dinner time. No, it's not. No, it's not. You come here. Come here. Come here. Come here. Yeah. Say hi. Hey, say hi. Hello. Hello. My name is Maggie. Maggie, meow for them. Thank you. What a good cat. You've been grooming yourself. Or you fell in the water. I can't tell. There you go. You can. Should I call it flavor? Should I say flavor alchemy or should I say ingredient alchemy? What? Flavor magic? Flavor magic. Turn any ingredient into another. Wow. Clickbait. I know, Maggie. I know. You're hungry, aren't you? It's not time yet. You have like 2 hours before dinner. I know. Isn't that upsetting? Most upsetting thing in the world, isn't it? I know. I know. You're so right. Yeah. You should just get ingredients you should just get food all the time, right? Every single time, every single hour, we just feed you tuna. You would love that, wouldn't you? Like, you need to lose weight. Or, I know, I know, you're on a diet. I know you're on a diet. You're, she's very. That's why she keeps complaining about food because we lowered her food. Vet says we should. Vet says put her on a diet. So, oh my god, how did you get fluff onto my face from here? That's incredible. That yeah, yeah, that's kind of magical. Mm, oh my god. Layer, show layers. This is just, why is this taking me so long? Mm, dude, my head is not working today. Like, what a day to be like trying to do stream. I just head not working. Head is, you know. Okay, that's probably good enough. Man. All right, sorry for everyone who's tuning in. I'm a little late on this. I'm a little late, so I'm setting up. I'm putting. I'm getting my stuff ready. Posting on the sites to go. I'm live. Doo -doo -doo. Caption. What do you guys think? I'm doing uh I'm turning mushrooms into scallops. Day one of dig, digital cookbook recipes. Live now. You know what? Fuck it. That's fine. I'm just hosting. I gotta go on. I gotta get started. Okay, repost on that, and then we can go on Insta real quick, or and on Discord. Oh my lord. Everyone. That's right. It's my damn server. I can add everyone whenever I want. Though, like realistically, I want to get a stream, whatever, going so soon. But wait, did I mess up my? Ah, it still works. Whatever. All right, if everyone could go retweet and comment on this post, that would be greatly appreciated. It helps boost the algorithm so people actually see it. Oh my god. This one, yeah. If you can like, comment, retweet. Cool. Oh, fuck, man. I need to post this onto. Actually, let me see if someone else can do it. Okay, and then I'm just gonna do this on my personal story real quick, and then we'll finally get started. Mushroom scallops. Mu- it's not scalloped mushrooms. Yeah, technically you can do both because scalloped is a technique. You can technically do both. That is an option. I need to get shoes before I die. Okay. Does that framing still work? Sort of. I'm gonna adjust it. a little bit. I'll just give it a little bit more clearance. And then we can bring this up a titch. Maggie, what do you, no, you're not eating yet. We're not doing that yet, okay? We'll just stick that there. That's fine. All right. Do-do-do. Hello, hello, hello. I am going to be starting soon-ish. I'm currently getting my last posts up, and then we will get started. Hello to everyone tuning in. Hello, hello. I'm struggling right now. Ignore me. Well, I mean, don't ignore me because that's you know, I would like you to pay attention to this thing that I'm doing. All right. Cool. That's good. Now I'm going to hit the record button and hope we don't mess up on everything, right? Ah! Did I turn on all the lights? I did. Cool. Boop. I'm probably gonna have to swap that out like midstream, depending on how long this goes, but I imagine it's going to go at least a little bit. I don't know about TikTok cred. My posts actually don't go out on TikTok. Like, I don't know why, it just doesn't. So. All right. Maggie. So if you guys hear weird meowing in the background, that's gonna be Maggie, that's my cat. So, yeah. What? Yeah, like, well, I don't know if it's the type of content. Like, I feel like it's, my TikTok gets like nerfed for some reason. I don't really know why. Like it will literally go, haha, I'm not distributing this post and I won't tell you why. And I'm just like, what? It says my account is in good standing, everything's good, and then it's just like, yeah, we're just not gonna, it's just not gonna happen. We don't feel like it. And I'll be like, that's annoying. YouTube Shorts works out okay. This is both on like the Vite account and my personal account. So, okay. Maggie, no, we're not eating. I told you we are not. All right, so we're gonna get started. So we are going to have, today we're gonna be turning scallops into vegan scallops and vice versa. Specifically, we are going to perform magic on food. Here's actually a flavor wheel that I have developed, and we'll show you a little bit about how flavors, aromas, and textures contribute to how we can figure out how to replace ingredients from one recipe to another without any problems whatsoever. Also, I just realized I absolutely forgot to start my other recording. There's so many things I have to do. Oh my god. There we go. I guess I'll do that again so that I have this recording properly. I should also bring water. I'm gonna bring water before I forget. And that's because if I don't, then that's gonna be problematic. Maggie, stop yelling, please. I'm begging you. Cool. Today we're going to be turning scallops into vegan scallops, and today we're gonna be turning mushrooms into scallops, or vegan scallops into scallops, basically. And first, I'm going to be making a dish that I think everyone has maybe had or heard of before, which is scallops and mango salsa. You saw this on every single menu on every single restaurant in like the 2010s and the 2015 or so. And this was just something that was just super popular everywhere for some reason. And so I was going so one of the things I wanted to do is start with something familiar, a little fancier, just a little fun, and then turn it and then use the concepts that we're going to be going over about flavor, aroma, and texture to figure out how we can turn mushrooms like these into scallops. Now, what I'm going to be telling you is a little bit of a secret, and well, okay, not really. It's not really that much of a secret. It's more so this is how the mind of a chef functions. Internally, a lot of chefs might not understand this from an intuitive level or to really understand this as how they're actually thinking, but generally speaking, every good chef has an internal framework on how they approach flavors, how they approach ingredients, and how they make those flavor combinations and balances work. Today we're going to be focusing mostly on flavor and a little bit on texture. I don't want to overwhelm with too many things all at once, so we're going to keep it relatively simple to start with. Now, what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and start with the scallop dish, and then we're going to go with the scallop dish in order to get a baseline of flavor, texture, and how. Excuse me. We're going to start with scallop, and we're going to do a baseline of flavor, texture, and everything else in order to figure out how we can deconstruct this scallop dish and make a vegan one that's just as good, but doesn't use any of animal ingredients. Now, obviously, this is just to kind of show the extremes that we can go to. Obviously, this is not something that goes, oh yeah, this is only about turning something that has meat or seafood or whatever into a vegan dish. It is more so showing the extremes of what you can play around with in order to do those kind of imitations and swap outs. This also means that when you're out of eggs, you're not going to replace it with something that doesn't have the texture and everything of eggs. When you're doing a carrot cake, you're not going to replace it with kale. Just because it's a vegetable doesn't mean you can just replace it. Which, by the way, if you haven't heard, that is something that has happened before. Someone went, I don't like carrots, they have too much sugar. I replaced it with kale because kale is healthy. Why does my cake taste bad? Gee, I wonder. I really do. Fundamentally, we understand carrots and kale can't replace each other. But what we don't usually understand is why. What are the functions? We know kale can't replace carrots, but then if not, what can? Similarly, if we then look at our ingredients over here, how do we replace scallops with mushrooms, even though they're very, very different? We both know they have good umami to them, but what about texture? What about aroma? What about flavor? And we're going to be going over all of these things and cooking them today. I have the whiteboard behind me. I don't know how long it's going to be staying here with us, but I'll try to move it around and see what happens. So what we're going to be starting with is scallops, vegan scallops. So we're going to start with the scallop dish first. And today, what we're going to be doing for the scallop dish is, let me write this down. Is scallops with mango salsa and smashed crispy potatoes, smashed crispy potatoes, I should say garlic potatoes because everyone likes the word garlic. And then braised endive. And and braised endive with brown butter sage, which, if you watch my shiori video, you probably know what that is. I need to use up the sage. That's why we're doing that. All right. So this is going to be our basic menu. As you can see, it is our pretty basic scallops, mango salsa, and then we just added a starch and sort of a vegetable to it, so it's a complete meal sort of thing. It can be served as a main. I think a lot of the times scallops and mango salsa is served kind of like as an appetizer, but today we're going to do it like a main. I'm going to go ahead and swap these two around, and then we are going to cook. I didn't think this through on how I would swap them around. This will work, right? Yeah. That worked. Cool. Just make sure. Am I centered? This is better? Centered? Cool. Does this block things? It does block things a little bit, doesn't it? Scoot this off to the side. That's fine. That's fine. What the? Professional, by the way. Don't worry about it. I promise I cook. All right. One of the interesting things is I think a lot of people put their cutting boards a little too far away from them. So when they're cutting, they're just like, It's like, yeah, you don't get much control. If you notice, actually, my cutting board is basically just the edge is aligned with the edge of the table. That way I'm just standing over it. I don't have to, which is going to hurt my back. I can stand a lot more naturally, and therefore not hurt my back when cooking. Pro tip for you guys. All right. So one of the things you might see, one of the things that you'll see with this scallop is that we are putting it on a plate and we are putting paper towels on it. That is really, really important to getting really nice, crispy scallops. So we're also going to put paper towels on top. Just dab them a little bit. And then after that, you can just kind of like let it air out because it'll dry out, Basically, if we want to get a really good sear on these scallops, then we want the surface to be really dry. Moisture is going to be the enemy of Maillard reaction, and so the less dry it is, then the less Maillard reaction you're going to get. And Maillard reaction is that brown crispiness that goes on scallops. And why a lot of people just don't get that on their scallops is because they don't dry their scallops beforehand. They just put them really wet into a pan that's not quite hot enough. Also, don't overcrowd your pan. You got to kind of know if your flame is going to be hot enough. So for now, we're going to go ahead and put that to the side. That's going to be like one of the last things because that's so quick and easy. The first thing we're going to actually go ahead and prepare is going to be the salsa, because what we actually want to do is we actually want the tomatoes and the onions to give us a little bit of juice coming out of it through the salting process. So salt on tomatoes and onions and onions in a salsa isn't just for flavor. It will actually start to break things down and completely change it. So that's going to be really, really important in how you actually construct your salsa and how you make something taste good, right? I think that's one of the that is just one of the things I think that people don't really think about, is that when you're working with food, salt is not just there for flavor. Salt actually changes ingredients into something that is better and different. It chemically will cause reactions, release more flavor, and create more complexities. So that's what we're going to do. That's why we are going to be starting actually with tomatoes. And with tomatoes, super simple. You can just cut them in half and then take out the core. One of the fastest ways in order to do this kind of stuff is to basically specialize each step. That is to say, you cut all of them in half first, and then you core all of them, and then you chop all of them. This means that you're going to have to handle everything a little less, and you can do the same kind of motion for each. See? That is one of the secrets on how you cut fast and how you work fast and efficiently. It would be helpful if I had my trash can here, huh? Oh, how'd you hurt your back? I was cooking. Yeah, no. I mean, every cooking chef has back problems because you're like doing this all day. So, all right. Cut tomatoes. Number one, have a nice sharp knife. And if you like how this one is cutting through tomatoes, you can buy one at viteramen.com. Which also, if anyone has not signed up for the cookbook that I'm currently doing this for right now, the digital cookbook, you can get yours at viteramen.com, and it is on the tariff donation thing. Otherwise, if you want to get one for free, then what you can also do is you can go ahead and go onto my Twitter post and comment what you would like to see in the cookbook, and you will be entered to win one of the digital cookbooks for free, and a knife. You'll get a cookbook and a knife for free. You'll get to choose which knife you want, actually. So, yeah. Salsa when we're doing the salsa with the scallops, we do want it to do a little smaller. So we're going to go ahead and dice it, right? So we're going to do all of these horizontal cuts first. Oh, did I not take the core out of this one? Whoops. Hee hee. I did not. Horizontal slices first. Be careful of your fingers. Ah! I think one of the interesting things about knife sharpening that a lot of people run into is when people first get into knife sharpening, they go really high in grit, and then once they get a really polished edge, it can't cut things like tomatoes because their knife keeps slipping around, and then they feel like they didn't get it sharp enough. But it's just like, no, you just don't have a toothy edge. It just keeps slipping, and your knife alignment isn't that good. So, yeah. Yeah, these are still kind of in the way, huh? Let me scoot them a bit more. There we go. Just here free? Yep. Yep, you will get a $30 cookbook for free and a $200-something knife for free. So go ahead and comment. Go and comment on what you would like to see in a digital cookbook, and go onto my Twitter post, comment, retweet, like, retweet, and comment what you would like to see on a digital cookbook. Or otherwise, if you're watching this on YouTube later, because I'm also filming this and editing it for YouTube, then just comment, like, subscribe, and comment. Fuck. I'm bad at this. Comment, like, subscribe, hit the notification bell, and write down on the comments what you would like to see in what you would like to fucking shit. What? I'm gonna get this right. I promise, chat. One sec. And if you're watching this on YouTube, then remember to like, subscribe, and hit the notification bell, and comment down below what you would like to see in a digital cookbook. And you can win a free knife and a digital cookbook, and actually a lot of other stuff. Probably by the time I actually edit this and put it on YouTube, there's other stuff that we've been like, oh yeah, we could do this for a giveaway. So like that'll probably be in the description or something. Yeah, anyway. All right, so we slice these horizontally. Like I said, do all your ingredients the same way at the same time, right? I cord all of them, I cut all of them horizontally. Now we're gonna do these, now we're gonna do all the, what do we call slices? The horizontal, or the vertical? Horizontal? Vertical, right? And yeah, you do need a pretty sharp knife for this, otherwise, you might crush it and it's not gonna, go through as you're going. So that's gonna be, can your knife do it? You might need to, you might need to like do it one by one. This is how basically you can go fast without needing to go fast. If I were to be doing this and like it didn't if I were to be doing this and not like this, it would take a lot longer. And then we can, boom, all of it. We're doing some larger chunks so that there's a better textural, so there's better texture with the mango. I've had like really small sort of cuts before, and personally, I'm not a huge fan. I think the flavors meld a little too much. How small you cut things actually will matter in how the flavor perceives. Like if you have big chunks, you will be able to perceive each different flavor a little bit more. And if they're smaller, then you won't get as much, right? I mean, after all, when you blend something together, you're just cutting things really small. So having a larger, this isn't like huge, but like, you know, if I had a second camera, I'd be able to show you guys a little bit better. But like, I don't know if you guys can see that. That's about the size I'm cutting them right now. That'll just work a little bit better, in my opinion, when you have something like lime supremes as well. So if I were to be doing like, oh yeah, I'm going to be doing like, super like fine dining Michelin star sort of stuff, I would definitely be cutting it smaller, and I would be spending more time on getting like perfect little cubes. And I'll also cut out the complete core of it. I might even peel the skin, and something we call concassé. But for now, this is all I'm going to be doing. Do I have enough containers? I just realized I'm like running out of deli containers. I need to get more. So we're just going to go ahead and put all of our tomatoes in here for now. I cut 3 tomatoes. Probably just going to cut 1 onion, that medium one. Well, yeah. My knife at home is terrible. Yeah, you honestly, every knife can be sharpened to a pretty good level, but it's also just going to kind of depend on like where and when and how you work with it. Basically, when you are working with it, are you going to be able to sharpen it? Are you going to be able to take care of it? One of the nice things about like knives, which are a little bit better in quality, is you don't need to sharpen it nearly as much. It stays sharp, and then that just makes your life easier. You know, that's why we go for higher quality knives. Like there is an argument to be made. Like, yeah, you can get away with like an 8CR13 MOV knife that's like pretty soft if you're just like sharpening it all the time. Then like functionally it's going to be the same, but that's just a lot of upkeep and work. So for that we're probably going to use about half this onion, so we can go ahead and reserve the other half of the onion for other things. You know, for those of you who like to just like chew on an onion. A lot of people will say don't cut the stem off, and then it won't hurt your eyes as much. This is true. However, I want to train my eyes to not cry as much from onions. So, also I just find it a pain in the ass, really. The best way for onions to, if you have the time for it, the best way for onions to not make you cry, you stick it in the fridge for a little bit, and they'll prevent the enzymes from activating. Otherwise, you can actually just, wow, this onion's kind of messed up. I'm gonna peel this layer too. So this one's the same. I'm gonna cut this a little bit smaller so that we have a little bit nicer texture. Right? Some of these kind of like scraps and stuff on the side, we can. So these raw onions will give a little bit more of a crunch. One of the things I've heard, and I'm not going to lie, this is one of the things I take on hearsay, which I haven't necessarily tested, is that white onions are the key to good salsa. Is that true? I don't know. I can't confirm it or deny it, honestly. So yeah, I think that's about all the onion we're going to want to add here. What you can do also to what you can do if you don't like the scent of onion as much, and you want to make this just a little less sharp, is after you cut it, you actually go rinse it in cold water, and that takes away a lot of the pungency as well. For me, I'm not going to wash it today because I'm lazy and I like the pungency in salsa. I think it gives more of a spicy kick. So I'm just gonna have to start using bowls at some point. So this scrap, I'm not gonna bother cutting the scrap because what we're gonna do with the scrap is we are actually going to go ahead and use it in a stock later that you will see. And this onion, the rest of that onion we'll set aside as well. I prefer red usually. Yeah, like I was seeing on a thing that was just like, why is your salsa not taste like the Mexican restaurant down the road? And it's just like, well, they use white onions, and I'm like, sure, that sounds reasonable. Something about the white onions particular flavor profile and pungency. Where did I put my salt? Oh, geez. Where did I put my salt? I lost my salt. Really? How did I lose my salt? Maggie, this is your fault. I'm blaming, oh, did I bring it to the... Stop yelling at me, it's not time yet. It's not time for food yet. Oh, I did. Oh my God, Maggie. I don't know if you guys can hear her, but. So, yeah, we do the salsa first because we just want to add a nice pinch of salt into here. I'm going to do 2 pinches. I am using kosher salt. Kosher salt has a nicer grain to it. It's not quite as dense as table salt and therefore easier to control when you're seasoning. So with this, I'm going to shake it up. Yes, this will crush the tomatoes a little bit. That's fine because it was going to break down from the salt anyway. So. Cool. And that'll go. That'll keep it going for a little bit. And what we will do now, we'll go ahead and do the jalapenos and stuff. Guys, remind me not to touch my eyes when I do this. So let's talk a little bit. So I'm gonna finish preparing this, and then we'll talk a little bit about the concepts behind everything. When I do this, generally speaking, how you take the seeds out, what you can do is you cut it in half, you cut it out, and then you can just cut out the center. There's your seeds gone. You can also roll it, and you hit it a little bit, get the seeds gone. It'll be a little spicy. My hands will be a little spicy. That's fine. That's normal. You know, you roll it, boom, cut it out. This, and that'll just give it a little bit of a better texture. Fun fact, once upon a time I had a coworker who was supposed to do a pint of these, so this much, right? And you know, you saw how fast I just did that, right? And she took 2 hours. 2 hours, just, I don't know what she was doing. She was just like chatting and just, you know, being slow at things. And she was like, oh yeah, it's because I'm doing it like perfect. And I'm like, motherfucker, you just like, the rest of your prep list I had to do for you. I had to rush on every single thing because you were doing these fucking jalapenos for 2 hours for some reason. Like, I'm not trying my hardest at it, right? Like, come on. That's a perfectly reasonable brunoise right there. Like, if I wanted to slow down a little bit, yeah, even if I slow down by like 50%, like, look how much this fills, right? How'd you spend 2 hours? Because like if you're doing it like big batch style, right? I could have cut like 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 jalapenos at once and just like did them all in one go. Easy. Like, come on, 2 hours? I'm still mad at that because I was blamed at the end. Hey, why are you slowing down your prep list? Why are you still doing why are you still blanching turnips? We already started service. And I'm like, Well, because someone, Chelsea, spent 2 hours doing jalapenos. Sorry, I'm still salty. All right, so got that done. Oh, yeah, technically I can just put that in there. That's fine. Oh, this one I missed. Anyway, I'll just mix it by hand later. But one of the special things I am going to do for this, I'll probably use some jalapenos later for some other things. So let me get a spoon, let me get a chopstick or something like that, and just stir this. Nice. So salt, right? Salt is in there. We have our jalapenos, we have onions, and then we're going to go with the mango. But the special thing that I will do later with this is the onion or the lime supremes. This is something that I generally recommend at home. I'm just doing it because it's fun on camera. Similarly, I'm going to also add some shallots in there, micro brunoise shallots. Once again, not because it's necessary, but because it's fun to show on camera. And this is one of those things that is kind of like a. This one's a little bit. I don't want to say it's a secret, but it's kind of like a calling card for chefs. So micro brunoise of shallots and chives, which I did not buy chives. The chives were looking really bad, so I didn't bother. But when you do chives and shallots in this way, it signals that you have attention to detail and that you have trained from someone who has somewhat of a general good knowledge of the industry. Because this style of, or at least as I was told, if someone actually knows more history about this, then let me know. But doing this style of micro brunoise of shallots and of chives came supposedly from the French Laundry. And so back when the French Laundry was considered the best restaurant in the world. And so what that let people know is that, hey, you came from the French Laundry or you worked under someone who did come from the French Laundry. And so you do have this kind of respect for ingredients and this respect for ingredients and a certain level of attention to detail and skill. And so being able to do this, whether or not you actually worked there or not, is just a show. Putting it in any kind of food that you're doing is just kind of a show of, I have that attention to detail. I'm in the know of this particular group. So now you know too. So do these micro brunoise of shallots, which if you want to learn how to do these kind of knife skills, then one day I'll finish with all the VKS stuff and you can learn about all the knife skills and the stuff there. So yeah. What? One of the interesting things, one of the things I do want to point out is that you'll see when doing this kind of stuff, you're going to be left with a lot of scrap. Like this is just not going to cut that well because we're getting to the point where it's falling apart. And you know this was how this particular shallot's roots ended up. And so in a Michelin star restaurant, a good yield of your ingredients is 50%. Which is why part of why fine dining is so expensive, right? Because you're not using all of your ingredients. You're doing things that take skill. You're only using the best parts of them. And so as much as they're like, oh yeah, we're being sustainable, we're like trying to use all the parts and all that kind of stuff, it's like not really. Honestly, not really. It's falling apart a little bit. That's fine. History, can you speak up now? My mom does the same thing. She definitely isn't French or anything. Yeah, it's one of those things that's been passed down. I think it signifies a little less now than back in the day when I was doing things, but because it's so prevalent and across so many different things. So, whew, these shallots are actually pretty strong. So what you can do with this shallot scrap that I like to do is you just put in some oil, and you can make a really nice fried shallot oil, delicious. great ingredient to keep around. Oh, guys, I'm crying a little bit. I'm just so moved. Thanks for showing up for stream, guys. Dude, these shallots are stronger than the onions. Oh my god, these shallots have got hands! Ah! Ah! Sort of dramatic scene here. All right, so I'm only gonna use like half of it because what I want to do is I'm gonna go and save this for like, I don't know, something else. The other one I have to do. I'm seriously running out of containers. I don't know what I did with all the containers, honestly. It's okay, I'm using small containers. That's fine, don't worry about it. We improvise, right? When something goes wrong, you can't just sit there and cry. You gotta ignore my crying from earlier, though. Ignore my crying from earlier. You can't just sit there and cry. You gotta figure out how to get through it, even though it sucks, right? So, obviously, containers not being there, not exactly the biggest problem in the world, but still a problem. Still something you gotta figure out how to solve. Something that we, unfortunately, deal with a lot. So, there we go. We got that mixed. I think one of the skills that you develop later, just as you kind of like learn, is you can kind of smell when there's enough salt in something. Or that's just me, I don't know. Or that's just me, I don't know. So after we do the lime supremes and set them aside, I'll talk a little bit about the salsa and the kind of like components that we're going to be putting into everything and how all of that is going to be working. And really going over this chart and how this chart is going to work and how we're going to be turning these mushrooms into scallops. We're actually going to be turning the entire dish into different things. So, and also, I'm going to be doing a really fine technique with this knife. Like normally a lot of people, oh, excuse me. Normally a lot of people would be doing like, for instance, using like a paring knife or something like that. What I want to show is that these kind of knives, these are not cleavers. They're a caidao or a vegetable knife, and they work for basically everything. They're actually pretty thin, and you get a lot of weight behind it, so it feels really nice on cutting. Whoops, I definitely did not cut deep enough on that one. This is going to be a lime supreme. And I want to show it because you can do a lot of fine work even with this knife. It is purely a skill issue. So what we're doing is we're peeling off all of the outside skin little by little. And what that's going to allow us to do is that's going to allow us to cut the lime right out and have these nice little lime segments. We're not going to go with segments. We're actually going to cut the segments up into like little cubes instead, just so you don't get like a mouthful of like super, super sour lime. But that provides a really nice accent to the dish of sourness and this fresh, tangy scent. One of the things I want to be covering about flavor today actually is going to be about how flavor is subjective, not objective. We have some objective values to how flavor is perceived, but after that, it's actually going to be subjective, and it's going to be about things like flavor memories, and that's going to be real important on how we talk about it. That's going to be something I will be talking about as we cook and as we progress. Otherwise, we're going to be here forever. But I want to devote all my attention to at least the basics when we start. So you can see, first, you cut off all the skin. Now it looks like this. Can you guys see it? If I cover my face, does it focus better? I think it does, actually. Whatever. So you cut off all the skin like that. You first cut off the tops and bottoms, and then you go around, right? And then around, and then right between the webbing, you make a little cut, then another little cut. Boom. Yay, perfect little segment. See that? Beautiful. These are called supremes. This is one of those things that, like, it's very extra, but this is one of those things that people do, myself included, because it's kind of nice in flavor, but it also is very much about like showing your attention to detail, your care for the product, and the knife skills involved. So it's kind of a lot of, and this is one of those things of like, if there's a lot of people who go, oh yeah, when you eat this, like when you go to a fine dining place and you eat this, like, oh, you're paying for this much food. You're paying for like not a lot of food. And it's like, yeah, but that food is very much prepared with a lot of care, a lot of attention to detail. Little things like this. And then what you can do with the remainder of this after you cut everything out. You just squeeze that in. A lot of care, a lot of attention to detail. And what you're paying for is not just the objective food itself. It is the experience. It is basically the technique and art behind the cooking. So, like if you're just looking to fill your stomach and all you care about is something tasty and like filling your stomach, then yeah, I would agree. Don't go to fine dining. That's not the point of it. The point of fine dining is to push the boundaries of what we can do and what we can understand about food, and to experiment and have fun and be creative with food. That's really what it's about. So, move this out of the way, actually. Now we have this. Basically, we're just going to cut it. Boom, boom, right? Get these like little cubes sort of things. These are super nice. I'm not going to put them in there yet because these are also kind of fragile. So you kind of put them in at the last moment. I think this is probably all we need for this. I'll probably just put it in like with or on top of the sections itself. Right. Get another small container for this. And this is also just what happens a lot in Michelin star restaurants. You just get a lot of like just tiny little ingredients. His tears. Bro, it's Super Spell Bros is gonna throw it in, split it in the air. Lime Ninja. I mean, we can do that. Yeah. I mean, or to show sharpness of a knife. Ooh. Shit. Let me watch that real quick. You saw nothing. I should hold it with my left hand, throw my right. I don't know why I'm throwing with my offhand. Ready? Oh, God, I hit my laptop. Oh, shit. All right, guys, I'm not doing that again. Hey, pro tip, guys. Watch. If the stream shuts down, you know why. Watch where you're throwing things. Look at what's behind what you're throwing. Yeah, pro tip. Do we need to call a medic pre-injury? Nah, don't worry about it. Fun injury facts is that chefs and cooks are also very, very, what do you call it? Not smart, I guess, is a good way to put it. When it comes to this kind of stuff, when people get injured, they have a lot of pride and they're like, I'm not going off the line. I'm not throwing everyone else in chaos. I don't want everyone to think I don't want everyone to think I'm weak or anything like that. And so, generally speaking, when anyone gets injured or whatever, they will keep cooking anyway. One of the worst ones I saw was someone got their entire forearm, like just all of this, covered in this boiling hot, thick corn pudding. It was just like they were boiling corn pudding right on the stove, and there was like a trapped air bubble or something like that. I don't know what happened, and it just exploded outwards and then just like all over their arm. Like second degree burns, boils all over, rinse it off, whatever, right? Dude was working grill that day. Like at Madeira, what we had a giant grill. And the grill would just, you had a giant grill. This was wood fed. So one of the toughest parts about that position is you had to keep feeding logs in while you were cooking, like, $100 steaks and all that kind of stuff, making sure everything was temped right, bringing the grill up and down, feeding the fire, making sure that it wasn't too smoky, it wasn't too hot. Amazing flavor, very difficult job. And obviously, if you have giant burns all over your arm, that makes it really, really difficult and extremely painful because when you're reaching over that's really hot. When you're reaching over a grill that hot, like it's just like for most normal people, you can't reach over the grill. You'll feel like your arm is on fire. And he had second degree burns all over. So what's the guy do? does he take workers' comp and leave the line? Of course not. You know what he does instead? What he does is he just grabs a bunch of plastic wrap because that's not going to leak, right? And then he gets all the gauze and Band-Aids and all that kind of stuff, and then he just wraps his whole arm completely in plastic wrap, and then this like large like heat, and then like this large, not heat-proof glove, but like, just like a dishwasher's glove sort of thing, and then also in like wet towels and stuff, and he just works the grill, regardless. Or there's another time when someone got their palm over here just sliced nearly completely off by a mandolin. Just like he literally went and got super glue, stuck it back on, like pressed it down really hard, wrapped the shit out of his hand, put on gloves and all that kind of stuff, and kept working. That's just common. That's just common. At some point in time, and the thing is, like even the best chefs will accidentally cut themselves, will accidentally hurt themselves. It just happens, right? I have so many cuts, scars, burns, everything all over my arm. And eventually I'm going to probably do it on stream too. But like, I'm probably not going to stop stream, right? I'm going to wrap it up and keep going. That's just how it goes. That's kind of the culture around it. You can argue whether or not it's toxic or not, but I think there is, for me at least, it is about pride in your work and pride in not letting your coworkers down. Like, God, I fucking hated Chelsea. I hated Chelsea in a lot of instances when she would just be, doing the jalapenos or like taking forever on all kinds of stuff and just be like schmoozing around instead. But I would never for 1 second go, yeah, no, I'm gonna not do my stuff to leave her in the weeds. Not for 1 second, no matter how pissed off I was, right? If she needed help or if I needed help from her, no matter how slow she was going, that would just happen. That's kind of the culture. And kind of like, how we took pride in our work. And especially in a kitchen like that, in Michelin star kitchen, that's why people were the best of the best, because they didn't want to quit. They wanted to be the best. And the thing I think that was really weird is that we always supported each other. We would always no one would ever try to sabotage each other, but we were competitive as fuck. We would always try to outdo each other. We would always try to be better and faster and better and faster. But we wouldn't sabotage each other to do that, because what's the point of winning and being and competing if you're competing against someone and you can't prove that you're just better? It's not like a single instance like a game where you're just like, oh, you won the thing, great, fantastic. No, you needed to prove you were better always. You were better than them at their best. Always. And so you always help them out to the best of your ability, and in some ways that was saying, I am so much better than you that I can spare the time to do my own shit and yours. Just how it is. And I guess some of that is what carries over to why I do so much, right? Like, I'm doing the streaming right now. I have a bunch of other editing and a bunch of other stuff to do, but I'm always going to be trying to improve. I'm always going to be trying to, do better and better, because that's just kind of the mentality, is kind of the stuff that I came from. Oh, these lights are on. That's why it's weird. I'm going to turn that off. Meanwhile, I guess I'll wash my hands a little bit. My hands don't ceviche. All right. Bro. Yeah. I'm not gonna lie, that is one of the things I very much miss about the kitchen, is like, in a lot of ways, I'm just not like built for this kind of like businessy, sort of like sit behind a screen and like, be fucking, like like what you would classically think a CEO does, right? I don't really like that stuff because it just doesn't vibe with me. Like, I want to be doing stuff. I want to be improving my skills. I want to be I want to be the one doing things. I don't want to be the one telling other people to do things. I want to be the one doing things and being better. So yeah. Anyway, cool. So now let's talk about the flavor wheel, right? This flavor wheel is something I constructed. We're still working on it, and we're still trying to figure out, there's going to be a little bit here and there on adjustments and depending on your guys' feedback. But what you might know about flavor is the basic tastes, right? Sweet, sour, you got bitter, or you got salty, you got sour, you got bitter, you got sweet. That's the 4 that are generally taught to kids. And then sometime in your life, maybe it's now, maybe you don't know that much about flavor, and today you're gonna learn about what umami is. A lot of people learn about umami after they learn about the 4 basic flavors. Umami being savory, and the kind of flavor that you get from meat, from just any kind of savory dish that's like super meaty and man, I don't know how to describe it right now very well except umami. But did you know there's another one called kokumi? Kokumi is the feeling of richness, of fullness. For instance, if you have butter, if you just put some butter in your mouth or oil in your mouth, it tastes, or butter is much better than oil, I think, because oil doesn't necessarily have a lot of kokumi. You put butter in your mouth, and the butter tastes rich. It's not just greasy like oil can be, or fatty. It tastes rich. It is commonly associated with fats, because fats, generally speaking, will contain the compounds that have that will create that kokumi, will create that kokumi sensation in your mouth, which is usually something which has something to do with the calcium ions. Don't quote me on that one. But I once knew this guy. Fun fact, by the way, in the food science world and like the food ingredients world, this is very different from, for instance, the chef world that I've been talking about. The food ingredients world of how we make our ramen and things like that, people get super, super, super in-depth about like one single ingredient. Once I talked to this one guy who just like, all he knew was about calcium. And just how calcium worked in all kinds of products, whether it was nutritional calcium, whether it was how calcium ions worked in kokumi, and just, we were talking to him because we use calcium in ramen, and the calcium, ramen has quite a bit of calcium in it. Calcium is actually one of the largest ions and nutrients that you need. So it's just like you have to add quite a bit of calcium compared to everything else in order to like get the values you need. So we were talking to him about like, hey, how can we lower the amount of calcium? Because like I believe in like 1.2 and some of the older versions, we just had to like scoops and scoops of calcium. And obviously, when you have that much calcium, it will block flavors. It will block things like kokumi. So the calcium will actually block the feeling of richness. And that's problematic because then if you block the feeling of richness, then you're not going to be able to get things like feeling like the tonkotsu actually has the richness of tonkotsu. You're not going to be able to feel like it has the flavor that it should. So hence why we're talking to someone who have made it their entire life dedicated to just about calcium and calcium ions on the channel and calcium channels on the tongue. That's what kokumi is, the feeling of rich fattiness. And then you also have spicy, right? In this, and for context, this is a graph, and this is a thing that I made, so it can be adjusted. It's not perfect. I'm working on it. I do want to know what you guys think. So please let me know what you guys think of this, and if there should be any changes in order to help create a structure of how you can interpret flavors. Umami equals fish bones, kokumi equals animal bones. Not necessarily. I would say it's the difference between, so it would be kind of like the difference between the feeling of butter and the feeling of oil in your mouth. So think of tasting butter and feeling that rich flavor and taste, right? Or margarine if you're vegan, versus just straight oil, which is just greasy and fatty, right? That's the difference. That's what kokumi would be. That difference in flavor, that difference in like richness in your mouth, or like cream. That difference of cream versus oil. That feeling of richness, that is what kokumi is. So is bland a true balance or nothing? Bland is subjective. Actually, bland is extremely subjective. We'll get to that a little bit. We'll get to that a little bit later. How do you find these people? This is so interesting. You find those people because like they're the suppliers, right? Like people will know people who know people who know people. Like if you're trying to, like for instance for us when we were trying to improve our nutrients and our nutrients flavors and tastes, we would be like, hey, people who supply the calcium, do you have another form that we don't need to add like 5 grams of calcium in? And they'd be like, yeah. But these are the applications. This is what calcium gluconate, for instance, is a highly bioavailable form that we used to use before. But gluconates, number one, have kind of a smell to them. Number two, are gigantic molecularly. And when you're saying gigantic molecularly, that also translates to giant amounts that you need to get the daily value. Is it bioavailable? Yes, absolutely. But there are other forms. But there are other forms that you can use that would end up being smaller, not have as much of an effect on flavor, and still be highly bioavailable. And you still need it to have certain interactions, and it gets really complex. But when you ask people in the supply chain, do you know someone who can help with this? They'll usually know a person, or they'll know a person who knows a person who knows a person. You just gotta ask. Communication. All right. Thanks for stopping by, CMEX 157. Oh man, I have not been like looking at a bunch of stuff. Holy crap, there's a bunch of people following. Whoever has been following, I am sorry, I've not been looking. Thank you for following, John B. Johns, Frostflame 999, Me Sami, Kazakhstania. Zencent, Toanmi, Asian Tempest, Exo Omega, Exhaust 57, Zerunus. Shit, I know you're in the server all the time. I know you're in the server all the time. I just can't pronounce things. Zerunus, and Swordsmenje. Thanks for following. And good night, CMEX 157. Close enough. Oh man, did I just show up because the underground story and come into the story of mandolin mutilation? Yeah, that's how it is. Hey chat, let me know when it's 5 p.m. so this creature can stop annoying me and yelling at me. She's just like running around the kitchen island right now, being like, feed me, you must feed me, I am starving. Father, I've never eaten a morsel before in my life. How could you do this to me? Ah! Yeah, that's you. You're fine. You need to lose some weight. This is the vet's recommendation. Anyway, sorry. Let's get back to this. Let me get a little bit of water first. All right, so that's kokumi. Umami and kokumi are two of the other factors that can make a dish feel more put together. A lot of times, sometimes I think when people make dishes and they're like, well, it has enough salt and seasoning, right? There's a lot of umami, like it tastes really good, like it has a lot of savoriness, but it just like feels like it's missing something. And I've also added acid, which is like another thing that a lot of people will miss, like the acidity. And then they'll go, what is it? What am I missing? And often the answer is kokumi. You don't have an ingredient that really gets kokumi in there. And what gets kokumi into, and why the French especially love butter so much, and why the French are really famous for kind of the sort of cuisines that they have is that a lot of their stuff has a lot of kokumi, and that is really what makes it so, and that's what really makes French cuisine very beloved in a lot of ways, because everything has a large amount of salt, umami, kokumi. Maybe not as much, for instance, sour, sweet, spicy, whatever, right? But when we're looking at things like balance, that is how we want to talk about it. So we have our 4 cardinal directions of bitter, salty. Maybe I'll like flip this upside down so the salty is up top. Bitter being up top kind of looks weird now I look at it. Whatever. Bitter, sour, sweet, salty. And then we also have kokumi and umami. And then we have spicy. And this, I cover everything that is spicy in nature, whether it's ginger spice, pepper spice, chili spice, whether it's the duller burn of a habanero or the sharper burn of a cayenne pepper, right? We also have cooling. Cooling is a little bit more divisive, I would say. This is where like cooling and spicy I might actually take out and add as like kind of a separate category, because I feel like there are more accents and sensations rather than tastes or flavors necessarily. We'll see. I just kind of like how balanced this is, not gonna lie. Cooling would be things like mint, menthol, to some regards even like Sichuan peppercorn, you could argue is more in the cooling category rather than in the spicy category, especially when paired with something spicy. There are like, and this is probably the category that has like the least amount of like ingredients that would necessarily cause it, but it is one of the largest. It is one of the most distinct sort of flavors. So these always have to be used kind of like very carefully. So, yeah. One sec. I just got a bunch of DMs. I'm checking. James or someone, if you really need my attention, just say, hey, hey Tim, need something from you in chat, okay? Because I have so many notifications to Discord right now, I don't know which ones to check. So put it in chat and then DM. Anyway, bitter, cooling. So these are our core flavors. When you're thinking about flavor balance, and the reason why they are arranged like this is because these have a synergistic, these are arranged opposite of each other in a synergistic, harmonious way. What I mean by that is umami and kokumi. One without the other may be too much, and when you intersect them in the middle and balance them correctly, that's when you get the best kind of flavor. Similarly, cooling and spicy. Mala is a famous one from Sichuan. Or sweet and sour, another very common combination. And a much less known one, salty and bitter. Now, let me tell you a story about salty and bitter, actually, and how I saved Valentine's Day because I was a fucking nerd and autistic and knew things like this. So Valentine's Day, as you know, is one of the busiest days of any kind of restaurant. Restaurants are just slammed when it comes to Valentine's Day, right? Because, like everyone's like taking, everyone's trying to get laid. Everyone goes, okay, if I take you out to dinner, right, we all have a little drink, then maybe we'll go home, whatever happens may happen. Valentine's Day, always super busy. And usually what that means is that we're going to run something called a prefix menu, or basically instead of a la carte and everyone orders off a menu, you get a menu and it's just like you get these set items, you get all these items, whether you like it or not. Obviously, for things like allergens and food restrictions, we'll substitute for it, but that allows our line to be significantly more efficient. However, that also means when you have only that set selection of dishes, if a single one goes wrong, that can cause a lot of problems. One Valentine's Day, I was working the line and we were making a chestnut soup. Now, this chestnut soup turned out really well, and we were and we were really happy with it, and we were starting to get on to service. However, a big mistake had been made. You see, the guy who was doing it, Nico, had accidentally put this thing onto a burner that was still on. Just slightly. The heat was very low, but no one had stirred it. And the heat in the kitchen was wild that day because it was a very hot February, and everyone was rushing around, and we had done a million things, and it was close to 100 degrees. So even that small little flame in this thick chestnut soup started to burn at the bottom. Little by little by little, over all those hours, because we had made this in the morning, it charred and burned. So when we were starting to get ready for service and we lined up all the plates to tell the servers, these are the foods, this is what it is, come and taste it. We tasted it in the morning. We knew it was good, right? It was ready to go. And then we tasted it. Or rather, we watched the servers taste it. And each one of them recoiled and was like, oh, they didn't want to say anything. They don't want to piss off the chef. They don't want to go, what the fuck is this, chef? This tastes disgusting. The shit is burned, right? None of the servers are going to do that, but we could see their faces. And then chef is like, also notices something. He goes up to it, he grabs the spoon, and he tastes it. His eyes go wide, and you can see his face fall, and everyone's like, oh, fuck. Oh, shit. Everyone just slowly turns to Nico. This guy's fucked. Because bitter, that dark, burned, bitter flavor is what comes out of it when it burns. And that just tasted like burnt chestnuts. Not a nice, deep Maillard reaction, but burned chestnuts. And I don't know what happened. Nico got taken out to the back of the shed and into the fridge, into the walk-in, where I'm sure they had some pleasant conversation about what they would be doing. And meanwhile, I was looking at this going, oh man, this is really bad. We can't just, And I'm like, well, it's already ruined. We were like, chef was just like, okay, yeah, just throw it out. We'll figure something else out. Like, service was already gonna start. We were a little behind, as all Valentine's Day menus are. And I'm like, okay, let me try and do something. And what I remembered was salt is the opposite of bitter. So what if we canceled out that burned flavor, that bitterness, with just more salt? And then another problem with the bitterness, it has that super, super distinct, like acrid flavor to it. It's a smell, it's an aroma that goes into your nose and doesn't let go. And so I thought, if you can bridge that flavor, if you can bridge that gap, if you can add salt to counteract the bitter, you can bridge the aroma, and you can use that earthiness of the chestnuts and that nuttiness, that deep flavor of the chestnut soup to bridge the gap between all these flavors, then we can actually make that burn flavor work. And that concept actually comes from a French technique called bruleeing, which is not quite the same as like French brulee, but another technique that has been done before, where you literally just go onion, flat side of a pan, and you burn the shit out of it. And that creates a certain kind of caramelization that creates a special flavor that you don't get. And it does actually lean into and use that burned black acrid flavor. And I was thinking, if this is something that is done purposefully in some soups, why can't we use that flavor in here? After all, if we pour out the chestnut soup very, very carefully, well, not pour it out, I ladled it out little by little and leave that last bit at the bottom. The last bit's gonna carry the strongest flavor, because after all, it'd been mostly just sitting there. So we have the burn flavor that permeates throughout, but if we ladle all the stuff off the top, it's not gonna have as much of that burn flavor. Unfortunately, we already mixed it a little bit when we were serving it, but if we take that out and then we can use that flavor there, we added a bunch of salt. And then we added some more butter in order to help cover and add some more kokumi to it in order to coat that mouth with that richness to block some of that acrid flavor. And then the bridge the aroma bridge that helped tie it all together, just a dash of rose water. Because rose water has a very distinct smell as well. And I was also thinking, I mean, it's Valentine's Day, right? Like, that's super thematic. It helps cover up that scent. And weirdly enough, rose actually does have, if you actually smell something super burned and rose water side by side, there is something in there, I don't know exactly what chemical, what it is, that just smells somewhat similar. And so we put the rose water in there. And then chef comes out of the walk-in. You know, Nico is not happy. Chef is not happy. And I go, hey chef, try this. He tastes it. And he's like, what the fuck did you do, you little nerd? Which, you know, perhaps unsurprisingly, I was very much known as the nerd of the kitchen back then, right? I was like, right now, if you look at me, I'm 180 pounds right now. Back then, I was 128 pounds on a good day. So, 50-pound difference, if you could imagine. I was very, very thin. Working in the kitchen was like literally like draining the life out of me because I didn't eat enough. And he was like, fuck, man, this is delicious. What? And so I explained what I did. And then he gave the okay to serve that during Valentine's Day because we had just spent so much money. I don't know if you know, chestnuts are really expensive. And we're like, this should be good enough. We think it's really good. The servers all liked it and everything, but we still had that fear in the back of our mind, right? Like, what if we serve it out and then people are like, this is disgusting. What the fuck are you talking about? This is burned, man. This is disgusting. And so even with all the anxiety going to Valentine's Day, we still had that anxiety. We were still terrified. And so service was strangely quiet and strangely silent as we went through the first course, and then the second course. And then the third course was the chestnuts. And so we served it. And then we waited. Nico stood there, very, very scared. Chef just staring him down, waiting to see what the reaction of the guests would be. And then one of the servers comes back. And he's laughing his ass off. He comes through the door. You can see he's been holding back a laugh. And as soon as he walks in, he bursts into tears of laughter. And he's like, you are not going to believe this, chef. Nico does not know what to think. Chef doesn't know what to think. And I'm standing there also going like, shit. I really hope I didn't fuck up because that'd be my head on the platter too. And then he goes, my table says that is the best goddamn soup they have ever had in their lives, and they want to know what techniques you used to give it that special flavor. Nico's just standing there in shock. And Chef's just like turning to him. He's just like, he goes and grabs Nico, right? And drags him to the front. And he's like, yeah, Nico, what do we call that special technique? And Nico's like, I'm just like, brulee. And Nico's like, brulee. And Jim's just like, yeah, we'll tell them we used a special French technique called bruleeing. And that's why every time, if I ever burn anything, or anyone else does, I'll always go, we didn't burn it. Chad, we didn't burn it. I was just bruleeing it. I was just using a French technique. I was just using French technique. You wouldn't know about it. It's an advanced technique. Yeah, and that ended up actually being one of the highest rated dishes in the kitchen that day. When you learn about flavor bridges, when you learn about flavor profiles, when you learn how things can work with each other, you can save anything. You can be motherfucking Ratatouille saving fucking, what's his face, Remy? Was it Remy? You can save anything if you know how to work these, if you know how to work this flavor wheel, and then later the aromatics and the textures as well. bitter, salty, sour, sweet, kokumi, umami, cooling, and spicy. Each of them will counteract and work harmoniously with another. They're not opposites in the way that they're diametrically opposed. If you have something sour, you can't have it sweet. That's obviously not true, right? We have sweet and sour sauce. But rather, where your balance is on this line determines how your flavors get impacted and turn out. What I also try to do on this is to have them kind of like next to things that are synergistic or otherwise help if one is too much. So for instance, kokumi is next to bitter, right? You get too much bitter, you can balance it with kokumi. You get too much bitter, you can also balance it with something like numbing or menthol or like mint, sort of. You know, you have too much kokumi, you can balance it with sour, right? This one, when you've had something too fatty, for instance, you usually want to put lemon in it, right? Acidity, sour. When you have something too spicy, right? When you have something too spicy, you can use salt, you can use sourness to try to cut down on it a little bit. This one also kokumi, obviously, but you know, like, bear with me there. Salty, also very synergistic with spicy, and umami. So these are all kind of arranged next to each other in a way that lets you know how synergistic things are, and when you go on this line, how you subjectively rate how sweet it is, how sour it is, how salty it is, how bitter it is. You take a look and you look at your dishes and you go, this is too bitter. I need to bring it more towards over here. Let me add some salt. Or I can bring it over here a little, or I can bring it over here and do a little bit more kokumi. I can do this, I can do that. That's the basics. Obviously, when you get more advanced, there's some other things, but this gives you a really, really good idea. If you don't know where to start, this is the core structure that you can use to find out what your dish is lacking, what you need to do to fix it, and how flavor profiles kind of work with each other. So, yeah. Let me get a drink of water real quick. Today we're going over the basics of this flavor, right? But we also have one for aromas and we have one for texture as well, because texture is very, very important as well. Now, let's talk about this salsa then. This salsa is very interesting because this salsa is in and of itself has a lot of this going on, right? I'm actually going to be also adding this jicama in there. I've not added this jicama yet because I want this jicama to stay as crunchy as possible. That's gonna play into kind of our texture thing, but we're not going to talk about that today. Oh, actually, let me look at some of this. Would vanilla be cooling? I would not say vanilla is cooling. We never saw Vigo again. You're a buff nerd. Oh man. Time to brulee the rice. I mean, no, like to be perfectly honest, rice bruleeing is a technique. It is actually something that is done, right? Gultia or bibimbap, right? All have that kind of like that charred caramelized rice. And in certain styles, it's not just, oh yeah, like I get a nice golden crisp. In certain styles, when you pair it with certain flavors, you do actually go all the way to black. It does work very well like that. And similarly, another dish that is very famous for having very, very, very dark, like almost burned sort of flavors is gumbo. You can one of the things I've learned, one of the things I heard about gumbo is that's a saying of how to make good gumbo, specifically on how you make good roux for gumbo, is you want to take the roux until it's one shade away from being burnt. You take that roux, take it one shade away from being burnt. And that's how you get the best gumbo. And you get a lot of that bitterness, you get a lot of that saltiness, you get that sort of active sort of flavor. Because one of the interesting things I think about bitterness that a lot of people don't think about is that bitterness actually adds complexity to a dish as well. Sometimes also, when you don't know what a dish needs, it actually needs just a dash of bitterness. Just a tiny little hint. Kind of like how you just want a dash of salt with anything sweet as well, because that will amplify the flavor. Bitter, similarly, can provide that sort of amplification of flavor. So, brulee the rice sounds like something I heard. Yeah. Yep, the roux is key. Ruin the roux, start over. Yeah. But anyway, So for instance, so if you think about how a salsa is constructed, and specifically the salsa, right? What we have in here, we added salt, so we have that saltiness, right? We don't really have too much bitter, but we do also have spicy, and we do have umami. Salty, spicy, umami is all covered over here by the salsa, as well as sweet. We're going to be covering the sweetness with the mango, and also actually some of that tomato as well. The tomato also, and the mango also provides a little bit of that sourness too. However, this side of things, we are mostly not on. One of the ways I would explain this wheel in how a combination of flavors and ingredients can feel put together is that you kind of cover, if you can cover roughly half of the wheel, that's usually when you have a pretty good, basis of ingredients. So whether you start from spicy, you have spicy, sour, kokumi, bitter, and cooling. So that would be something like that would be like a mala. Like a hot pot would kind of be in this. Especially like, you don't think about it as bitter because it's incorporated so well, but the roasted chilies that are often in mala sort of dishes, if you eat it by yourself, you can taste that bitterness. And then, sour to sweet, sour, kokumi, bitter, cooling, sweet, sour, spicy, salty, umami, so on and so forth. That's how you can kind of get an idea of what you might need. And then you can play around with the axes. I would just, and then along the axis, I would go like 3 it would be in the center, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and you kind of rank them subjectively. And with that, we're not going to go into too much today on how to use this because that would take way too long. But that is how you would, generally speaking, be able to use this chart in order to find out your own flavors, how to replace ingredients as well, and to otherwise be able to make your dishes better. 1 second, I'm going to feed the cat before she yells her head off. And then we'll continue cooking. Because I actually have 2 dishes to do today, remember? Now I've covered this, I'm going to go kind of fast through making the scallops, and then because then we can have a basis for how the. Oh my God, Maggie! Can you guys hear her? Meh. Here you go. Eat up. Eat up and shut up. Maggie, please. Yeah? All right. Gotta wash your hands. I think also one of the interesting things, if you look at this, is that we can look at our sub-ingredient, like salsa, and arrange it according to this. And then we can also see our scallop dish as a whole arranged to this, right? Scallop, we have salty, umami. So that covers this section of things, right? Mango salsa, we have sweet, we have spicy, we have sour, right? We have the smashed crispy garlic potatoes. That's going to be salty. It's going to have a little bitterness because of that caramelization we're going to be doing. And then it's going to also cover our kokumi aspect because of the butter we're going to be using. And similar with the braised endive. Braised endive also is going to, that one especially is going to cover our bitter and has kind of like the brown butter sage sort of thing. I think cooling what I might actually, cooling or herbal, I might actually change this to herbal. Herbal might work better because now I'm thinking about it like this. If I change this to herbal rather than just cooling, mint still has that herbalness. Mala has that herbalness, and then you can also add things like yeah, I think herbal. Yeah, cool. Yeah, I'm gonna change this to herbal. Neat. Thanks, guys. Boom. Now we have herbal, right? Now like sage. Now we sage, thyme, and other herbs that can cover that aspect now. Boom. Yeah, I think herbal works. Cool. And then, yeah, herbal and bitter standing next to each other makes a lot of sense. Improving as we go. always improving. Cool. Let's keep cooking. So we finished this. Now we're gonna go, we finish our mango salsa. We have our scallops sitting there. That's gonna be salt, pepper, MSG, the trifecta of deliciousness. That would be salty, umami, and spicy. Salt, pepper, MSG. Boom. You see that? Huh? 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 Like, as I'm doing this, I'm like discovering, I'm like, damn. Yeah, this does work really well. Nice. Rose water, presumably it's herbal. Yeah, no, rose water, yeah, I would put it in here. Yeah, no, you're right, you're right. Herbal does work really well because it does cover rose water. I would put it more towards that herbal side of things. So, yeah. Cool. So the ramen guy, hey, Timochi. Oh yeah, let me check a couple more on who's followed. Thank you for following Las Romero, I Spruce, and Dissarin Kid. So we have that covered. Now we're gonna go on to smashed crispy garlic potatoes, and we're gonna make our braised endives with brown butter sage. I'm gonna be making over here. I might have to move this and make the braised endive back there. We'll see. I don't have like 2 pans. Otherwise, I'm going to blow a circuit. So one's going to have to use the slow gas burners. Yeah, I guess you guys don't need to see the braising process as it's going. So that's also fine. Yeah, cool. So we're going to go ahead and get started with the potatoes. So as you know, one of the best things about getting potatoes in this is you get to take the fishnets, you tear them out. Get a little practice. Let the potatoes run everywhere. So this is something specifically called smashed potatoes, not mashed potatoes. The big difference here is that we're not boiling them and then we're not boiling them and then we're going to be mashing them. We're going to actually be smashing them to increase their surface area so that they get super nice and crispy. So how you do that is you can use a heavy cutting board. I think that's what we're going to be doing here. That might just be a little bit easier. Or you can use like a bottom of a cast iron pan. I don't really like to do that personally, just because it can get a little gross, and then you have to put like plastic wrap on top, and it's I don't like to. This one's pretty heavy. This will do. So right, take that. You see this nice innocent little potato over there? Nice. My ears are ringing. Okay, so that might be a little, it's fine. So don't do it like that, I guess. But you know, what type of potatoes? I'm using like a waxy finger potato sort of thing. Oh man, my ears are ringing. I'm doing it for you guys. Right? And you can see, so why we do this kind of smashing is you can see all the craggliness and everything here. All of that craggliness will crisp up in the fat and the oil when we're cooking it, and it will be delicious. This also helps it cook significantly faster because, it doesn't have to try and get all the way to the center. So, right. That works pretty well. So there's 2 ways there is another way you can do this. Another way that I've seen it done before is that you actually roast it or boil it first, and then they'll stay together a little bit better when you smash it, and then you go fry it afterwards. That's a 2-step process. Personally, I'm a little lazy about it, so I just like to do it like this. You don't get the potato as whole, but it's still good, right? What are potatoes on the flavor wheel? Potatoes would occupy primarily, I would put it more in the umami side of things, because it does have a lot of that umami sort of things, because then you have like umami and salty. Man, because I have a board this heavy, I can do like multiple at a time. That's kind of nice. I've never tried it with a board quite this way. Normally I'd be a little bit more gentle, but this is kind of fun. Figured it'd show up better on stream, so we're doing it this way. I got a mix bag, so I can have a little extra color in there. So the regular color wheel also does apply to this when you're making a dish. Let's see, this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Let's see how this works. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. Yeah, I'd say that worked well. Look at that. They're not super together anymore, but like that's fine. It's fine. Don't worry about it. If you're worried about it, don't be. You should unconcern yourself with these things. Or end up like the potato. Sorry, Maggie. Actually, she really does not care that much. I do this kind of like random shit around all the time. So she's just kind of like, all right, there's Tim slamming shit around again. Whatever. All right. We'll just rinse that off real quick. Yeah. One of the things I definitely need to figure out is how long it. Oh dear. Oh, everything's gone wrong. Oh dear. Shut down the stream. Shut down the stream. Everything's gone wrong. One of the things I need to figure out is, I'm just like, oh yeah, like, if I were to just cook this dish in like by myself and I'm not talking to chat, explaining things, I'm like, oh yeah, fucking 15 minutes done. But now I'm like, man, I really don't know how long this takes when I'm also explaining things. That's something I need to figure out. Anyway, that's the smashed potatoes. So that's the prep for that. You don't need to cut anything. You just smash them. That's the nice thing, right? We'll need to do the garlic though. So the garlic, we're also going to do some smashing. So I'm actually going to test the technique I saw. Online, and I want to see if it works or not. I kind of suspect it doesn't, but we're going to try it anyway. So basically, it said if you cut off the root end over here, right? Which is really tough. Oh my god. That is like cutting through wood. Okay. That is not all the root end. If I do that, it's gonna just waste a lot of garlic. You know what? We're gonna try it. We're gonna try it for stream. All right. I'm gonna cut off more of that root end. Right? And then you like make incisions along all four sides. 1, 2, 3, and 4. It's already kind of falling apart, but we're doing it to test it. And then they say, if you grab over here, you can just shake and it'll all come out. Guys, I don't think this is working. Yeah, it's not peeled at all. I think it works for a certain Chinese variety. There's a certain Chinese varietal of garlic or Asian varietal. I've seen it in like Vietnam and stuff as well. But where if you cut the root off, it peels really easily. I don't think that's what we got here though. So I'm just gonna do this old-fashioned way, which is more smashing. I'd say I'm a big fan of smashing. Nothing wrong with that. All right, so that was a little too hard. That exploded everywhere. I don't have a piece of garlic for that anymore. So pro tip is when you smash garlic, you want to smash it towards the root end. So you smash it towards the root end. You don't need to do it too hard, right? then it comes out a lot easier. Oh, well, that one's gone. And as you can see, I'm holding the side of the knife. I will always say this, hold the side of the knife when you do it so your knife doesn't snap in half. It usually won't, but you don't want to take the chance, you know. Yeah, I'm smashing these a little too hard. Yeah, it's fine. We're gonna cut them anyway. I actually really hate peeling garlic. This is like my least favorite thing. I really love garlic, which is unfortunate, but I really hate peeling it because of how it makes your hands feel. I have sensory issues, autism. So, I can cutting root does help with mine when I use full bulbs. Yeah, I don't know. Like it just has never worked for me, ever. I keep trying all these like hacks on it, and it doesn't. I don't know if it's a varietal, because like around here in California, I guess we have a lot of like Gilroy garlic. This is Gilroy garlic, I believe. And I don't know if that particular varietal just like has a lot more stubborn roots or something like that. Hard or soft neck garlic? Man, I don't know. I'm gonna be real honest. I don't really know the difference. I just get the Gilroy Farm stuff, man. I've had like blind taste tests side by side, and that stuff really does taste different. A lot of the so some of like the pre-peeled stuff that's like of other varietals, they just don't have a very strong flavor. You have to use a lot more of it. That's one of the more interesting things I think is when you create a recipe, right? It's just like, oh yeah, use this amount of garlic. Then it's just like, well, if you said like, you know, if you said 4 cloves of garlic, are we talking like a clove of this size? Right? Or are we talking like a clove of this size, which is like 4 times the volume? Or like some of the other mutant ones that I see that are like pre-peeled that are like even larger, right? But also have less flavor. And it's just like that's why personally I'm not a fan of recipes in the very measurement oriented way, because your ingredients, even between seasons, even between grocery stores, are gonna change so much. Oh wow, this garlic is annoying to peel. I definitely smashed it too much. That's on me. That's on me. I'm making it harder for myself. There is actually a frozen garlic that I really like. Like I said, I really don't like peeling garlic. So what I actually use most of the time is not like jarred garlic. Jarred garlic loses the volatile compounds, and it doesn't really have some of the pungency and complexity of like fresh peeled garlic. But let me show you guys. This stuff saves my life. It's so fast. It's very worth it in my opinion. Where'd it go? Right. There are these little things like this. You can find in the freezer aisle. It's pre-crushed garlic. They crush it for you and then mince it for you, and then it's like in like this, and it's frozen. You just pop it right out when you're cooking. Boom. And that's because because they peel it and then mince it, and then it's immediately flash frozen. It's just as good as fresh. And it saves you so much time. And then you don't have what I'm doing over here where I'm like, yeah, I smashed it too hard for stream, and then like, you know, you get a little too excited, you smash too hard. You know how it goes. And now you're suffering the consequences of it. Oh my God, it is everywhere. I have pieces of garlic and peel everywhere. It is, I'm suffering for you, chat. I'm suffering for you. I'm doing that whole like Asian parent thing where I'm just like, hey, I'm gonna guilt trip you about everything. Yeah, when I suffer, it's for you. Yeah, you better feel guilty. You better feel grateful, you little shit. Black fermented gut is full punch. I wouldn't say it's full punch. It's pretty sweet. It's pretty sweet and mild in my opinion. I actually have some right here. I bought some the other day, so for some stuff. Oh my god, this one's not peeling. Look, black garlic. We can actually open it up right now and smell it. It's got like a little bit of funk to it, but it's like, it's sweet almost. It's like balsamic vinegar, right? So if we look at our flavor chart, I actually wouldn't put it on the bitter and herbal. I think if you look at black garlic, you would expect it bitter and herbal. It's actually sweet, sweet and umami. It's actually very sweet and has actually a lot of umami. So a little bit of herbalness, definitely. Definitely a little bit of herbalness in that sort of like fermentation sort of stuff, but it's mostly sweet. I would say it's mostly sweet and umami. No, seriously. Oh my god, I really screwed myself over with this. Facebook? Why don't you Facebook and study Asian parents? True. 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 Oh my god. Funny thing is, I was like, I don't know if any of you are familiar with an abacus. But I was actually one of the kids who was like so Asian. I actually went to abacus to learn how to do math, and so when I was little, because I learned abacus, I was stupid fast at math compared to my peers, and then I started learning things like algebra and other things, and I started going, oh wow, you can't do this with abacus. This sucks. Actually, if you ever see me do math and you like see me doing like this. It's because I'm doing a mental abacus. So I visualize an abacus and I'm doing that. It's like one of those things I don't really think that much about because it's so normal to me. And then people are like, what the fuck's an abacus? Chat, you know what an abacus is? Someone want to pull up an image of an abacus? Oh man, I should go. I wonder if my parents still have like my old abacuses or anything. I always used the simplified abacus, so I never like did a double abacus. There are some that I just don't understand. They have like two things, and I don't know what they do. I never learned that one. I have like the modern simplified abacus, and now everyone just has a computer. I really do wonder like how well are abacus classes doing. I imagine not well. I imagine not many people send their kids to abacus classes anymore. But there used to be like mental math competition. There used to be like mental math competitions of like abacus stuff that I would like be forced to join. I never did very well on them. I was not very good at it compared to the other kids over there. But compared to the average person, I was. So there's that, which is nice. My parents just signed me up for a lot of stuff, and they like back then I really hated how much like random stuff I was signed up for. But like now I'm grateful. I'm like, man, if someone goes, did you do this? Did you do that? I'm like, yeah, I did. Like everything from if you ask me about a sport, I have probably done it. I've probably, except for football, that's like the only one I haven't done. I think football and baseball, the two like American classics, those are the two I haven't done. But it's just like most of the other ones, yeah. Basketball, technically I won a championship when I was little. I didn't do much, and they called me Worm, but like I contributed. I wasn't good at shooting. I wasn't good at defense or offense or anything. But you know what I was really good at? I was really good at scrambling for that ball. If that ball hit the ground, I was the one diving for it. They called me Worm because I was on the ground the whole time. Yeah. See, another thing I hate about garlic when you're doing is like after you smash it, I need to wash my knife before I cut with it because it's all sticky, so things are gonna stick to it. And then like there's also all this, like the skin stuck to it too. Annoying. Abacus is an old way. There are faster ways to mentally compute stuff nowadays. Yeah, if there are, I don't know what they are. So, if you ever use an abacus to compute encryption calculation? Dude, I'm sure there's like some abacus genius out there who like knows exactly how to do it like that. There's There's definitely. So one of the interesting things I also want to point out is that you'll see, like, I don't really bother cutting off the root ends. This is something I've talked about before as well. It's just like, I can. Like, if I see some big root ends, I'll cut it off. Obviously, we already cut a lot of the root end off when I was like trying to fucking saw through that. But generally speaking, it's like, honestly, you can't really taste it. You can't really feel it. And like, if you do, I feel like one of the reasons why people do feel like they can is because they don't chop it finely enough. But if you do chop it finely enough, you really can't, because it softens up just like everything else when it's cooked. So anyway, so this is going to go with the potatoes. Wouldn't you just butter? Wouldn't it be garlic? Nice and simple, right? Oh man, I don't know, guys. I think it's taking a little. That's so slow, man. That's why you gotta have two. I used to be able to do this so fast. He's in demon mode. Ah! I wouldn't recommend doing this if you're not very good with your knife angles, but like, because I know my knife angles very well, I can scrape it off like that. I would not recommend it otherwise. You will damage your knives. Okay, that's probably fine enough. This is another version. This is, you know, they have the same blade shape, but the balance is different. This one is weighted towards the back more, which helps more with the rocking and more with like pull cuts and meat cutting. So Shadowbringer, this is the other version of the Donhiki. This one is, you can pre-order it. It is almost done with production. It is almost here, except for the tariffs. So once we figure out what's going on with all the tariffs, then we will be able to bring it in. For now, it's kind of stuck in limbo. So, bunch of garlic. This is something I'm doing, which is called mise en place. That is to say, you prep all your items, you do all your stuff all at once. This makes it faster and then more organized as well. But unfortunately, I think one of the unfortunate things about mise en place that a lot of people don't like to talk about is if you mise en place everything, holy shit, you're gonna have so many more dishes. If you're able to prep and cook at the same time, then you save so much time. But if I prep and cook at the same time, then you guys will not hear a single fucking thing because it will be too loud, there'll be too many things happening, and it'll go too fast. So. Usually when I'm cooking, I will be prepping and cooking at the same time so that I do not need to have so many dishes to do. Because right now, if you look at it, and right now if you think about it, I literally, every single ingredient currently has its own dish that will need to be cleaned, plus scraps, right? I have a bunch of scrap containers as well. All of this is gonna need to be washed. And so when someone is just like, oh yeah, that only takes 10 minutes, it's like, well, okay. Do you factor in all the time I'm gonna need to wash everything and put everything away? Of course not. Then your thing wouldn't be a 10-minute meal anymore, would it? It'd be a cook and prep for prep for 10 minutes, cook for 10 minutes, and then clean up and do all the dishes for 45 minutes. Which doesn't sound as great, does it? This is literally why I also just don't cook stuff like this that much, because there's so much cleanup. Especially when you get, oh my God, my floor is a mess. Especially when you smash everything and you get things everywhere. Which is, I do that normally because I like to have fun with things. But, yeah. Well, yeah, mise en place with groups, yeah, like this is grouped, right? I didn't mise en place everything in there. But, other things like this garlic, this shallot, they're gonna cook at different rates. They're gonna be used for different things. I can't put them all together, unfortunately. Similarly, like, this is cut, this is good to go into stock and stuff. This is an uncut half onion, so I can't really, so. This is why we go to McDonald's instead. Yeah, that's why you should buy Vite Ramen, because then you can get a nutritionally complete meal with every single vitamin and mineral your body needs, as well as high protein, high fiber, so you don't have to fight wars in the bathroom. So you can get the nutrient-rich, high protein ramen. 3 minutes, one pan. All right, sales pitch right there. Okay, let's keep going with this. What am I doing? What was I doing? Oh, yeah. We just did that, so we've done prep for that. Braised endive with brown butter sage. That's gonna be pretty easy. There's not too much prep that needs to be done for that, except for me grabbing the butter out. Hey, for anyone who caught, some of my last streams, this is the butter. This is the $16 butter I DoorDashed and then actually didn't even really use because we made our own butter in time. I'm not gonna make butter this time though. I'm not gonna make butter again this time. That's gonna take forever. Actually, it didn't even take that long last time, huh? I'm not gonna do it though, unless someone donates like 50 something. I don't know. And please don't, please don't, for the sake of the stream, for the sake of everyone here. Okay, so now that's that. Oh yes. So these are endives. These are kind of bitter. They're sometimes used for salads and stuff. What we are going to do with them is we are going to cut off the root ends, and cut them in half, and we're going to braise them. We're just going to braise them on butter. So that's just going to be kind of like a soft poach, and then we're going to sear the shit out of them so that they get like this nice color, and that will help get rid of a lot of that bitterness that they have, while still keeping a lot of the umami. We're using this because we're using endives so that we do get a lot of that, that bitter and herbal sort of flavor. So this one would be bitter, herbal, sweet. It has a little bit of sweetness in it, especially if you pair it with like honey and stuff that brings out its natural sweetness. We're not going to bother with that because, we don't need to. We're primarily after this for kind of like the sweetness, we are after a little bit of that bitterness and kind of like the texture that we're going to get from this. So if you never bought endives, never tried them before, they are a little special. So you should, I guess. Just joined class. What's the main theme? The main theme is learning about the flavor wheel and how to use it, what goes in it, and kind of and how we can use this flavor wheel in order to turn mushrooms into scallops. First, we're making the regular scallop dish: scallops, mango salsa, smashed crispy garlic potatoes, and braised endive with brown butter sage that we just discussed about how it fits into this flavor wheel. And then we're going to taste it. We're going to identify all those flavors and and sort of like the textures and stuff as well. And then we're going to flip it over and do it a vegan version with mushrooms and other vegan stuff. And bring it all to the left. We're not going to use the same ingredients. We're going to use ingredients that are similar and make a slightly different version so we can translate all the ingredients according to the flavor wheel and show just how all of it works. So, how do I combat the flavor, smell, and texture of honey? My preferred way is throwing it out the window. I mean, look, like there's just some things that people won't like. That's just how it goes. Like, this isn't a flavor wheel that will make anyone like anything. It is for your personal preference. If you are struggling with trying to make something you know should taste good, this is how you do it. And if you want to replace an ingredient, for instance, honey that you don't like in a dish, which would be, sweet, and basically just sweet, what can you replace it with, right? Or something more complex, like if you want to play something more complex like potatoes or whatever, you can use this to help replace those ingredients. And that's what we'll be doing later. So we're gonna finish cooking this real quick. So there's one more thing I need from. Oh, mangoes. I had a question before from some people, which is how do you, what is the best way to peel potatoes and mangoes and stuff? And obviously we want the skins on that one, so we're not doing it. But a peeler, honestly, if you're using a knife, you can, but like, look how easy this is. There's really no reason to not use a peeler. These things are hella cheap too. So honestly, we are going to be carrying some peelers in our store once VKS is going. So you can get your own peeler. Different peelers are going to be different for every person, like what you prefer out of a peeler. Well, there's a very funny stream where Geary and Girl DM were comparing peelers. I don't think I'm as picky as peelers. I'm just kind of like, peeler to peeler. Some are sharper than others. Some are, I guess, some work a little bit better. But the VKS one is definitely very basic. But it's, it's this. It works well. It's fine. Because later on I can invest into like, yes, like here's better peelers with like, special molds, and let's make sure that we have like all the whatever. Now, when you're cutting a mango, there is a side. So you want to cut around the pit. I'm gonna be honest, I'm not super good at cutting around the pit. Ooh, looks like I nailed it this time. Oh shit, look at that. Never mind, I'm fucking awesome at this. I'm so good at this. Oh, no, never mind, I hit the pit, shit. Hubris! They call that hubris! Ah! Dude, when chef tells you, like, you gotta, like, so, like, this is, like, not the best, right? And then when chef is just like, yeah, we want to get, like, perfect cubes of this, it's just like, oh my god, this is a nightmare. This sucks. I think we'll do that. I'm not even gonna cap, dude. Like, the best peelers, the best bang for buck, is gonna be like the Swiss Kuhn Cons. Like, honestly, those are gonna be better than those are gonna be better than the ones we're gonna be making as well. But ours are like cheaper and like basically free, so there's that. So for mango salsa, right, you just want to cut it at around the same sort of size as the rest of that. Pretty simple. We're also just gonna, I think this one I'm just gonna cut kind of in half. This mango's pretty ripe, so it's pretty good. I don't think I need to do anything. In the case that you don't, in the case that you have a mango that's like not so good, what you can do is you can put it in some simple syrup and let it sit for a little, and that'll help it out significantly. If you lightly, and especially if it's like still very green, and you don't like that, then what you can do is you actually just like lightly simmer it in that simple syrup, and that'll help it out a ton. There, right, and then just I should probably start moving a little faster. Oh, these parts are not so good. I think people also like it when I move faster. They're like, oh, sugoi. Oh. Oh. On the quai. Oh, very fast. Yeah? You like that? That's 3 languages. I don't speak 3 languages, actually. All right, so, and then we're just gonna go and put this in here. All right. I think, yeah, we're, jeez. We're gonna make it more mango-y, so all of it's gonna be going in here. It's gonna be a little sweeter. That's good. That's good. Mix it in. And so that salt has already been, that salt and acid has been doing its work. So this has very much been this has very much been like, breaking down. You can see all that liquid that has been released. That is actually a good sign. I think some people will go like, oh, that then everything's like bad, and that's going to be like one of those things that we talk about in terms of like texture, like how do you like your texture, right? Also, you're gonna have a lot of people who are like, oh man, look, there's stuff all over the place, there's mess shit, and you clean all of it up, and I'm like, nope. You know what wastes a lot of time? Wiping down every single time to get everything perfectly clean. You know what helps speed things up? When everything can be just done in one go. So that's my personal philosophy. Yeah, this is just straight up gonna taste better. Everything's like kind of melded into it, Actually, I should probably use a spoon because well, whatever, it's fine. So cool, now our mango's in there. Remember, we're gonna add our supremes at the very end. Oh yeah, and then I'm gonna do some jicama as well. The reason why we're using jicama here is it has a very nice crunch to it. So this is gonna be in the texture side of things where we, it's gonna be in the texture side of things where we do want to have a little bit of crunchiness. That's gonna give us more textural difference. Because when we're doing something like scallops, right? When we're doing something like scallops, it is going to be very soft in general. And if everything is soft, then you have not really much textural interest, and that can contribute to palate and flavor fatigue. So if you have, and that's, once again, we're not going to go over that wheel today, and we'll have a texture-based lesson later. But that is one of the reasons why we are actually including this jicama here. So, yeah, we're gonna, because I want some amount of crispness. I don't want, we'll be like midway through. So my size is gonna be about midway through the smaller onion pieces and this. So the way you see I'm cutting it is I first cut it into planks, right? That gives me a solid base to work off of. And you can see these are all about the same size. And then you can stack them up again like this. Align them and cut them same size. Roughly. Oop, not the best. That's all right. Knife fork isn't the best. I'm not cooking for a Michelin star restaurant. I'm sorry, chef. I won't mess up again, chef. And you stack all your batons together like this. If you want perfect, then you cut off the tips over here. You square them off, push them off to the side. Now you have your perfect little squares that that you can now cut. Because as everyone knows, it's hip to be square. Every time I hear anything about that song, all I can imagine is the Patrick Bateman American Psycho thing about it. And look at that. That is how you do small dice. Actually, I think it's like kind of between small dice and Brunoise, technically. Like all of my dice things are super not accurate, or like what I call small dice, and everything is very different than, I guess, the technical definitions. Just simply because, like, we would call this a Brunoise, but realistically, if you look at the technical definition of Brunoise, Brunoise is, I believe, 1/8 of an inch, which is like significantly larger than this. This is like 1/16 or like even 1/32 of an inch. So, yeah. Just a little bit of jicama. That's just going to give us a little bit of texture. Put that off to the side as well. Yo, food breakdown with Tim. Yeah. So remember, break your food down. Don't break down yourself. Don't break down with your emotions. So now we are finally ready to cook. Set that knife aside. I'm gonna go and set this cutting board aside as well. Where? I don't really know. I didn't think. Shit. Don't worry about it. All right, this cutting board's going to the back over here. That's fine. It's fine. It's fine. See? And now, all of this over here, instead of cleaning every single time, woo! Wow, look at this efficiency. Don't knock the knife in there. One go. Just one sweep. One punch. Voila. Instead of like every single time doing all the wipe. I don't know. I understand why you do it in like a Michelin-star kitchen, like you have like your prep and pride and all that kind of stuff, but like at a home kitchen where I'm just like, I'm gonna clean it still. So seriously, why? You know? All right. So here we go. Why isn't this fitting? Oh, there we go. So first thing we're actually gonna do is gonna be, we're gonna braise the endives. That's gonna be the thing that takes longest. I'm gonna go and get this out of the way for now. Sorry you guys don't get to see this anymore, but that's fine. I also needed to not block all the light. So we're gonna, let's have a little, that's probably fine, right? Let me double check. That's probably fine. Yeah, that's fine. Cool. So we're going to first braise the endives, and then we're going to be cooking off the rest. Braising the endives are going to be. Oh, this doesn't work with the. Do I have anything that? Oh dear. Oh no. Oh. I still got a cast iron. We're good. Yeah. So we're gonna go and braise the endives in just a small pan. Over here. It's pretty simple. I'm gonna start it over here so you guys can see how it works, and then we will swap. We'll put this away. And we'll swap it to the back over here so that it can continue going. I forgot to buy oil. Oh man, I need to get oil. I'm almost out of oil. Whatever. So over here, for this, I'm gonna go ahead and use olive oil. Just gives it a little bit more flavor. You can use whatever oil that you have on hand. But if this is kind of like a French sort of thing, then we're gonna do a French sort of thing. A little bit of oil. We don't need to be super searing hot. We're going to combine oil and butter, so it's not too rich. You can go with just butter. That is an option as well. But combination of oil and butter olive oil and butter can just give it a little bit more complexity in the flavor, especially because the olive oil kind of bridges a little bit. Okay. Right, it's over there, it's gone. Because olive oil actually has, olive oil, compared to some of the other neutral oils out there, actually has kokumi, bitter, and herbal. So it has that fattiness, but it has compounds that give it a little bit more of that mouthfeel, that kokumi flavor, compared to a neutral oil, more like a canola oil or something like that. And then really nice olive oils also have that spiciness in the back. And a little bit of the bitterness that can really help with complexity. So that's why I like to use a little bit of butter and a little bit of olive oil for something like endives. It helps bridge that flavor gap. So yeah, pretty simple with these. How we're gonna braise them is, I wouldn't even really call this a braise. I would just call it like a very light. It's almost just like sauteing them. We're going to put them in the pan. We're going to let it steam. We're going to let it cook just face side down, and then I'm going to cover it. I'm just going to let it slowly go. That's technically a braise because the steam is like a moist cooking process. We're splitting hairs in definitions, but braising generally speaking is known as like is known as kind of a wet cooking process, and usually you would add liquid to that to make it braise. But in our case, because this is endives that have a lot of liquid and there's a lot of liquid in the butter itself, we will, it kind of does it by itself, right? So, as with everything, I'm gonna go ahead and season the butter, actually, not the endives, and then just coat it with the seasoned butter. So that's gonna be salt, MSG. Ah! I'm at it! I'm out of MSG! This is a disaster! Oh, shit, okay. Never mind, I got a bag. Whew, I was panicking there, man. Oh my God. Whew, that was close. All right. Very Chinese thing, you just keep refilling the bottle. I think I've had this bottle for like a decade now. More? I don't know. Okay. Slowly, slowly. This is, we're just pouring out flavor, man. Oh yeah. Which, by the way, fun fact, did you know you can actually fry MSG? Because MSG is glutamate, which is an amino acid, it can actually fry. You can actually fry, you can actually mix this MSG into butter and then fry it, and then you'll have these like hard little, you have these like crispy little MSG granules that are delicious. Nice. Cool. So we're gonna season that with a little MSG as well. And then we're gonna hit with butter or pepper. So fried pepper. One of the reasons a lot of people will be like, oh yeah, you shouldn't put pepper in too early, it'll burn. I'll be like, what are you doing? It's actually really hard to burn pepper if you have any oil. Like, honestly, skill issue. And when butter and pepper are cooked together, fucking amazing. All right, so you can see we had a nice little emulsion over there. We're gonna put that in, put our endives in, face down, right? Then get my basting spoon. Fun fact, this is one of the only items, this Gray Coons spoon is one of the only items that survived my culinary days. Basically what happened was that, oh man, this is a little big for this. It's fine, I'll make it work. What happened was one day when I was super tired from work, ooh, I do not have the space for this. One day when I was super tired from work, I just stumbled home and didn't bring my knife bag in. And because of that, all of my knives, all of my tools were stolen. Which, that kind of sucks. But luckily, my ADHD ass that day had forgotten to take this back from the restaurant. And so this was just sitting in a Bain Marie, which, wasn't supposed to happen, but it did. And because of that, I still have a tool from back when I was cooking. Okay, so one of the things I forgot, by the way, endives absorb fat a ton. So as I basted more and more, it just literally stopped. It like I just don't have liquid to baste with anymore. So I'm actually gonna have to just cut more butter. I'll just double it. That's fine. Pop that in. Melt that down. I don't even think I need to necessarily melt it down right now. So from here, you can see, we coated it, we basted it, we got a little bit of color on it. Now we want to go nice, slow and slow over here. If it'll light. Just nice, slow and slow in this pan, and we're going to cover it and let it braise. I will say, I don't actually have a lid for this, so we're just using another lid. And that's fine. It works, right? Meanwhile, we're gonna go ahead and get started with our potatoes. Oh shit. Oh, it's all tangled. Oh dear. Oh god. Ah! Jeez. Okay, come on. Untangle yourself. Dude, what? How did you get so tangled? This was... I just used... Okay, whatever. We got it. We got it. We got a chat. We figured it out. Yeah, I lost my whole collection of knives. I actually had a super special knife. Chris Reeves. It was the Chris Reeves Sakayo, the first cooking knife that he had ever made. Chris Reeves is a legendary figure in the knife community, who made Chris Reeves knives brand, and also had he made the Sabenza, which is a very, 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 very popular knife that really popularized the frame lock and also created S30V. So, and S35VN, two very, very, very good steels, and are arguably the first steels that were like dedicated for knives. So when he first came out with his chef knife, I got that right away, and it was like a 6-month wait list to get them, and I got the version 1, and I was super, super happy with it. It's a very unique knife. Looking back on it, I don't think it's very good design personally now, but like I really liked it because it was very unique, very, very me, because I liked having weird, unique things, especially with like super steel and all that kind of stuff. But unfortunately, you know, it got stolen, so it is what it is, I guess. Okay, so with the smashed potato, so we're gonna go on the smashed potatoes, and with these smashed potatoes, the garlic we're gonna put in last because we want all this to crisp up. Now, we're gonna use a lot of butter, and when I say a lot of butter, you are going to be probably a little upset at how much butter I am going to be using. But it's the right amount of butter. But wait, that's not all. We're gonna use even more. The reason why we're using this much butter is very simple. It is that the potatoes will absorb all the butter. If we don't have enough oil, we will not get the kind of crispness that we want. So, and then I'm gonna go and swap towels because this one is wet, and you do not want a wet towel when working with cast iron. Oh, we get a nice pink one, yeah? A lot of this butter is also just going to melt down, and remember that butter is not 100%. Butter is not actually 100% oil, so a lot of this is actually milk fat and actually water. Butter actually has, depending on what kind of butter it is, I think butter has anywhere up to like 10 to 20% butter or 10 to 20% water. So a lot of this will evaporate as water as we cook. Look at that. Delicious. And yeah, like one of the reasons you go to restaurants and you're like, oh man, why does this taste so good? Because we're adding like ludicrous amounts of butter, salt, and everything else. This is not something that I would be cooking every single day. If I cooked it like this every single day, I would be having significant health problems. That is, you know? So we're gonna let this heat up a little bit more. And now, all of that in there. I probably could have waited a little bit longer, but that's fine. Salt. Now, Keep in mind, this is kosher salt that I'm using, so it is going to be less salty than table salt. So what you're seeing me add is probably going to be like 50% of what you would see of table salt. So MSG. And keeping in mind that a lot of the seasoning is going to fall off in that oil. So you want to be making sure that you are seasoning enough that it is still getting through all of that oil. We're going to have a lot of this seasoning left behind in the oil, so. All right, thanks for joining, Slater Titus. Have a good nap, sleep, whatever. Woo. This is how you get burns, too. You see all that hot oil splashing? That will burn you. Woo, look at that. With a lot of these potatoes, you generally want to go like the skin side up. So I'm just gonna flip them a little bit. I just want to make sure they're all coated and everything got kind of mixed up. Yeah. That'll be good. And luckily this burner is really fast, so we're going to be able to we're going to fry this off pretty quickly. Right? We're going to have this be, oh, that's not even that hot right now. Huh. So we are going to be having this cook, and we are going to be having this crisp up. The butter has to release a lot of its oil and a lot of its water content before like it really, does too much. Oh hey, oh shit, I should be looking at. Thanks for following, CVRT Koala and Sino Square. So yeah, this is a lot of butter, but it is kind of necessary to cook this much potato and all the surface area. If I used less butter, it just wouldn't cook as well, and it wouldn't have as much flavor and everything later. So you will see, like, there's a lot of things. There's a lot of things where it's like, all of this is restaurant style cooking, right? You can learn this, and you will, and I am teaching you exactly how we used to do it in like Michelin star kitchens and stuff. And we need to turn this one down a little bit. I would not recommend cooking like this all the time, right? If you want to be cooking like a home meal like this, oh man, like, ooh, man, look at that. If you want to be cooking a home meal like this, I would cut down on the butter, right? I would cut down on a lot of stuff. Oh man, look how fast that is. Oh yeah. See that brown? Ooh, that's the good shit right there. So I turned the heat down a little bit, and we're gonna toss it a little bit. You might see me burn myself here. That's fine, that's normal, like I said. Oh yeah. Oh, look at that. Ooh, that's some crispy potatoes. Woo boy. Oh yeah. Oh, it's gonna be good. Woo! I can already smell they're gonna need a little bit more salt. We'll deal with that a little bit later. I'll flip them over right now. Make sure, again, the crust on both sides. I mean, like, can you see this, chat? Can you see that? Oh my God. Woo! That's some good shit right there. Butter also will help with the Maillard reaction and get that nice crispy crust and all that brown. Because Maillard reaction also needs, because that's what brown butter is, right? Speaking of which, I'm gonna go get my sage now. If you cut down on butter, would you season it differently? Yes, absolutely. If I cut down on butter, I would not use as much seasoning. because then basically a lot of my seasoning is going to be taken away by the butter, and because of that, I need to season it more. But if I don't have as much butter, then I would season it less because it's just not going to be in as much. So with something like this, I'm just going to take the small leaves of sage. I'm going to put them in, and now's about the time where we actually want to put in our garlic as well. It's going to crisp up. We're just going to toss all that in, and then if you're doing the garlic, the sage, it's gonna start smelling real good, real quick. And we turn down the heat as well so that it is not gonna burn on us. Oh my God. Oh, I wish you guys could smell this. Holy. Oh, you guys are missing out. Hey, you guys want to come over? You guys want to get some of this? Yeah? Whew. Oh, jeez. I know I was also going to put sage in there. That's just going to tie it all together. I just want to crisp some sage on this as well. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Whew. That's some good stuff, man. Look at that. You guys see that? Oh my God. That's good shit right there. Oh, that smells so good. We're gonna finish crisping this up. Our endives are still going. Our endives are going good. Yeah, light, slow braising. Cool. The nice thing is, another thing I want to point out is the more oil you add, and you have a lot of oil and butter like this, also just the easier it is to cook. Things don't burn easily if there's a lot of oil. It just can't get to the temperature where it'll burn. Because carbonization, or basically how long it takes before it actually gets to super burned, that's what was it, 500 degrees, I think? And so before it can get to that temperature, obviously everything else that would go away at that temperature, whether it is water at 212 or oil or anything else, would have to go. So, all right, and we're just about ready. Oh yeah. Look at that. Whew. Yeah? I'm not gonna bother too much with trying to get all the oil and whatever out, because generally speaking, before we what we can do right before plating is to flash it in the pan again, just to get the last bit of crisping. So I'll go ahead and pour that on there. Make sure it's crispy before we go, right? So got our nice, delicious pan. You can see that came together pretty quickly. Oh man, oh that's amazing. All right, we'll set that aside, out of sight, and then we'll go rinse our pan real quick, and then this braising is gonna finish pretty quickly, or that can just kind of go in the background as we're going, and then I'm gonna rinse this off, and we're gonna sear our scallops. Cool. Nice thing. So one of the cool things, by the way, fun fact, if you ever need to clean a cast iron pan, you don't need to do a lot to clean it well. What you can actually do is you can continually steam it. That is to say, you first make sure it's ripping hot, you shove it under the sink with hot water, and that steam will help lift everything up. Just fucking hit it with steam, and then and then you can like brush it a little bit, or with something that won't burn or melt. And then, if stuff still isn't gone, reheat it. Hit it with steam again. Reheat it. Hit it with steam again. You don't need to scrub it. Also, if you're using cast iron pan, you can clean it with water and soap. Anyone who says you can't clean it with water and soap, holy shit, your pan's disgusting. It is a health hazard. It's got carbonized stuff all over it. What are you doing? That actually doesn't help it season well either, because you haven't gotten everything off of it, and it's like, now it's all craggly and stuff, which is all places where it can stick. Like, give it a good wash, give it a good rinse, and just season it properly after you wash it. Come on, it's not that hard. All you gotta do is just put it on and turn it on and get a little bit of oil on it. And you can keep doing that, and it's fine. Just like, wash your pans, man. You're really telling me you just never wash your pans? What? Why? Similarly, I have all this water over here. Instead of going, oh yeah, I'm gonna try like, getting all of it gone. I'm just evaporating it. Easy. Now, do you know how to cook scallops? It's like the favorite thing of everyone on like MasterChef and stuff. It's pretty simple. What we're gonna do, we are gonna be using more butter as well. Now, funnily enough, this is actually one of the first things I learned how to cook, and I actually learned to cook this from Gordon Ramsay, of all people. But like, when I first started watching this kind of stuff and like learning about cooking, I watched a British version. So I thought Gordon Ramsay was a really nice guy. And then when I got to Culinary School, I was like, oh my God, you learned from Gordon Ramsay? What the fuck? I'm like, what? He's a nice guy. And I was like, no, he's not. And I'm like, what? What do you mean? What do you mean he's not? I don't understand. All right, so this is really hot. What we're gonna do is, on this pan, we're gonna make it really hot. We're gonna use a little oil to start with, because butter will get a little too fast on the browning before it actually cooks our scallop all the way through. Starting to feel like I'm visiting my relatives in the south with all this butter. Nice, good. Are you French? Are you French, or is it a Southern thing? Because French and Southern use butter in very different ways. French use it for kokumi. French use it for like kokumi and to cook with the butter and to bring out and to kind of like caramelize with the butter. Versus, I think Southern cooking, generally speaking, won't get as much of that brown butter stuff, but we'll be doing a lot of melted butter instead, which is kind of I don't want to say lighter, but it is more, it is less Maillard reaction sort of flavor profile. So anyway, what we're gonna do is, we have these scallops. We don't want to salt the scallops before they're ready. We want to keep them dry like this, because if we salt them with salt before they're ready, they will get soggy, they will get moist, they will get wet, and that is what will cause sticking on your pan. Don't do that. So instead, we wait until we're ready to put it in the pan. That's when we salt it. That's when we put the salt on one surface, we put it in a whipping hot pan, and then we let it go, and don't salt the other side until we're ready to turn it. So this, once again, it's gonna go pretty quick. Oh yeah, I can just turn this off. So braising, this is pretty much done. I just turned the heat off. I'm gonna let it kind of like finish off by itself over there. Nice, okay. So, it's gonna go fast. I'm gonna use this canola oil to start. I really need more oil, right? And one of the big problems most people have with scallops is you're not cooking it hot enough. You're not cooking it hot enough, and so you can't get the crisp crust before it overcooks. So we are going to crank this up. That's fine. Maybe I should use olive oil. It's fine. Can't have too much oil. The Americans will come. Yeah, it's true. It's true. Well, I mean, like I said in the other one, I have a lot of stress takeout, so if it's fine. So yeah, now this is ripping hot. One of the ways you can tell that it's really hot is, number one, it's smoking. So it's looking like it'll catch on fire, right? That's a pretty good indication. But otherwise, you can actually see the ripples in the surface of the oil, and the oil is a lot more fluid. See that? That is one of the indicators that you are ready to cook. So let them cook, right? I'm gonna use my hands for this. Basically, we're gonna go with a bunch of them. So we're gonna go sprinkle salt, right? I'm gonna be doing a lot of them at once. You know, might be different for you. Salt, pepper. And what's the third ingredient, chat? MSG, salt, pepper, MSG. All right. Now, don't handle cast iron. Don't do this. You'll burn yourself. So we're gonna set them down, right? And you hear that sizzle? That's good. My pan is a little tilted, just like my solo queue teammates. So we're gonna wanna set them down gently, right? You can also, one of the things you can do is to give a little bit of movement. That'll help it not stick as well. And you wanna go generally like around the pan. That'll just help you keep track of which ones are where. What the fuck? Okay, my heat thing is not cooperating. It keeps turning off. That's annoying. I think that's because the electronics are starting to get a little too hot. All right, so let's hope it works out. Cool. So that's not good. It is not temping very well. So I hope it works out. Damn it, why did you have to do this to me? Oh my god. So I'm currently being sabotaged by my induction burner, which kind of sucks. Okay, this is fucking shit, man. Okay, we're gonna try to cool this off. Oh my god. And then we're gonna use the burner here with gas. We're improvising. We're gonna try to cool this off as much as possible, and then try to reuse it again. God damn it, dude. So yeah, I'm currently trying to sear the scallops in the pan. We might have slightly overcooked scallops because, yeah, it does retain heat better, but like, it's still not fantastic, you know? We'll use this. This will blow. Come on, cool down. That burner is really, really slow, so I'm worried. I'm a little worried. You know? Saw Tim stream without a bit of pivoting. True, true, true. Wanna cool this down? Come on, cool down, damn it. Ow. Oh hey, no, I touched it and I didn't get like 3rd degrees, so that's a good sign. Maybe we can use this again. All right, come on, go hot. Hot, come on, come on, you piece of shit. Cook. Yes, it's doing it. It's doing it. All right, so we're getting a little bit of caramelization at the bottom. That's good. So at least like we didn't start super cold, which is, you know, what I was scared of. Yeah, there we go. See that? Cool. Okay, now our stuff is a lot out of place. This is probably good to turn now. I don't want to overcook it. So we're gonna start hitting it with the salt, like I said. You don't want to hit it with salt and pepper and stuff until you're ready to turn it. Otherwise, it'll start drawing out a lot more liquid, and then it can stick a lot easier, even on your non-stick stuff. So salt, pepper, MSG, right? and then we can start flipping it. Right? Generally speaking, if this thing were behaving, I'd want to do like a little turn on the scallops as well before I go. And you can see that these are kind of uneven because of what happened with the heat, unfortunately. So some of them are, we're just gonna use the good ones, right? We're gonna use the good ones, chat. That's the important part. Oh my God. And you can see already that all that oil and everything we put in is already gone. It's already gone. So here is where we do want to put in some butter that will cool it down a little bit, but like also help with the Maillard reaction, hopefully, right now. These are looking all right, but like some of the other ones not looking so hot. Our, God damn it, dude. This thing has gone, keep it up, dude. My induction burners currently have having some problems keeping it up, which is significantly impacting our ability to perform. So, yeah, panic, sort of. We're just gonna go back and forth. We're gonna go back and forth. It's gonna be fine. Cool off. Ah! It's gonna be fine. It's gonna be fine. Cook, damn you! Cook! I can't believe I have to like cool off a burner. I'm cooling off a burner right now, chat, because Oh my God. Maybe some encouraging Welsh, and maybe has performance anxiety? I don't think so. I think it's a masochist. I think encouraging words would confuse it. Chad, I think we need to insult it more. I'm pretty sure, because like, this pan likes it when it's hot. I think, do we need to call it a piece of shit? What have you ever done good in your life? Why are you like this? Your mom never loved you. All your lovers were with you for reasons other than you. Everyone says weird things behind your back. Wait, that doesn't turn people on, does it? Not even masochists. Yeah, no, like we need to burn it, right? We need to give it burns or something. Why is my dad streaming? I'm sorry. I'm sorry you had to find out this way, son. I'm sorry you had to find out this way. All right, we're back. We're back. Crank it. Crank it. We're basting. We're basting. Oh God, these scallops they're okay right now. Oh God, they're getting close though. Oh, they're getting close. Oh yeah, you getting close, scallops? You getting close? We're panicking. Come on, scallops. You can do it. You can do it. Steer, damn you, steer. Scallops, I believe in you. Don't be like your brother, the fucking induction cooktop, which can't take any heat, even though that's what it's supposed to do. Why did I spend so much time on you? Why did I give you all that attention and training? You were the chosen one. You were supposed to bring happiness and Maillard reaction to our food. You weren't supposed to give up in the middle of it. Now look at your brother's scallops. Look at what the scallops are now. Ooh, actually, they're pretty decent. Oh, okay. You know what? You're fine. Cool. See, I told you, chat. You insult it. You yell at it. Now it's fine. It's fine. Oh shit. Yeah, this is pretty good, actually. Nice. We did it. We did it, chat. Let's go. All right, I do need to get this off before it overcooks, though. Oh yeah. See that? Now it's just, oh man, that's good. Now it's just like, now it's getting mad at me in response, and that's good. Look at that. It's gotten hot. It's gotten hot. Hear that sizzling? Oh yeah. I don't think we're gonna get too good of a sear on these still, but you know, I think these are gonna be a little over. No, they're all right now, but carryover might make it a little over. As 90 professional threatening technical verse. Yeah, no, that's what I'm saying. It worked, right? Are you my mom, bro? Jesus. Yeah. I mean, that's why they call me. That's why they call me daddy. That's why they call me mommy sometimes too. Don't worry about it. You'll find out when you're older. Ow! I got burned. It spit at me. Oh yeah, there we go. We're getting some color. Okay, we're good. We're good. Woo! A little dark. It's fine. I'd rather get a little dark and a little color than none. Nice. These two are a little over, definitely, but oh, they're fine actually. Wow. Wow. Interesting. Nice. Yeah, so not all of these are cooked the best, but you know, we got there. We got enough for plating at least, right? We got enough plating. And this butter's gonna be this butter's a little done. So, a little smoke in here. That's fine. We'll air it out later. Whew. All right. I actually have 4 scallops left over here that we'll deal with later. While this is super hot, like I said, just hit it with some hot water. Hit it with some hot water and steam, you know. Get it nice and steamy. Nice and toasty and steamy. Right? And then, wow, look at that. There's stuff on it. Cool. We just turned up the heat again. And maybe, ooh, oh, hey, guys! Guys, look! Everyone, look! I got a second degree burn! Right there, on the palm. It's like, right there. You probably can't see it. It's fine. Right? Crank that up. It's real hot now. And then put it underwater again. Steam right up. Tim, please. Congrats. Hey, look. This is what I'm saying, right? When you're cooking and stuff happens, you get used to it. It's like a badge of honor. All right. And we're gonna plate all this up real quick. Then we're gonna taste test. All right, it's smoking again, and I'll just hit it with water. Lukewarm water? No, absolutely not. And we're gonna heat this up one more time, and then that should steam the rest of it away. Boom, easy peasy, just like that. Fun fact, once you get burned enough with like these kind of burns, actually, that might just be a first degree. Like, literally when I get first degree burns, I don't feel them anymore. And the only time when I'll feel them is like, when it gets like really, really hot and I'm like about to get another burn, then I'm like, oh, that's where a first degree is. You get used to it. You get used to it. Or even cook when you fry food with clothes on, can't have that splash. Are you telling me to take off the apron and all my clothes? You want me to cook like that? Sorry, that's reserved for the OnlyFans, man. That's not free. You don't get that free here. Come on, you don't get that free. All right. Imagine you just have like an open kitchen. You just have like this open kitchen full of like hot chefs and cooks. They're just like shirtless aprons and lingerie and stuff. That'd make money, right? Like that would make a lot of money. Am I onto something, chat? Am I onto something? Woo, nice and easy. I think I will actually scrub it a little bit. I'm tired of these cycles. Ah, that's loosened it plenty. Neat, easy. Very easy, very simple. Cool. Now you take care of your nice cast iron pan, you know, and wipe it down. Nice. Just gonna hit it with a little bit of oil. I'm gonna smoke it up, and that's just a dash, right? Just that's even like too much. One thin layer of oil. Let it smoke. There you go. New layer of seasoning done. You keep cooking like that. You keep doing that, and it's that's it. That's what you get. Get a nice layer of seasoning. Ow. I just touched it. I've got enough first degree burns at supermarket bakery to wear thermal sleeves at work. Yeah, I mean, it's one of those things I think depends on like, it's not how much people yell at you, I guess. Like how much you need to, you know. Cool, you see it's smoking. He's smoking, that's good. Pretty much ready to go. Get a little bit more on this. Even the induction burner, by the way, has hot spots, which is kind of funny to me. Cool. Now we have all the smoke. That's cool. Now we're good. That's it. Ah. Or turning it upside down helps. I don't know if that's true or not. All right. How's my framing? Cool. Yep. Regularly cook with it. Now, see, we got our potatoes. We got our potatoes. Got all this. Now we can just kind of like combine everything, and we'll have our dish. Yeah, that's still warm. That's fine. So, man, it's just like everyone else is like, when they do this kind of stuff, they're like, ah, yes, look at my like beautiful kitchen that's like perfect and immaculate. And I'm just like, look at my kitchen that is looks like a tornado's been in it. Looks like a war was fought here. Which kind of was. We had a lot of yelling, a lot of screaming. All right, so we'll go and plate. I haven't really thought of a plate structure. We're doing salsa. Let's go with an offset linear. So plating obviously is a whole, it's this whole thing in and of itself, right? Generally speaking, you want to go with like odd numbers. Get some of that off so it looks nice for the camera. Cool. So what we're doing here, a war fought with double cutting boards and double knives. Yeah. Playing it like this. I don't know how well I'm going to be able to show you guys. Right? And then what you do with this kind of stuff is like you go with like piles. So you go with like distinct piles. And when you do piles and stack things up, that's when it looks nice. And you'll see, especially as I stack this up with these smashed potatoes, it fills out these spots, but with like with different kinds of texture. I should have an offset spat for this, but whatever. This spoon is way too large for this, but like, you know, we make do. I'm gonna get some sage leaves in there. Put a little bit of color, a little gloss, a little shine. I'll get some of that crispy garlic in there. Ooh, boy. Ooh, buddy. Ooh, buddy, that's looking mighty fine. Mighty fine, if I do say so myself. Right? We have mango salsa, which we need to mix up a little bit more. There we go. Cool. And then we'll have the jicama off to the side as well. Usually I would want to like dress the jicama a little bit, but I don't know. It's probably fine. I'm gonna do dollops here. You could put it on top of the scallop as well, but I think that's gonna be a little too much. So I'm doing little piles in between. Nice, simple, linear sort of plating. Technically, like, so I could do it like an offset version, which a lot of people hate because then the plate looks really empty. So I'm doing it in the middle instead. Actually, I could go like lime supreme across here. That might look nice. Yeah. Go like lime supremes and jicama across the side over here. Jicama. Technically, I should dress the jicama, but like, you know, whatever. Nah, that's just gonna go in here. All right, we're just gonna have to wipe this up later. That's fine. It's gonna be a little crowded on the plating. It's whatever. Not a big deal. Not a big deal. Guys, I'm gonna lose my fucking Michelin star. Chat, I'm losing my Michelin star. Chat, what am I gonna do? Like, to be perfectly honest with you guys, I've not done like plating like this in a while. Very long time. I did not think about this beforehand. It's very juicy. It's very juicy Lucy. Normally I think I would have like some kind of garnish or something to give it a little pop, a little something, which I might be able to do. Actually, I'm gonna grate some lime zest on there. That'll fucking give it. If I can find my microplane. Oh, there it is. Some lime zest, I guess. A little green. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Ooh, that's gonna look pretty. Pretty. And chat, I'll bring you guys over, okay? I'll bring you guys over for this. I need my tweezers, man. I need a tweezer this is shit. It's a little crowded. Not my best plating in the world. I think it still looks decent. Still looks pretty nice. Still looks okay. It's a little crowded. I could probably have done whatever. It's fine. It's fine. He's fine. I just throw everything off to the side, right? Just throw everything off to the side. It's fine. It's fine. Don't worry about it. It's fine. All right. I haven't done this before. Let's hope I don't break anything. Yeah? There you go, chat. We good? Yeah, how's that, chat? How's that? Oh my god. I'm not tall enough for this. Yeah? Like the food porn? Yeah? I'm gonna get banned from chat. Chat, I'm gonna get banned from Twitch for this. I'm gonna get banned from Twitch for this. Oh oh god, I'm knocking these over again. I can't see you guys, chat, just so you know. Cannot see you guys. All right. We're roughly there. We're roughly there. Ish. That's fine. All right. I'm actually gonna swap out my card real quick as well. Dude, every time I film one of these, every time, oh, no, that's the battery. Oh, I am not popping that one out. Where is it? There it is. Every time I film one of these, by the way, it takes up like 250 gigs minimum, if not more. How much is in this one? This one's only got 50 minutes, damn it. I need to clear my cards, chat. I need to clear my cards. I always hate deleting things from cards. You ever like have cards or memory you need to delete and you're like terrified of deleting stuff just in case it has like stuff you need? That's me. That's me all the time. All right, this one has hour 30. I'll work with it. So, probably pull it from the other one. All right. And I have this. Take some pictures. Oh, it's in video mode. I tried to do a dual camera setup with this, by the way, chat, and it worked terribly. Oh god, the color balance is terrible. Oh no, it autoed, okay. I'm gonna get step stool. Ha! I'm tall now, chat, I'm tall! Oh, jeez. You know, I am much better, I want to say I am much better with video than I am with photography. This is hard. I don't even know if that's in focus. I'm locked in. I'm not gonna lie, my hands are so shaky right now. Whatever, that's fine. That's probably fine. Honestly, I'm probably gonna pull a frame from the video. Like, that camera actually is really good. The video frames are so good that, like, I just use them as pictures. Almost every single picture I have is actually just a frame pulled from the video. Also, it looks like this is set a little low or something like that. There you go. Maggie, what do you want? Cool. All right. Hi, we're back, chat. Actually, I probably could go a little higher, huh? You can reach the upper shelf of the cupboards. No, like literally why we have that. Is there a good to store ramen eggs? Not really. That's kind of the problem. There really isn't a good way to store ramen eggs. They just kind of need to exist and fresh. I have not been able to find a way. And then again, I haven't like tried super hard. Maybe that'll be one of my experiments, you know? Maybe that'll be one of my experiments. Like, how can you? There we go. How can you store ramen eggs? Right? That might be a good experiment. Okay, cool. So now we have this. Let's taste it. Let's try it. War fought. I don't trust perfectly cleaning it. I don't know. Kill my ghost and inspire a rat to cook in your place. I mean, what if I don't go with a rat? What if I go like a monkey or something? You're the monkey, so. Vacuum and freeze with some marinade, maybe. The thing is, if you freeze eggs, then it completely changes things. It very much changes the texture and flavor, unless you have like because like it's all about like the defrosting process and everything as well. Anyway. Now we have this. Let's give it a shot. Let's get some of that mango, that jicama, right? Oh yeah. Like, oh. Oh, here's the thing. God damn. Oh fuck. Here's the thing, chat. There's a reason this got on every menu in the United States. People hate on it. I'm not gonna lie, I hated on it when I was cooking. But there's a fucking reason. There's a reason why it's spread all across the United States. This is really good. It says, you got salty, you got umami, you got sweet. A little hint of that spice with the jalapeno on there. You got the herbal, you got herbal notes from the sage. A little from that lime zest as well. Oh my God. Holy shit. Okay. Dude, the smashed potatoes? Well, smashed potatoes with the lime supremes. That is fucking revolutionary. That is, oh my God. God. Why is lime butter potatoes not a thing more often? That is amazing. Holy. Oh my. Oh man, you got the textural contrast too. You got crispy potato, you got a little bit of crispiness from the top of the scallops. The crunch of the jicama. You have both the dark, you have like both the dark flavors. You got the kokumi from the butter. You got sourness from the lime. You got sweetness of the mango. You got spicy. You got salty. You got umami. Oh my God. Dude, they are partying in my mouth right now. Oh. Holy. Oh my. Dude. I know that took a long time, but god damn. If you guys can make this, you should make it. Oh, sorry, give me a sec. Holy crap. Oh, God. I love food, man. This is so good. What the hell? All right, this is sound really weird. This is sound really weird, right? I know I've done like, professional cooking. I've done a lot of stuff. But like, when I cook this stuff, I don't expect it. I actually just don't, I don't know. I don't expect it to be that good. I really don't. I don't know. Oh my God. Sorry, I'm just gonna eat this whole plate. Sorry, chat, you don't get any of it. Oh my God. Dude, no, the smashed potatoes, it goes so well with this. That's one of the things I never did. Fun fact, okay. have like 2 bites left, but for you, chat, I'll stop shoveling my face for a little bit. I didn't put the endives in! I had all right. The endives. I didn't put the endives in. No. Why? Oh my god. I knew I was missing something. Oh my god. All right. So the endives, we're gonna cut up a little bit. All right. I was like, dude, I swear to God, I was missing something. Oh, that smells really good. Okay. So we're gonna do 1 bite. We're gonna do the 1 bite. Right. We got our endives, got everything in there. All right, let's see how endives change the equation. Let's see how our braised endives change the equation. Let's see how our braised endives change the equation, right? Motherfucker. Oh my God. I don't think it could go better. I didn't think it could better. I didn't think it could be any better. Oh my God. No, adding that extra kokumi and the little bit of bitterness and herbalness, holy sh! The new level of complexity. And it's not too much either, because we already have butter that connects everything as a flavor bridge. And because this is very simple, right? This is just olive oil, butter, endives braised, salt, pepper, emashi. You got that natural flavor of the endives, you got that herbalness, a tiny bit of the bitterness, and that just gives so much more complexity. And then like, if I were to describe the previous one, it was like a roller coaster, right? It was, you got hit with all the things at once. You get hit in the face first with sweetness, and then umami, and then the acidity starts hitting towards the middle, and then towards the end as it really like finishes things off. And then this, now, instead of this, it just heightens the experience. Now you're not just like, your experience was here, it was really high, it was great, but now, whoa, your front notes, your middle notes, your back notes, everything's heightened and complex and more and just better. You get to taste everything just a little bit more, just a little bit more clarity on everything that's happening here because the bitterness adds, because the bitterness adds that complexity, because the bitterness adds those additional herbal notes, and fuck, man. Whew, I gotta make this more often. I'm glad I recorded all this because like, a lot of the times when I make stuff and I like come up with stuff, I don't record it down well. And then I don't remember how to make it. So I'm glad I'm recording this. Because I've never made this dish before, right? I've made variations on it. And I'm like, I'm going to make this dish based off the framework, right? Let me drag this back over. So, like I said before, the classic standard sort of, oh geez, what is this stuck on? Oh, the classic standard sort of scallop and mango. That's just gonna be like scallops and mango salsa. That's gonna be it. That's just you don't have the jicama, you don't have like smashed crispy potatoes, braised end knife. These were added because I'm just like, okay, let's complete this circle. Let's complete the kokumi, the bitter, the herbal sweet. Let's make this a whole experience, right? And because of that, and because we added all of that, holy fuck, that takes it to the next level. Oh my God. Like at some level, like I've made braised endive before. Like that, I've definitely made braised endive. That's good. I know that's good. Smashed crispy garlic potatoes, that's good by itself. Yeah, sure. But when you put it all together, oh, shit. That's so good. And wait, that's not all. We have another dish. Oh my God. I know. Those of you who are like, holy shit, he's finally done. No, I'm not. We have a whole other dish. We are now going to make the same thing, but vegan and with mushrooms and in a completely different way. Also, there's gonna be so many dishes for me to wash, but it's gonna be worth it. Just you watch. All right, I'm gonna start putting some of this stuff away. Oh my God. You know the best thing about this? I have tons of this left for dinner. I'm so happy. Oh my God. I'm watching this plate because I want to use this plate again. I need to get more like black plates like this. It just contrasts well with the like white mushrooms and stuff. So I'll put this aside for now. That's fine. Most like ADHD cooking space. Everything's everywhere. That's how we do it. That's how we do it. Don't be afraid to be a little messy. Don't be afraid to have stuff everywhere. You're living, you're cooking, you're doing stuff. You can always clean it later. Oh my fucking God, Jesus Christ, what just happened? We heard you had food, can we have some? Fight me for it. Holy shit, Semi Spree, thanks for the raid. 99 people. You guys are just in time. 99 viewers, and I don't know where I was going with that. Hello everybody, my name is Tim. I am the founder and CEO of Vite Ramen, but today I'm just fucking cooking. I already burned myself. We smashed it all over the place. And you're just in luck, because we just finished one of the best scallop dishes ever, and now we're gonna convert it using some goddamn magic and make a vegan version of scallops. And you're gonna see how that works with this flavor wheel that we just came up with, and chat helped me modify, so we now have herbal instead of cooling. Yeah, that's pretty cool. And you'll see everything's everywhere, because we're having fun with cooking. And I don't know about you, but I'm fucking tired of people going, oh yeah, no, I have a perfect clean kitchen. No, you don't, you liar. No, you don't. It's okay to be messy when you're cooking. Have fun. Clean up later. You can always clean up later. And like you can clean up after your food coma too. Thanks for the raid. I am gonna try and keep with chat and all that kind of stuff. Oh my God, thank you for all the follows. Okay, I'm gonna start shouting. I'm gonna get all the follows out of the way real quick before we continue. Don't professional, he's a professional chef. I don't know about that one. First of all, technically didn't reach chef, cook, but you know, whatever. We're gonna keep going, right? All right, thank you for following. Hoshino Speaka, Neffy13, Stinky McPinky, Starlit Siren, VT, Aster Sesop, Hyrulean Hawk, and then Corvette, 1952, Cabbage Boyo, Sarojin, Milka Boogie, Crazy Kakuera, Evil Dart 17. All right, cool. Let's cook. I already got burned. It's awesome. I was just telling chat about how, like, you know, once you start doing this stuff enough, you really don't care about burns. Like, I forgot this was a thing. I only remembered because I was like, hey, chat, did you know I already got hurt? I was telling chat earlier, you do this, you're gonna get hurt. Anyway. Cook! So, what we're gonna be doing is some motherfucking alchemy. We're gonna do some magic right here. Everyone loves scallops, right? Everyone loves scallops, but unfortunately, some of our vegan friends can't experience scallops. So what do? Do we just laugh at them? I know some of you do. Oh god, do you want my mics fall? Hang on. Okay, I'm good. Daijoubu. So, do you laugh at your vegan friends because they can't eat some stuff? Or do you find out a way to make their lives better by cooking a version for them using the flavor wheel and alchemy? I don't know if I'm gonna call this alchemy. I don't know. I haven't come up with a name yet. If you have come up with a name, I will give you free stuff. Also, if you like and retweet and comment on my post on what you guys want to see in a digital cookbook, you'll be entered in to win the free digital cookbook and one of our knives for free. So, you know, this or this or this or this or this or this or this. Up to you. So, yeah, and also, yeah, basically, for anyone who doesn't know, this is part of a donation drive because we are getting fucked by tariffs right now. Just way up in there. Yeah, so I'm creating digital content and things like this because they're not tariffing streaming yet that I know of, which we're all gonna be really upset if that happens. So, yeah. So many knives, so little juggle. True. Okay, so we're gonna start cooking. So the first thing that we're gonna do is these button mushrooms. So I found these, oh shit. I found these really mutant large mushrooms at my store. So I'm using these, but realistically, what I would recommend is something like a trumpet mushroom. Oh wow, these are kind of dirty. That's fine. A little dirt never killed anyone. Probably. Actually, no, dirt's probably killed a couple people. If you're buried alive, you get killed by dirt, right? Technically. So, I guess I'd be like, not a little dirt though. That'd be kind of along the lines of a lot of dirt will kill you. Don't think too much about that, chat. All right, so what we're gonna do is we're gonna turn these into scallops. With this flavor wheel, we already went over the basics: sour, sweet, bitter, salty, and how we have the alternate ones like umami and kokumi, herbal and spicy. Now, what about tier 2? What do we go when we go onto the secondary side of things? That's when it become subjective in our tastes. Now, you're gonna find a lot of people out there, right? They're gonna be like, yes, this tastes like this. And if you don't think it tastes like, if you don't think this thing tastes like blueberries, if you don't think that this wine has apricot taste, then you're a Philistine. You proletariat, uncultured swine. You can't taste things and I can. No, that's bullshit. That's all subjective. Taste, after we get past a lot of these kind of objective values, becomes fully subjective. You want to know a fun little thing? You want to know how you can make something taste very chickeny without adding any chicken? But only if you grew up in America. You add celery seed. See, one of the defining flavors of chicken noodle soup in America specifically, whether you go to a diner, whether you get it from Campbell's or whatever, it is celery seed that you will be tasting again and again and again. And so you develop that flavor association with celery seed. Now here's the thing. Those of us who did not grow up with Campbell's chicken noodle soup, those of us who did not grow up with that kind of culture and that kind of flavor, we do not develop that flavor memory. So when celery seed is added to a dish, to a soup or anything like that, we don't find it more chickeny. But if you add a little bit of five spice, yeah, a little star anise or something like that, we might think it's a little bit more pork-like if we grew up with something like hong sao ro. But if I add anise, if I add star anise and clove and things to someone who grew up in America, to your dish, you might think it tastes a little bit more like pumpkin pie. That is the concept of flavor memory and where we start to create subjective experiences from after we determine these core values. Now, this is really important because how do we then make a mushroom taste like scallop? You can get super scientific about it. So for instance, scallops have something called succinic acid in it. If you taste succinic acid in and of itself, by itself, which I do not recommend, I did that once and it did literally burn my tongue. Don't do that. It needs to be very small doses. Anyway, that succinic acid is a form of flavor compound. It is like MSG. So a lot of people know MSG, right? It's the king of flavor. It gives you umami in the most basic form. However, there are many other things that give you umami, such as disodium inoscianate, disodium guanylate, and succinic acid. Succinic acid specifically, when you taste it on your tongue, it tastes like seafood, specifically scallops. Now, I do actually have succinic acid with me, but I'm gonna guess that you guys don't. So we're not gonna do that. But if you can find succinic acid, technically you'd sprinkle a little bit of that and that's gonna taste very similar. So how do we do it with this, right? So first of all, we're gonna make it look like a scallop. And the easiest way to do this is obviously with like a hole puncher or something like that to make it like that, but you know, we have a knife, so we're gonna turn it the old-fashioned way, which is probably more entertaining for you guys too. As far as I'm aware, you guys like seeing me suffer. I always, Chad always goes nuts when like I'm burning myself and things are going wrong, so watch me suffer. So we're just gonna cut off the ends over here. We're not gonna waste them, don't worry. We're gonna cut off the end, and then we're gonna kind of like shave this down, right? I'm gonna cut off the top. We're going to cut off the bottom over here. Even it out. And you see the cap over here, right? We're just gonna kind of keep. So you don't necessarily have to remove all of this cap, but if you want to be a little extra. And I know you do. I know you're not here to see the normal stuff. You're not here to see normal cooking. You're here to see what a washed up Michelin star guy can do and what kind of crazy shit happens there, right? So we get out the gills, because the gills have a slightly different texture. Use a spoon, you scrape that shit out. But hey, maybe if you think about it, that's why we chose mushrooms. It has gills, just like fish. You think Aquaman would be attracted to mushrooms? Or like the deep? You think the deep would want to fuck a mushroom? Because it has gills? Like, it looks at this and goes, ooh, damn. It's a sexy mushroom. It's got gills. Some real nice gills. Don't think too much about it. Don't think too much about it, okay? So this is fine. This is fine. You can actually cut this part off. So I am actually going to cut this entire. I'm going to cut the stem off over here with a spoon, not a knife, because it's easier to get in there. Mostly because it's just a little different texture. It's going to cook a little differently. So now we're going to have a little bowl like this. You can actually just trim off the sides here as well. Just give it a little bit more of a clean looking, almost scallopy sort of look to it. I still do think trumpet mushrooms are a little bit better for this, but by the time I'm done like pairing this, it's gonna have a nice scallopy look. Hell no, not my delayed noted emote showing up after the gill fetish. Yeah, I don't. Okay, so here's the thing, chat. That thing, I cannot get that to work properly. It will not, for the life of me. It just doesn't. It will not keep up. I don't know why. The code looks right, like everything looks right. If anyone knows, if anyone is an expert in that, let me know. Definitely look for the help on that one. So we want to pare this down, boom, right? And from the top, that can look like a scallop, right? I think close enough. So we're gonna do that with a bunch of them, right? So why we don't necessarily need to wash them very well, because once again, a little dirt never killed anyone, and also we're literally cutting off all the surface anyway. So don't worry, Not all. Don't worry, this is not going to scrap. We are going to be doing something with it. I'm doing something a little strange, a little weird. Also, my knife work is not the best on this because sorry, you guys are not a Michelin star restaurant, so, and I know that if I get super locked in and focused on it, will I do a really great job? Yeah, but I will also be silent. I will shut up, and you'll be like, "The fuck is this guy doing?" He's like one of those FPS streamers who goes, "Why aren't I getting views? Why is no one following my stream?" And you just sit there and you play games and you don't do anything. You have nothing on screen. You don't talk to your audience ever. You're just like watching a game, and then every so often they go, "Ah. Oh." And then they're like, "I've been streaming consistently for 3 years and I still only have 2 followers." It's like, well, yeah, you don't do anything. You're basically a game trailer. Anyway, that's why I'm not locking in as much. Because if I did, then I'd also relive all the trauma of being a chef. And then you'd see me on screen sometimes crying, and which, is already happening. But then you'd be like, then sometimes I'd be like, "Sorry, chef. Yes, chef. Sorry, chef. Oh, God, you're right, chef. Sorry, chef. Sorry, chef." No one wants to see that. Maybe some of you want to see that. Maybe some of you are sadists. Are you sadists? I feel like VTuber watchers tend to be more like masochists than sadists. And again, a lot of people like bullying, so I don't know. Who knows? Michelin Scouts on Twitch is a great concept. Do you post your VODs anywhere? I'm attempting to. I might just create a channel just for like unedited VODs and just like upload them there. That might be that might be a good idea because I'm doing edits, but that takes a while, and I have a lot of obligations. So I definitely should. I definitely should. I'm actually surprised by how many people like just don't. I'm just like, oh yeah, I don't post VODs right now because like I just started doing this really, and I don't, and I haven't really gotten to doing all the stuff that I want to be doing. Like none of my Twitch stuff is set up correctly either, right? I'm here after you see you back up Shiori on the ramen refrigerator. It's not that weird, guys. It's not that weird. Anyone who's saying it's weird, like, I don't know, go expand your culinary horizons. Seriously. Like, it is, you're replacing one noodle with another. It's not that strange. It really isn't. Oh, actually, you know what I need to do right now? Sorry, I got so fucking distracted. Yeah, this board, so I'm just gonna be moving it here and there, just, So, one of the things that we are gonna be doing, because I need to get this steeping right now. In terms of flavor, how do we make this taste like scallop? Easy way, right? Add seafood. But seafood, it's normal seafood that you would add. If you add fish or whatever, you're not vegan anymore. What do we do then? What we do is add hot water from our hot water dispenser because we don't want to wait for water to boil. And if you don't have one of these, what are you doing with life? Why are you constantly waiting for water to boil? That seems like a big waste of time. I cursed myself. I ran out of hot water. Now I need to boil it like a plebeian who doesn't have one of these. Seriously, it's so worth it. It saves so much time. Then you can make coffee, you can make tea, you can make ramen, whatever. I should actually be enough water. I actually don't need it that much. All right, so we're putting this, and we're heating up our water. We actually don't even need it at a boil, so it's fine. It's calculated. It's calculated, chat. I actually meant to do this. Don't worry about it. I'm perfect. I don't do things wrong. Nothing's offset. I don't have stuff all over my apron. Everything's super clean. It's fine. This was intentional. Where the fuck did I put my kombu? Shit. Shit. Chat, where did I put my kombu? I can't believe you made me lose this, chat. How did you make me lose this kombu? How dare you make me lose my comp? Oh my God, you distracted me, chat. This is your fault. It's never my fault. It is never my fault, okay? Never. And we never burn only brulee. You're getting it. You're understanding it. That's how this works. What? No, seriously. Oh. It's right in front of me. So, if you have not bought this, you're vegan, and you miss seafood sort of flavors, vegetarian, pescatarian, whatever. Well, I mean, I guess not pescatarian. Vegetarian, vegan, get yourself some kombu. You can buy this at any Asian shop. In fact, a lot of American shops even now sell it in the Asian section. Some people will wash it beforehand. I don't really care. They say if you wash it, blah blah blah, it will get like less bitter or whatever. It's fine. So this stuff, this is what MSG originally came from. This kombu is basically pure MSG. This is what goes into Japanese food, a lot of stuff. And this, so kombu plus like dried fish or squid or scallop or anything like that forms the basis of a lot of Japanese food. Dashis, which is MSG, and also contains MSG, disodium inosinic, inosinic acid. Sorry. Oh my God. MSG. So glutamates and inosinic acid and guanylate and also citric acids, and those have synergistic effects in creating umami flavors. So you check that shit in here, and we don't want to actually boil it too hard. If we boil it too hard, then it does get a little bit bitter. It gets a little I don't want to say weird, but like it can definitely get a little bit much. So we're gonna just throw about that in there, and we're just gonna lightly steep it. And what do you know? Hey, all those compounds that I said, they appear in scallops. Succinic acid, there is a little bit of succinic acid in kombu, from what I remember. If someone calls me out for it, thanks for doing the research for me. But inosinic acid, guanylate, and all that kind of stuff, we synergize with them, and the sum of the parts is greater than the whole. And so that is how we are going to be turning these mushrooms into scallops. Now, you can actually, there are some other compounds and some other things that you can add to make it taste even more like scallops. We're just going to go with this for now. But, hi, I was locked in to finish a group assignment for my side class. I got turned it in. Good job. That's actually a good technique, tricking people into doing research for you, right? What was that they said? Like, the easiest way to get the right information on the internet is to just say something wrong convincingly, and then an autistic person like myself will correct you. Someone says something wrong about knives, I'm gonna be like, I'm gonna answer this question. And they're like, oh, actually that was just a question. I'm like, damn it, you got me. You tricked my autistic tendencies. Now RFK is gonna send me to a concentration camp, but like to concentrate. Wait, no, that's ADHD. Like, man, I don't. That's one of the weird things that has been cropping up. Like suddenly autistic people are like being targeted as like a oh my God, like no autistic person can like hold a job and you can't do anything. And I'm just like, what? What am I doing then? So yeah. So you see those hard things. Oh my God, can you see that? Chat, can you? So this is now, so actually like at this kind of heat, we don't necessarily need to boil, we're just steeping it. So just steeping it at like this temperature where you get a lot of smoke, that's gonna be enough. We'll just turn the heat off and that can just steep in there like tea, and that'll be pretty good. So autistic people can't pay taxes. I get a tax exemption, let's go! Actually, I'm pretty sure I get more money back in taxes than I pay. I don't pay myself very much, chat. I really don't. I'm the fucking poorest CEO out there. I find it so funny. I find it so funny when people are like, "Oh my god, like, what? Do you need like another boat?" And I'm like, "Dude, I need a car that's not breaking." I just like speaking of which, like speaking of like cars breaking and stuff, like you know what I need? I need to replace the tires and brakes on my car that is almost old enough to drink. My car's gonna be old enough to legally drink next year. If it survives that long, it has a lot wrong with it right now. Then I will certainly pour a bottle of bourbon on it. Oh man. The thing is, I think it's just like it's kind of like if you're like, oh yeah, like all musicians make a lot of money because I saw that Taylor Swift makes a lot of money. It's like, well, did you know that technically if you have a S corp or an LLC or anything like that, someone's going to be a CEO. It's actually not that hard to get the title. If you want the title, you can get one. Anyone can get the title of CEO. That's really easy, actually. That's why it's not that special. Getting the title of CEO is one of the easiest things. It's literally you pay for it and you get it. And you're like, I'm legally a CEO. What's that mean? Nothing. Absolutely nothing. Or if you're like me, a lot of responsibility, not a lot of pay. Dude, my battery just fully died again somehow. Well, have you tried having the battery not die? Have you considered just like telling the battery, hey, stop that? Why don't you pull yourself up by the bootstraps and just have more power? Just have more energy. Jeez. It's like when you get depressed, you just have more energy. Like what a loser battery. It's never gonna make it in life. Oh, you know what you should do? We actually, Chat and I actually got technology to work this way. So it turns out a lot of technology are actually just masochists. So like for instance, this thing, it did not want to work, right? It was just like, oh yeah, it's too hot. Like yeah, I'm working too hard. It's whatever. And then we started yelling at it. We started telling it was a failure and why did we put so much work into you and you were chosen, you were trained to be the best and we expected so much from you and we put so many resources in you and then this is what you get us? This is all you have for us? And so on and so forth and it started working better. Yeah. So I think these kind of machines are like masochists. Or they like get mad at you and out of spite like start working again. So either way it works. And they're gonna kill you in your sleep at one point, but like don't worry about that. That's a future you problem. Not a current you problem. Okay, so yeah, this sure smells like seaweed. It smells like the sea. You got brininess. You got that seafood sort of flavor. A lot of people don't like how that smells by itself, which is fine. Fun fact is about dashi, and like I said, I didn't cut these best, but fun fact about dashi is that a lot of dashi is actually made with mushrooms. So I guess because I have these, I may as well, I'll do like one or two more so we have like a plate full of things. I need at least 5 because the rule for plating is you should plate in odd numbers. It just looks better that way. So, literally true, my friends and I play video games and he is the worst luck ever. The moment we start complaining about it, if it ain't work, dude, it's like queuing, right? Have you ever guys like been like trying to find a game with friends, and then it's just like you're waiting there for like 10 minutes, and then everyone's been nice and quiet and patient. Everyone's just been talking, and then like someone gets upset and goes, "What the fuck? What is going on with Q? Why is Q not popped?" And then it immediately pops. Or the other foolproof thing, someone goes, "I'm going to get a drink," or "I'm going to go to the bathroom." And then suddenly, Q's like, "Hey, I saw that. You fool, you have left your defensive position. Now I will pop and make all the rest of your friends anxious to see if you get back in time." And then it's like a 50-50 that actually happens. And every time you try to trick it by going, "Watch this, guys. I'm going to say I'm going to go to the bathroom," and it pops. And it knows every time. And it will not pop. And then you'll actually need to go to the bathroom, and then it will. Fucking, I'm telling you, the Q is sentient. The Q knows. It knows. And it's going to get ya. Yep. 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 This is especially bad, like, you know how, like, the higher level you get, the longer queues get? Like, I remember in Overwatch once, like, sometimes, like, a Grandmaster queue would be, like, 2 hours. Especially for, like, DPS. That's, like, why they changed to 5v5, because, like, the queues started getting way out of hand. And then, and then the streamer would go to the bathroom and go, oh yeah, there's no way it'll pop. And they'll come back and they would ban for 15 minutes and they gotta wait for 2 hours for another game. Man, those were funny. That was funny. Those are the experience with the chest and bonus dungeons. Yep. One like Final Fantasy? Yep. I'm not allowed to play MMOs. I'm like strictly not allowed to play MMOs or gachas because I'll get too much into them and then Vite will cease to exist. All right, so we're gonna make this taste like seafood, right? We're just gonna go and so we'll actually do another steep of this, but I will put this into like a separate pot. I've used like all my pots. I want to get a pot that y'all can see, but I don't have any that are able to. What is this? It's butter. Okay, I'm gonna wash this real quick. See, the annoying thing about this pot is that like, I got this pot used by someone, and it's a nice pot, but there's a burn mark at the bottom. And so every time I use it, someone's like, did you burn it? I'm like, no, that was already there. I did not burn anything. I didn't brulee anything. This is slander. See? Here's the proof. Look, it already has it. It already has the burn, okay? So if you see anything here, I didn't burn it. Wasn't me, okay? So we're clear. We're gonna heat this up. Just gonna pour all the liquid from here in. Move this so you guys can see. You see how this nice golden color? It's like a golden shower, sort of, like a golden waterfall. It's great. This is the kind of stuff you guys see in your dreams, right? And I'm gonna fill this with water again, steep it some more. That's kind of the nice thing about kombu. Kombu, technically, I think you could, generally speaking, you can steep like a couple times, like 3 or 4 times. It's weaker each time, but you still get a lot of flavor out of it. Especially if you're doing it at the concentrations I am, which is very concentrated. So technically, I think like the second steep becomes like the quote-unquote cleanest, and then you can like boil it down a little bit to like make it more intense. But yeah. So as you can see, we have all this liquid in here, and what we're gonna do is, in order to give it even more flavor, so we're just gonna go and drop our mushrooms in there. You'll see that they float. That's fine. We all float down here. To give it a little bit more flavor, obviously, we're just gonna add even more MSG in there. So this is high umami in an umami liquid of an umami compound. Delicious. Technically speaking, by the way, mushrooms are one of the hardest things to overcook. Like, their cell structure means that they just generally don't overcook. If you try to cook mushrooms with just oil, they will take forever to cook and absorb a ridiculous amount of oil. And they won't actually be that different. So one of the tricks that you can actually do to make mushrooms cook faster and also infuse it with like a little bit more flavor is actually boil it beforehand. But obviously, if you're boiling it beforehand, you want to introduce a bit more flavor. So even a technique like this with dashi, especially if you're not vegan or vegetarian, what you can do is where is it? Whatever. So you can use like pre-made handashi, pour it in, and then that'll give you the that'll give you an instant dashi, so you don't have to keep kombu on hand and like do this kind of stuff. But Oh yeah, this is what I used. Why don't you just like put something down and you're like, is this what I used? I don't remember. So I'll put these two away. Now you see, oh my God, look at all this mushroom scrap. Ah, we just throw this all away, right? Just waste all this mushroom? Absolutely not. You take 2 knives, which, you know, everyone's happy with 2 knives. And then chop it up. So what we're going to do is we're going to make this into a duxelle. These big pieces I'm actually going to chop beforehand. So this is a duxelle is a finely chopped mushroom. Seriously, try this. It's very fun. You'll be happier. You can get these 2 knives at viramen.com. We make these knives. I design all of them. They are custom. They're handmade. They're Chinese tie-dal. These are not cleavers. They are tie-dal. They are meant for vegetables and stuff. Do not use them on bone. Do not use them on ice and hard stuff like you would a cleaver. A cleaver is very thick. This is not very thick. It just appears to be thick. Like some people's definition of thick. Seriously, have you seen some people go like, oh man, yeah, that's real thick, and you're like, this person looks like they go on the runway as a supermodel, and you know all the things associated with that. Like, what do you mean thick? Supermodel life, if anyone doesn't know, is not very healthy. There's a lot of problems with how the fashion industry wants models and supermodels and stuff to look, and I feel some type of way about it. You know, I especially say this as someone who runs a health food company. Like, similarly, I have to look a certain way, right? If I run a health food company and I'm, you know, past a certain body fat percentage and look a certain way, then trust immediately plummets, whether you like it or not. Logically or illogically, it just happens. And so, literally, like, me looking a certain way has to be part of my job. That's one of the sad truths of the world, right? Yo, someone should make a beat out of this. It's gonna be like a horse. Yeah, duxelle. So how do you make a duxelle? Duxelle is a French thing. If you've ever seen Gordon Ramsay do a beef Wellington, that is the thing that goes in there. And it requires you chopping mushrooms really, really fine. Most people just use a food processor, but I got a lot of knives. And this is fun. I used to be so fast at this. I can't do it as fast anymore. It needs to be even finer than this. A duxelle needs to be really, 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 really fine. Especially because we're actually going to be stuffing it inside shiso peppers. I kind of have to yell over this, right? Hey, is that Darude Sandstorm? What's the song name? Throwback from 2012? Yeah? Anyone? No? How old are you guys? The Dorothy Sandstorm made a comeback, right? I remember seeing it. It like made a short comeback for a little bit. I'm like doing it like this, so this is more efficient, but it's just like, let me look manly and powerful. Gotta spread all over the place. Oh, jeez. Okay. So one of the big reasons why I am spending a lot of time doing this is because I want to make sure that this is really fine. And then what we're going to be doing with this is we're actually going to be cooking all the liquid out of it. So just dry in a pan. This can probably go over there and keep steeping in this. I'll put this in the back over here. And once again, the nice thing is mushrooms don't really overcook. So I'm just going to keep that going. And then meanwhile, what I can do, shit, do I have another pan that can work on this? Oh yeah, no, you know what? You want to see me rock out with my walkout? I know a lot of you do. A lot of you keep asking for like certain kinds of content that can't exist on Twitch. So, I don't know. Whew. So, with this kind of thing, one of the nice things is, just whip it. You can just whip things off your hand. There, now your hands are all red and they're clean. Simple as that. Ooh, tingly. Don't try this at home, kids. Why are you self-flogging? I don't know. I don't think I'm self-flogging. I think I'm self-vlogging. Huh? Huh? Get it? Because this is kind of like a vlog. Whatever. You guys wouldn't understand. So you'll notice I didn't put anything in this pan. Nothing. We're just cooking the water out of it. So long as we're stirring it, it doesn't really actually burn. It's actually really hard to burn, surprisingly. Let me see. Let me try burning it, chat. Let me crank this up to max and see what happens. If it burns, then, well, okay, that's on me, right? If I just sit here and stir really fast. Ooh, yeah. It's getting the water out real nice. Okay, it's sticking a little bit. Okay, I do need to turn it down. It's the sticking, though. It's the sticking that gets ya. The water leaked out on its own. Water, yeah? I don't know what emotes to respond to that. How else do you think you get stronger? If you never feel pain, you can't get strong, right? So practices. You get yourself in a controlled environment. Don't read too much into it, chat. All right? I don't want you guys thinking more weird things that you're already thinking. Okay? I'm a very normal person. I'm a normal person to be respected like the high position of CEO that I am. You know, because as we all know, the more you are a CEO, the more you're respected, the more money you have, the more people of the world love you, right? That's how it works. I just need to get more and more money, and eventually someone will love me for me. And I won't be playing games, having paid people to play for me, pretending I know how to play, not even knowing how to turn off DMs, and getting bullied by the internet over and over again until I rage quit on the tutorial boss. Nope. That can't be me. It literally can't be, because I'm fucking cracked as a gamer. It literally can't be. As for some other CEOs, though, I don't know about those guys. I don't know about those guys. To be fair, it is required to help burn. I see why Gary likes working with you. You know, here's the thing, right? I think the thing is, I think Gary, alongside with like most everyone else, when they work with me, they're like, oh yeah, like, you know, I don't want to be too crazy, just in case he thinks, oh God, he's worse than me. Oh God, he's worse than me by a lot. I'm not gonna lie, that's a pretty common thing. That's very common. Yo, I'm back. What's Tim cooking? Is that scallops or something? Well, I mean, I already did scallops. Now we're making vegan scallops. We're using the same types of tastes. We're using the same kind of taste values that we have here, the taste wheel, to turn vegan scallops into scallops. And we're going to be doing the same kind of thing, but we are going to be doing it slightly different. So what we are going to be doing is, oh yeah, actually I haven't fucking written it down, huh? I should. This will burn if you're gonna have to excuse me. I gotta finish cooking off this duxelle. Ducky cell. So what I'm going to be making is we're going to be using mushrooms instead of the scallops, and then we are going to be making fried shiso peppers that are also stuffed with a mushroom duxelle, and then we are going to be making instead of the endive, and that's going to give us a different kind of kokumi. We're not going to be using butter because once again, it is going to be vegan. But because of how oil reacts with mushrooms and with other stuff, it does give us a nice kokumi mouthfeel. And so I'm using shiso pepper stuffed with mushroom duxelle, and then that will give us additional umami as well. The scallops are being cooked in the current mushrooms are cut to look kind of like scallops, and they are being cooked in kombu juice. A golden shower of kombu, if you will. And that is going to be basically a vegan dashi, and is how MSG was gotten before we started, and basically how a lot of glutamates and high umami stuff was done in Japan before we started using MSG. Look at that. Yeah? See how far that's cooked down? See, it's really grainy now. We're starting to get there. I'm gonna probably cook it a little bit drier because I kind of want to like use some like wine or something like that to give us a little bit of flavor complexity. That smells really good. A little bit. Maybe I'll put some sage in here. Get a little bit of that herbalness. I don't know. Let's look at our flavors, right? Let's look at our flavor chart. So this mushroom, we got umami, we got salty. Got a little bit of like herbal sort of flavor to it. So maybe and then the shiso peppers are also gonna have like salty. It's gonna parallel like salty. It's gonna have a little herbal. It's gonna be a little bitter. We don't really have umami. We don't have sweet. We don't have sour, right? So that's kind of like in our main dish. So if we add something like red wine to this, we would add a little bit of sweet and a little bit of sour, right? And then kokumi comes from that frying process. So that would kind of round out everything. So in that, and if we actually wanted some more kokumi as well, we could do something like cream. I think red wine, though, is probably going to be a little bit better. Just a little dash. Once we cook all the liquid out of this, so most of the liquid is gone, we're going to go with a little bit of wine. Do I have wine? Do I have wine? Going once, going twice. I do have wine. It's all the way in the back. That is a problem. Ah! I cause problems for myself. I should turn this off before it burns. Aya! We're good. Daijoubu, daijoubu, daijoubu. Hey guys, what kind of wine do you like best? what kind of wine do you like best? Because I like Boda. Like Boda these nuts. I got him. I didn't see that one coming. I didn't see Boda these butt. Sorry. Just a little bit, not too much, right? We don't want to add too much water back in there. And I'll reduce that down. Red wine reduction. And we can also probably do our seasoning now, so just a dash of MSG, tiny pinch of salt, right? A little bit. Bah! A little pepper. Boom. Salt, pepper, MSG. Our trifecta of deliciousness. Wow, this. Hey guys, fun fact. I don't know if you guys know this. Woks are not the best type of pan to dry out mushrooms in. You know, just in case you guys are wondering for next time. Cool. You see how it's like kind of crumbly again? It means we got most of our red wine reduced down. So I'll give us a nice little bit of flavor. Oh shit, John, thanks for subscribing. Tier 1. And a bunch of other people who have, Cryptid Space, and Gun, Minecraft Cat 36. Thanks for following. You're making it. I am making it work. We always make things work. Nothing goes right, but we make it work anyway, because that's life. That's how things happen. If you're a person who has had everything work the way it's supposed to, then what are you doing? How did you do that? Let me learn from you. Nothing ever goes right the first time when I do it. But that's normal. That's okay. That's how life is. That's how we learn and we have fun. Seriously, I don't get the people who are like, I've like never failed before. I'm like, what? How do you, what? That must mean you like play everything super safe, where like there's a designated guidebook on how to succeed and you just follow every step. Like, no wonder you're not fulfilled. No wonder you're not happy. Sorry, that might be mean to those guys. Sorry, I'm not sorry. Hey, you got to succeed all your life, so I get to make fun of you a little bit. And we're like, look, even as I'm doing this, technically I'm a failure as a chef because I quit. Because I never followed the path to become a chef. I don't own my own restaurant. I was never an executive chef or a sous chef. I'm a failure, guys. I'm a failure. Nah, that's not how it works. That's not how it works, right? I still learn my skills. I can still cook well. I had experiences in my life that I wouldn't trade for anything. And I had fun. I had good memories and good friends and good experiences and bad experiences and stories to tell. And isn't that what life is all about, huh? To find friends and have experiences, good and bad. Tell stories. To live and experience everything from the ups and the downs. So how do you know an up is up until you know the down? That's why all the rich people, they never know how good things they have it. You're born with a silver spoon in your mouth. You never felt failure. You never felt hunger. You never felt hardness. How are you going to know what the good life is? Because that's all you've ever lived. That's what you're habituated to. I don't know why I have a New York accent right now. This is also carbon steel, so every time I use it, I want to hit it with a little oil, you know? Let's get a little seasoning on it. Smoke it a little bit. I'll keep it non-stick and keep it from rusting. When I actually got this, so this is something that like has been used in my family for a while, and then people didn't take care of it very well, and then it got super rusty, right? And so I restored it. I spent the time to restore this and make this usable pan again. So Right clips are the best. I'm like off the screen for most of the time. Yeah, and this is how you season a carbon steel pan, right? You just get it all super hot and get the smoke. That's good. You capture that smoke. That smoke is the good stuff. That's what the seasoning is. It's literally the smoke. The smoke, that's the seasoning. It attaches to the iron, and then to the iron, and then it binds chemically and does all this fun stuff. Yeah. So anyway, oh yeah, I promise you guys, I'm gonna write this down actually. So we're gonna get rid of this. Well, no, I'm not gonna get rid of this. So what we're doing right now is we're doing vegan scallops, right? So we started that poaching, and that's going. We got the duxelle going, and so we look at the vegan scallops, right? We already talked about why and how we turn the vegan scallops into the regular scallops. We have all that umami. We have the inoxidilic acid. We have like the succinic acid. Is that all going to be present in the same quantities as the kombu? Absolutely not, right? But we can get close. We can at least make it have some of that fishiness, have some of the flavors, and we switch it around. Now, because this isn't going to be exact, right? We're not making an exact replica. We also want to change other things. If we use a mango salsa, right? Mango is a lot more on the sweet side. Making mushrooms too sweet, mushrooms, because like scallops are very much in this area, right? Mushrooms, you got the umami, but you got a lot more of the herbalness. You don't have herbalness from scallops. So you need to account for that when you're talking about scallops. So whereas scallops, we can go like it's salty umami, right? Primary two. We go mushrooms, we go umami, herbal. So we account for that. If we do too much sweet over here, and this is also where we're gonna have like sweet mushrooms actually do exist. While we do want some sweetness, because you can see herbal umami, this is gonna work really well. If we balance it too much here, we're not going to have anything over here. As you can see, we don't have any spicy, we don't have sour, we don't got kokumi. You can argue that scallops have a little bit more of that kokumi sort of flavor with it. It does have a little bit of richness in your mouth, even though it's a very lean meat. And so we want to balance that sweetness with a little bit of sour here. Instead of using a lime, and instead of something like mango, which is very, very, very just like on that sweet side, we can use something like stone fruit. We got plums. You guys like my plums? They're a little wrinkly. That's okay. The older wrinkly plums are the best ones. Okay? You can quote me on that one. The older wrinkly plums are going to taste the best. They're the best, they're the sweetest, and they are soft in your mouth. All right? These are going to have more sourness. It's going to have a little bit bitter. It's also going to have herbal. So that's going to help connect a lot of the stuff that we have going on. So instead of mango, we're going to go with stone fruit, specifically plum. And then the vegan scallops, we hit it with more umami. And this is where we would go into our secondary flavors, right? Where we have something like fishiness or seafoodiness. That doesn't really fit in our tier 1 anymore. That's where we need to start going into subjective values. That is where it's going to be subjective based off the person. So we look at the scallop and go, okay, we need a little bit of like that fishiness. Okay, cool, we added the kombu. Now we need a little bit more umami. Add more, and then now we've added more of that, now we've added more of the MSG and more of MSG in there. That makes it more umami, more meaty. And then we look at this as a whole, right? Your mushrooms are still not going to necessarily match up to the umami of the scallops. So that's where we actually also have that duxelle, right? Duxelle, stuffed shiso peppers. Some people say shishiso. I think that's dumb. So I say shiso because that's what Shingo said, who's Japanese. the Japanese chef mentor I had, so I'm gonna go with what he said. Duxelle stuffed shiso peppers, right? That's gonna help us fill out that kokumi. It's gonna help us fill out even more umami to match up to the scallops. And then, and that replaces our endive because we don't need as much of the bitterness and the herbalness anymore. We don't need, because the endives provided that before, but we don't need as much of that because our kombu, our mushrooms, our duxelle, all of that already has all of that. So that's why our veg part of things, where we have our protein, right? We got our protein. We got our sauce. We can call this the sauce, right? We can call it, and then we have our starch. We got our veg, right? We bring this all together, and this we're considering like our protein equivalent, right? And stone fruit salsa, right? This is going to be our sauce equivalent. Duxelle stuffed shiso peppers, that helps replace some of our stuff, right? Veg. And then the final thing that we're going to be having, Hasselback potatoes. So Hasselback potatoes are a specific kind of potato that is cut very, very thin so that it is crispy. It is, I'll show you guys. But reason why we're doing that is that is very similar to smashed crispy garlic potatoes. We are going to be doing very similar things. But this, in its entirety, is going to have a little less texture than here. Because our texture of our mushrooms are going to be a little bit different, we kind of want to counteract it with, we can kind of counteract that texture. We can create a little bit more, I guess, interest would be a good way to put it. I don't know, I'm still working on these terms. That's why we're having these streams. Where we have a little bit more texture and influence of textures to improve that dopamine to make it just happier in the mouth. That's gonna help us catch up to the umami and other things because we don't have to try and match umami blow for blow. That is where we would move on to the second and third part of things in which, we're not talking about it here, but then we would look at things like aroma and texture. And how do we use aroma and texture to match up against something that would otherwise outclass us in umami? That's all things that we will be covering in the book when it comes out in full. But for now, what you can see is that we're doing something very similar by having vegan scallops, stone fruit salsa, Duxelle stuffed shiso peppers with Hasselback potatoes, which is going to be like all of that we did up here, but a little bit to the left. Feel soft in the mouth? Yeah, no, it's happier in the mouth. That's no, don't worry about it. That's definitely not going to be taken out of context. Okay, so in order to get a lot of these textures going, we gotta kind of do a little special something with them, right? So we're gonna go ahead and do the. Oh my God, this sticker will not go off. Whatever, I'll just peel it. So there's some mushrooms around here. It's fine. It's all going on in a mushroom thing anyway. So we're gonna go and peel the plums. Say goodbye to that nice wrinkly skin that you guys love so much. We're talking about. It looks a little bloody now. That generally happens when you take off the skin of wrinkly old plums. Oh, wow. This is very soft, and so that makes it a little hard to peel, I'm not going to lie. But that's fine. You could say that, this makes it appealing. Oh my God, this is actually very slippery. Dude, if I cut myself with a peeler, not a knife, I'm gonna be very upset. Look at that. Isn't that beautiful though? Like, look at that color. What have I done? Man, imagine if like you get banned off Twitch because they like think that you're like, I don't know, doing some weird stuff. And it's just like, no, I'm just like peeling like plums and beets. You know? Which, if you got some wrinkly old plums, you might, and have trouble going to the bathroom, you might want to eat some wrinkly old plums, you know? It helps. A lot of you, I know, are not getting enough fiber. And how much time does it take for everyone to go to the bathroom? I know this is a great topic for conversation when we're talking about food, but how long do you spend in the bathroom? Spend like half an hour while being on TikTok? Probably shouldn't happen. Should be in and out in there, like 5-10 minutes. Unless you're like trying to hide from the world, which, you know, that's fair. But if you're not out in like 5-10 minutes, maybe you need to increase your fiber content. Get some plums. Get some fruit. It's in grain. Get that stuff in ya. You want to get all this good stuff in you. So when we're cutting these, just like the other ones, what we're going to do is we're going to cut the faces off. Ah, shit, you know what? If I'm cutting faces off, what am I thinking? I'm so sorry, guys. I'm sorry. I know I failed you. If we're cutting faces off, I got to use the girl DM knife. The nyakiri. All right, now let's cut some faces off. Oh, yeah. Oh, that cuts faces real well. 1 face. 2 face, 3 face, 4 face. Oh, that cuts faces so good. But remember, the faces are of vegetables because we are not vegan because we love animals. We're vegan because we hate vegetables and fruits more than you. And we want to take their faces. And we want to see those faces bleed. And we want to watch them suffer and scream and beg for mercy. And we want to watch them suffer. And we want to watch them die. Ow. Oh, my ribs. Oh, God, that hurts. No, we're good. All right, I'm done being evil. Oh, God. Oh, my ribs are cramping. Oh, that sucks. Oh, that hurts. Oh, God. Hey, chat. No one ever tells you this, but oh, God. It's even harder doing evil laughs when you get old. Oh, God. No. Oh, my ribs actually cramp from that. Okay, we're good. This is evil after 30. Yummy. We're gonna go ahead and cut this into cubes. How do you do that? I'm cutting this really small because I don't know, I feel like it. Honestly, I think they should probably be cut a little bit bigger for texture's sake. But also, you know, I'm having fun. I'm having fun with it, eh? Got them into the same sizes. So like, if you look at this, let me fan it out real quick. You can say you're a fan of that. You can see that's gonna be about the same size. When you do it like that, then what happens is that you can cut them again, and then, ta-da! You cut them one more, you cut them one more time like that, and then one more time again, and they become perfect little cubes. Perfect little cubes. And beautiful little cubes. And then you present them to chef, and you hope that chef actually praises you for once, and take a look, and they go, it's all right. And you look at it closer, and you realize they're not actually perfect little cubes. They're actually imperfect. And oh God, you realize that chef was just being nice. You didn't do that well after all. Oh man, Are you ever going to impress Chef? You don't know. But don't worry, you're probably not going to have that trauma. Unless you also go into a Michelin star restaurant. Which, then I feel bad for you. Oh, wow, these are too slippery. You can't actually stack too many of them together. Oh, my God, they're so slippery. Okay, I can't do many of them at the same time. That's kind of sad. Whatever. So you cut them into, you then cut them into batons. And then, after that, we'll cut them finally into cubes. Wow, this is super fucking slippery. Honestly, what's making this really hard for me is just the fact that it is really, really slippery. It's soft, and it's slippery, and it's wet, and I know that's a good thing some of the times, but other times when you're handling a sharp object, it's not so good. You know, even during certain kinds of playtime, where there's a lot of fluids. You gotta think of safety first, right? And make sure you're not slipping everywhere. And this is the type of playtime. This is playing with your food. One of the things you could do, actually, fun little technique that you could do if things are slipping over the place is when you cut down, right? Focus on slicing, the pulling motion in the back and forth, not on the pushing. If you focus on pushing, it will most likely slip. Obviously, this also assumes that you have a nice sharp knife, in which if you don't have a nice sharp knife, you can buy one at viteramen.com. Like these wonderful knives over here. I'm actually having a little bit of regret of cutting these so small because like now this is taking me a while to cut. Ah! Oh my God. I'll just eat some meanwhile. That's good, right? Wow, look at that. Oh man, suddenly. That's weird. I have a lot less to cut now. Isn't that strange? One weird way to get your chores done faster. Well, not chores, but you're cooking. Oh, geez. It slipped. One weird way that chefs don't want you to know to get your cooking done faster. Just eat it before you prepare it. Oh my God, I literally might just like go, okay, this is enough. All right, you know what? We want some of them like this. That's for plating's sake. It's for for plating's sake. You'll see what I mean. It's yeah. Yeah, we're not gonna do them like this. That's gonna take forever. You're gonna bored out of your fucking minds. And you cut it like this. You got fine little cubes. Beautiful. Beautiful little squares. Right? Look at that. This is what you can. This is what your face can look like, guys. These beautiful little squares. Your face can look like this too with a girl DM Nyakiri. Don't fall off. Don't fall off. Don't fall off. Don't fall off. What? Oh shit. You're kidding me. I forgot to plug this in. That's on me. Shit. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Oh no, did my file get corrupted? That would suck. Okay. Well, hey chat. So my camera's battery died. It is charging a little bit right now. It just needs to charge up to like 2%, and then it will be able to run off that USB power. But it is currently offline, so you're just gonna see this nice little screen right now. We're just giving you a break. I'm just giving you a break from my mug, you know? Give you a little break. You'll like it. What was it? Like absence makes the heart fonder? Yeah. Just appreciate me more when I'm back on screen, right? Just gonna ask how you'll get this video afterwards. Yeah, I will be uploading. I will be figuring out video VODs and other stuff. I am recording this whole thing in 4K so that I can do edits and things like that. if the video file didn't get corrupted from the battery dying, which, hopefully not. So, we'll see. We will see. We shall see. Just give it a bit. Give it a bit, chat. Give it a little bit. My eyes. It's not that bad. It's just a couple bars. Like pretend. This is time to use your imagination. This is a podcast now, okay? Use your imagination. Chat, I want you to use your imagination. I want you to pretend that there's wonderful things going on in front of you. Listen to this asthma. Do you hear the asthma? It's asthmaing all over the place. Look at that. I'm making additional noise. This is a sound drama now. You can imagine the story happening in front of you as chefs run through the kitchen with their knives and do stuff, chefy things that you never would have believed. Oh my goodness, how did they do that? The food is brilliant. The food has done things that food should never do. They figured out a new dimension of food. We literally so powerful that you can't see it. That's why you can't see it, because we're in the fifth dimension. You can't do a fifth dimensional thing. You cannot do fifth dimensional things in 3 dimensions, right? That's why you can't see it. So that is why we're having these bars right now. It's not because I forgot to plug it in again afterwards. Absolutely not. There's no way. There's no way something like that would happen. That would be silly. That would be extremely silly and not something a talented and very skilled chef like I would do, right? Oh crap! I forgot to. Don't worry about it. Actually, this is a good thing. Now you guys can't see all the things that I forgot to do. All according to Keikaku. Oh man, I can now, oh cool. I can just do this. I can do anything I want. Oh my god. Holy crap. Look at this. Look at all this things that I'm doing that's against Twitch TOS normally. Oh, I'm putting something in the microwave. What'd I put in the microwave, guys? What did I put in the microwave? You don't know. Woo! Woo! It's so scary, isn't it? Not knowing. Can you guys hear? Can you hear the chopping? What am I doing now? What part am I on? I'm trying to bring it back, okay? I'm sorry, chat. I'm sorry. I tripped over the wire at some point and I didn't know. I tripped over the wire and I didn't know I unplugged it. It's coming back soon, okay? I think we can get it back in like 2 minutes, something like that. Then you won't have to see the bloody peaches, the plums anymore. I know some of you were very scared by the color of the plums. It's a scary color, I know. Very scary. All right. So I'm done with the plums. I eat some of them right now, actually, while I'm off screen. All right. I think we're going to be ready a little bit in a sec. All right. I'm trying to plug it in.
Oh, thank you. Whoa.
All right, you ready, chat? See if this works. Bah. No, I don't want to perform pixel mapping. No, I don't want to. Hey, you not see me? We back? We're back! Hi, chat. Oh, my eyes? I'm sorry. I'll go off screen again. I'll turn it off again. Sorry. My bad. My fault. I didn't change out cards anyway, apparently. So, yeah, no, totally planned. Yep. Planned. All according to Kikaku. All according to Kikaku. How do I plug this in? Okay, cool. We're in. There we go. All right. Let's go. Cool. Wow, I cannot believe how much data this is taking. All right. Hi, chat. We're back. What are we cooking? What are we doing? Okay, so we'll put this aside. We'll put this next to our Bodhi nut. Bodhi box, I mean. All right. Vegan scalps! Stonefruit salsa! So for the stonefruit salsa, all right, we're going to speedrun this a little bit, right? Because we're taking a while. It's getting a little later than I thought. So we're actually going to go ahead and grab this old thing of, where did I put this? We're going to grab this other half of onion. We're just going to cut it. This is going to be the same, this is the same stuff anyway. So although if you want to buy the nigiri, you can also buy it at viteramen.com. So the nigiri actually also is a vegetable knife, and as you can see, it actually takes a lot of design cues from the Chinese taidao. The flat blade helps it process their vegetables fast. So boom, right? Fast veg cutting, yay! Let's start fucking not yapping as much, and we'll actually prepare the salsa quick, yeah? You want to watch a salsa speedrun instead? Let's do that. You know, boom, right? Jalapeno, boom, cut. You're now witnessing my true power. Cut. Oh, wow. I messed up on that. Whoop, there we go. Make sure we get out all this rib, good, right? Lay it flat. Cut it. Cut, down. Nice. Scrape out some of this, so we don't want the seeds. Out, gone, boom. Should the camera stop? Should the camera be moving slightly? No, but if it stops sliding, then we're good. Right? Boom. There's more jalapeno than I need, so we're not going to be using all of it. So we'll put some of it aside. Right? So we're just going to put some of that into our salsa, just a little bit. I'll be good. Rest of this we'll set aside. We'll use it for something else, sometime else. Do I have a scrap heap? Yeah, I do. Over here. Cool. Nice. So that's our jalapenos done. Easy. That fast. Yeah. See, when I'm not yapping, I actually move fast. Isn't that amazing? Isn't that wonderful? Right? And unlike the last salsa, we're actually not going to be using tomato in it. We're just going to go plum. It's going to be plum, shallot. So the plum actually kind of takes the tomato's place because it has sweetness. It also has a little bit of that that sourness, and yeah, all the things that we talked about. And we are going to drop the jicama in here as well. Boom. We prepared that from last time. We do hit with a little salt. We want everything to just get nice and seasoned. Right. Mix that up. Generally speaking, just so you're aware, yes, this does have jalapeno in it. Yes, that does mean my fingers are going to be a little bit spicy, but that's fine. That's normal. Relatively. Should I be using a spoon for this? Probably. Probably, so I'm not dropping stuff all over the place. Do what I say, not what I do. Okay? Cool. That's fine. Dropping stuff all over the place. I need you to be like me now and wipe your eyes. Can I do that every time? Yeah? Is that what we want? I'm gonna wash my hands. And then I'm gonna wipe my eyes because I want to be able to see. All right, now I'm gonna wipe my eyes. I'm fine, because I washed my hands. Ha. With oil, with soap. It's important. Capsaicin binds to oil. That's why we have things like chili oil. So if you want to get it off your hands, you can't just wash your hands with water. You gotta use soap. And then you gotta scrub it off. Hey, and limeless shit. Limeless shit, I guess. Okay, thanks for following. Hey, Yalero, thanks for rating with 7 people. Yeah. What was I doing? Okay, cool. So that's that is our salsa, and then we're gonna do our duxelle stuffing now. We have our duxelle there, and then we have the shiso peppers. What you could do, you cut off the top, right, and then you just kind of like roll it around a little. Honestly, it's probably it is a little easier if you just roll it beforehand. So, you hear that? Welcome, 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 welcome. So you hear that? That's all the ribs and stuff cracking inside. You're gonna crack its ribs. You're gonna make it bleed. You're gonna make it scream. Yeah, that's what we like to do to our shiso peppers. Roll it, roll it. Now when you cut off the tops, boom, boom, boom. Right? See that? Boom. The seeds come out. Sort of. Some better than others. We don't really need to get too much out, though. Luckily. Nice. Oh god, I ripped that one. That's fine. Alright, now we can start dropping our duxelle in there. So shiso peppers are pretty small, so the duxelle really just kind of like falls to the bottom. I should use a small knife for this. Where's my paring knife? I put it somewhere. I got knives everywhere. So what you can do is, honestly, I like it. Like an offset is really good for this as well, like an offset spatula. But you see how like you take this paring knife and you just kind of like shove it in there, and you wiggle it around. Yeah, that helps create an opening. That helps like get things in there, you know. We're not stuffing it too tight. You know, that can make it a little difficult. That can make it a little uncomfortable. So, you know, just stuff it just right. Nice and snug, but don't force it. Don't force it too much, guys. Right? We're gonna be frying these. We're gonna be frying them. Just like that. And what we can do to make this a little bit crispier, I don't know if it's something I do want to do right now, but what you can do is you can actually use just like do a little cornstarch. Oh wow, no, I accidentally cut this one. Whoops, knife too sharp. Hee hee. We're gonna try stuffing it anyway. See what happens. Let's see what happens. Probably spill out into the oil. That's okay. That's okay. Stuff this with our duxelle, and that will be delicious once it is cooked. We're just gonna make like one portion of this for today. So I'm taking, yeah, some of these ribs are just a little annoying to do, so I am cutting it in. So I am really getting in there. Remember what I said, chat? Like, I need some tweezers, man. My fingers are too fat for this. I can't, oh, there we go. Never mind. Watching streams, your kindness legit makes me want to call and apologize for flirting with his mom? Your kindness legit made me want to call up my homeboy and apologize for flirting with his mom. Did you fuck his mom? I mean, like, you can flirt with her. Does she flirt back? Or you got no riz? Huh? Because, like, you can flirt with someone, but you got no riz. And like, that's, you know? I mean, you should probably apologize anyway. I'm pretty sure your riz is pretty bad because, you know, here you are on Twitch watching this guy for some reason. So, I suspect that perhaps your riz is not enough to get your homeboy's mom. After all, your homeboy's mom would not be a mother if she didn't get laid. And I don't know how many of you got laid. Sad fact of Twitch watching, I guess. Rizless, maidenless. That's why we're here on Twitch. You have Riz? You have Riz? I don't know how to tell you this, but a true Rizzler does not need to say that they have Riz. If you must say that you have Riz, I suspect you are Rizzent. You lack Riz. Meanwhile, let me finger these peppers some more. You like that, chat? Do you like watching me do this? You like watching me finger these peppers? Yeah, you finger those peppers. Hi, Zoomy. Tim is as spicy as those peppers right now. Not very, you mean? Shiso peppers are not spicy. Shiso peppers are not spicy. Ooh, ouch. You said I'm not spicy. What do I need to do to be spicy? Chat. I'm sorry, Zoomy, we're not using cheese for any of this. Look away. This is cheeseless. There's no cheese. Cheesn't. We're stuffing this with mushrooms, not cheese. I feel like I need like a binder or something. I don't know, maybe I'll tempura this. No cheese? All right, I'm out. Okay, thanks for stopping by, Zoomy. I kind of want to do like a couple more peppers. I'm having fun with this, actually. Real regarding the tweezers, specifically the tweezers. I don't know what the other message was. I thought you were responding real to the mom thing. I thought you were saying like, I thought you had to go apologize to someone's mom. I thought you had Riz. Oh, come on. Savage, and I believed in you, man. I believed you could Riz up people's moms. I believed like you were every 14-year-old on the internet. Saying stuff about other people's moms. I thought that was true for once. I feel betrayed now. So I have trust issues, man. Can't believe this. I thought you had Riz. No, I absolutely cannot. Oh God, guys, sorry. Oh man, I tried to finger this and then my finger was too fat and I tore it open again. Oh jeez, oh God, it tore further. Oh God, it tore more. Oh jeez, it happens. Sometimes it's just too thick and it tears it open. Yeah, is that sexy? That's what everyone wants to hear, right? That's it's too much and it tore open. Oh God, it tore more. No prep, no lube. You gotta be more gentle. Sorry, I only go fast and hard. You know how it is. It's just ADHD things. I can't slow down. In fact, if you tell me to slow down, I'm gonna say you're being you're discriminating against me. Actually. Man, what was going through my head when I was like, yeah, let me stuff shiso peppers? I was like, did I forget how miserable this was? Like we did this once and like we took it off the menu pretty quick because of how long it took. I just remember that. I'm just like, oh God, I remember now why we didn't. Dude, watch as these explode too. Like that was a definite issue. It's gonna explode. These are gonna explode, and I'm gonna be upset. It'll be funny. You'll like it, chat. You like it when I suffer. You sadists. That's how you know he's bad if it tears. Wait, no, hang on. Be careful when Tim says he can use his fingers for something. I can use my fingers for a lot of things, like for gaming, right? For knives. I haven't torn a knife with my fingers yet. So cool. That's our stuffed shiso peppers. I think I am actually gonna douse them in some where's my cornstarch? Chat, do you know what else cornstarch is used for in the kitchen? Give you 3 guesses. Shit. Do we not have cornstarch? Did I? Oh, no, here it is. Cornstarch was used in the kitchen for a very specific purpose. And I tell you, it was not for food, but it's also very essential in a lot of ways. Thickener? I guess you could say it created some thick substances down there, but like, no, not thickener. No. It helps in the kitchen when it's really hot and you don't got to do the long step all the time. Leave it at that. You guys know what I'm talking about. It's unironically though, like there's always cornstarch in a lot of kitchens that would just be labeled "do not use for food." Yeah, so we'll just do a little cornstarch around this. This will just kind of like help it get a little crispier. Technically, we could douse this in like a cornstarch slurry as well. They'll make like a thicker, crispier crust, but like we just want a little bit. So this is good. Just give it a little bit more crust, a little bit more crispiness, right? And then you can just have like, that's what baby powder is for. Well, I mean, you know what's more readily available, cornstarch or baby powder, and which one's expensed by the company? Which one can you just get a little bit, a tub extra of? I'm just saying, it's more efficient. Yeah? All right, now that's done. Now we've covered all this in cornstarch. We'll set it aside, set all of this aside, right? Clean off our board a little bit, and then I'm going to show off doing some Hasselback potatoes, and we will do it with grilled yams knife this time. Or I can just grab another cutting board. I'll rinse. That's fine. Just a little rinse. All right. Now, Hasselback potatoes. So we're gonna make these a little bit special. So this is micro Hasselback potatoes. I am doing this in this way just because I want to show off some knife skills, and I think it's cool. I think it's fun. Once again, favorite part. Sorry, this is just gonna happen every time. Best part of these kind of things: trying to open the fishnets. Oh man, never gets old. It's probably gonna get real old for you guys though. Got him. So what you can do, so Hasselback potatoes are basically, you cut it really thin, a ton of little slices, and then you don't cut all the way to the bottom. And what that does is that allows all of that to crisp up, and you have like this nice crisps, and then the bottom is like nice and tender. And that also allows you to like salt in the middle with all kinds of flavor. That's what we're gonna be doing with these. Now, normally you do it with a larger potato, right? Normally you do it with like a potato this size, right? But you know what? I think that's weak shit. I think that shows a lack of commitment. I think that shows a lack of skill. I think that shows, I don't know, I just like having fun with knives. So, what you can do, if your knife skills are not as good as mine, in which you should And if they're not as good as mine, then you should join VKS and learn how to have good knife skills. And if you're here going, oh my God, he's shilling another one of these things, of course! I work really hard on them, okay? I'm really proud of what I do. I'm gonna show all the shit that I do because they're really good. Buy them so I can keep doing this stuff. Shit, buy them so I can fucking replace the tires on my car, please. And we can pay the fucking tariffs. All right, so, but normally what you can do, if I have any over here, do I have any skewers? I swear I have skewers. Yes, cool. So what you can do normally is grab this, right? And then you take a skewer at the very bottom and you stab it through. Wow, this potato is really hard. You gotta really shove it in there. What the fuck? Oh, there we go. Ooh, finally got it in. Whew. A little harder than we expected, but we got it in the end. You can do this, right? And that'll prevent your knife from going through. Now you can just cut without fear. So you can just, all right, and go all the way to the bottom, and you hit the potato, or you hit the, what do we call it, and you don't have to worry about, accidentally cutting all the way to the bottom. Me, personally, I actually do worse with this. I slip and slide all over the place. But like you can see, boom, right? This is a Hasselback potato. See that? Ooh. Ooh. I don't know, can you guys see that? How much can you see? Yeah? Scalloped and ridged. You got ridges. You got bumps. Right? You can open it. And so when we season this, oh my God. So when we season this, it gets all in there, and then all of these ridges then will crisp up and be super nice. We're gonna be frying this in oil. Now, that being said, I don't like trying to shove it in every time. So I think it's a skill issue. So instead, you can just do it like this, by hand. And achieve the same result. See? Ta-da! Without cutting through all the way. Yeah? Skill issue. Eh? Skissue. Now, that might seem hard, but I got a little trick for you. Yeah? You guys want to know the trick? To do this without needing the thing? You say you could never, but I guarantee if you follow this one simple trick that chefs don't want you to know, you too can cut Hasselback potatoes in an unnecessarily complex way on really small potatoes. And you know what? We've already cut faces with the Girl DM knife. I think it's time we pull out another one, yeah? Well, if we need laser precision, why don't we go with Zentrea's circuit breaker? What you do, and I'll show you from this angle. When most people are cutting, they're trying to cut like this and then try to go all the way to the bottom. Now, what you can do instead, is this in the way? What you can do instead is to angle your knife a little bit so that, and then move it back and forth. Now you see, when I cut like this part will never touch the board, and therefore that back part will never be cut, and therefore it will come out like this. Just that simple. And the big thing is, most people are doing a rock chop like this, right? You're rocking the knife. You're rocking it. This one instead, you pull from the elbow. This is a push cut, right? you keep your knife in the exact same position, pull from the elbow, boom, 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 boom. And you just land in the same place every time. So, demonstrate. Try not to knock every... Okay, I'm gonna move this. I'm gonna knock it over. Jesus. All right, so to demonstrate, right? Take a look at this. You see my edge on this bottom part? You see it, my finger's poking through? It's not actually touching the board. So, right? We're just moving back and forth. Back and forth. Obviously, you got to slow down a little towards the end. And boom. Right? That's how you do it. So, once again, whee! It's actually simpler than you think, because if you use this method, the only thing you have to worry about is like how you move your knife like this. You literally will not touch the bottom. You just move back and forth. You just hit the same spot every time. Yeah. Actually pretty easy, right? I mean, I know I'm saying that, but like it's easier than you think. You don't have to like worry about the depth of your knife or anything like that. You just know when your tip hits that you stop. Boom. Look at that. Fan it out. See that? You guys a fan of that? Huh? Eh? 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 Kind of got to worry about your knife angle though. As you can see, I have a couple bits that like I accidentally cut into because my edge alignment wasn't the best. So this is a really good knife skills practice kind of thing. And obviously, if those go off, it's kind of whatever, right? It's fun. We're going to actually fry this in butter. A mixture of butter and oil. Because that just tastes better. Butter makes it taste better. Butter, 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 butter. All right, boom, 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 boom. Boom, boom, boom. Just like that. Look at that. Oh. We're just going to cut a bunch of these because I'm having fun. And as everyone knows, fun is the most important part of cooking. Remember, you should be having fun with cooking, especially cutting things. Have fun with your knives. Play with your knives. Don't listen to adults. Play with knives. The adults who say don't play with knives, they suck with them. It's a skill issue. You should play with knives. Just get good with them. Look at that. I'm playing with knives. Whee! Hey, you want to do some Fruit Ninja? Let's do some Fruit Ninja. What are we Fruit Ninjaing today? A shiso pepper? Okay. I missed. I missed again. I'm trying not to hit anything. I missed. That's like strangely hard, man. The lights are like, there we go. Yeah. Oh, there we go. I think like this, the backhand is harder. Shit. I missed that. I missed that. I missed that. I got shiso peppers all over the floor. Oh, I hit that one. Oh, let's go. Oh, I missed. Playing with knives. Oh, you see that one? That was good. That was good. Don't do this at home, kids. I'm a trained professional. That covers my legal boundaries. Zentrea circuit breaker is meant for extremely good cuts. It is the thinnest knife in our collection and cuts like a laser. How many is that? That might be too much. I'm going to cut one more for fun, okay? For fun. And then we're going to keep going. And we're going to try to get to the end and wrap this up, yeah? Oh. Okay, I'm just going to cut that part off. That's fine. Cool. Now, look, boom, Hasselback potatoes. Nice, right? And I'm also going to get us some garlic. And for garlic, do I have like 20 knives sitting out here right now? Absolutely. For garlic, you know what? I'm going to use the Shadowbringer, right? Swap up knives. Have fun. We're not going to try that weird stuff again, because that actually made it harder on me. I'm just going to do this the good old-fashioned way. We're going to have so much garlic. All right? Garlic, good. Delicious. Ah. Oh, there goes that. Boom. Yeah, like, look how much faster that is. Like, I seriously messed up with that other method. Like, that took forever. Like I said, I don't think it works. I don't think it works with this cultivar or whatever. I don't know why. Oh, this one's a little weird, funky. It still peeled all right. Some of these I didn't smash enough, I think. There we go. Yeah, like this one needs slow. Yep, there we go. just smash it, guys. You just smash it real good. Make sure that when you smash it, it completely like falls apart on you. When you peel it off, it just crumbles in your hands. Just a little bit though, not too much. You know, you want to keep it a little whole. Smash it too much and it becomes a little difficult. But like the last one, yeah, smash that one too hard. I really smashed that one too hard and definitely got a little messy. Got away from me. Got all over the place, but we made it work. Made it work. With your support, chat, we can do anything. Unscathed, this man I can trust to cook food. This feels like when I tried juggling on stream and just turned PC off with my balls. Yeah, I mean, you know, things happen. Things happen. All right, we're just gonna go and chop this up. Remember when I was like, oh yeah, I'm gonna start speedrunning, and then I immediately start doing stupid things again? Yeah. I mean, like the point of the stream, right? The point of the stream is to have fun. It's to have fun. To hang out with chat and watch me do stupid things, I guess. Be in some amount of trepidation. You're just like, man, is this guy gonna hurt himself? Probably. I mean, I already did. I already burned myself once. So like, right? Like this Hasselback potatoes, let's try mincing this in a different way, right? So we can just right? I'm just slicing it real thin, like this, rock chop, because then, so Shadowbringer being a little bit better at the rock chopping with the balance towards the back. You can rock it back and forth. A little easier. Pull back a little bit more. You know, the pulling game's strong. So if you do this systematically, then you will be able to get it better faster. That's a weird way to put things, but yeah. Boom, right? And then we can go across this way, or we can also do this. Because this has more leverage across the midpoint, and your balance point is now more towards the back of the knife at the center. A little bit more depth at this kind of stuff, because you got the leverage for Rocking. I rock out. You know, different knives, different balances have different strengths. So we're only using one knife right now, chat. But you know what I can technically do? Now, I'm telling you, this is why you should buy multiple knives. Because, man, you saw how happy I was with 2 knives? You ain't seen nothing yet, chat. Watch this. What about 4 knives? I'll probably get more going. Shit. Shit. You know, it'd probably be easier if they were all like the same length and. This is my special 4-knife technique. Ah! Genkai break! Ah! No, wow. Wow, look at this fake nerd walking in here. Ayo, Wolverine. Everyone knows Wolverine has 3 claws coming out of each. If I have 2, then I'm actually X23. Wait, is X23? Yeah, X23. Like, come on, everyone knows that. If you actually watch the Girl DM video, though, I did actually do, I did like 3 and 3. Oh, I got some plum on this. That's fine. It's fine. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. We're just going to fry some plum. Just going to fry some plum along with the garlic. It's fine. It's fine. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Are you worried about it? Don't be. Don't be. I'm not. I'm definitely not worried. You see this? This is the composure of a man who's not worried. Okay. So that's probably fine. Wait, why am I watching an episode of actually? Hey, Raiders. Hi. Oh, jeez. Do you have 6 random knives? What are you doing methods you can? I mean, I do have, I have plenty more. I just already have enough to wash after this, and I don't want to wash anymore. Oh my God, chat. Do you know how long it's going to take me to wash all this? Okay, so one thing is, we've been steeping these mushrooms for a while, right? Look at that. Ooh. Oh man, that smells so good. Oh, damn. Scallopy. I mean, not like seafoody, I guess. All right. So now we have the scallops prepared. We have the mise en place for our salsa. We got the duxelle. We got the Hasselback. We got the vegan scallops ready. So that means we're ready to cook and fry stuff. So, oh my God, do I have enough? Shit. Hey, chat. I don't have enough oil to fry. I'm gonna have to do a shallow fry. Okay, I'm gonna have to actually steal the butter from the endives. Haha. Yeah, that's, I'm out of oil, man. Oh no. I don't want to use the rest of that oil to fry because I need it to, you know, like cook other things. So, we're gonna make this work. We're gonna make this work, chat. All right? We're gonna make this work. I need that oil to cook the potatoes or the, oh my God. Okay, so, okay, so we have our salsa. We have our shiso peppers. We're gonna be warming up this butter. We're gonna be frying in butter, so I'm just gonna use up the rest of this butter. Whatever. That's our lot in life. If that is our lot in life, then so be it. We shall be. Ah, shit. Don't do that, chat. It's fine. We're fine, Dajobu. It's not that hot yet. Just a little bit of butter. Just a little bit of hot butter on the arm. Just a little bit. As a treat. Makes you feel alive. Makes you understand why you're living. Just a little hot butter on the arm. You know? Just a little frying butter on the arm. It's nothing. Nothing we haven't seen before. Oh, man. I don't know, man. Stuff just happens. It just happens. So we're melting down our hot butter. Wonder, yeah. So we'll kind of do like a shallow fry because that's all we can do. Yeah. And then we will be, I'll figure it out. I'll figure it out. Yeah, so we're gonna have to season our butter. So there's a bunch of MSG, right? Here's some pepper. Remember, what's the three? What's the trifecta? Salt, pepper, MSG. Oh yeah. See all that salt? Thing is, it's going into a lot of oil and butter, so it's actually not that much. It's not as much as you would think. It's just hot moisturizer, yeah. Just, how people like put like beef tallow and like stuff on their face. Yeah, this is just a hot butter skin moisturizer. The heat. You know how like things get red hot, and you know how like red light therapy is the hot new thing. So it's kind of like that, right? Like you just just the hot butter and it gets red hot, and then your arm becomes red, and that's like red light therapy, right? You're producing your own red light. The skin is red, and so if the skin is red, it's good, right? That's science. It's fucking science right there. Can't refute that. Maybe you can. I don't know. All right, so we're gonna be shallow frying in this pan. So how this is going to work, I don't know. We're gonna figure it out. But, we have heat, we have oil, so surely we can make something happen. I'm gonna move this board a little bit so you guys can actually see. I'll like turn it or something. Oh God, let me not drop. Let me not drop a pot of hot oil. All right, chat, can you see that? Cool, you can see that better now, cool. All right, so we're just gonna go ahead and drop the Hasselback potatoes in. Specifically, I'm dropping them fan side down so they get nice and coated with the butter. All the ones that we cut. All right, shake them around a little bit. So what I'm thinking with this is that because I can't fry it quite like I was originally intending, I could pull out the air fryer. Chat, do I pull out the air fryer? Chat, do you even own an air fryer? I didn't think so. You guys don't seem like the person. You guys don't seem like the kind of people who have air fryers. Pathetic. Don't even have an air fryer. Can't believe these guys. Duh, of course. Psh, liars. Liars, a lot of you. I know you guys don't have air fryers. Like, why would you? Air fryers are for the elite, for the ones who know what they're doing, for the ones who are truly versed in the culinary arts. And with great emphasis, may I add, on arts. For you have not the tastes of an artist, you Philistine, you plebeian, you unsophisticated swine. Actually, this might work. This might work, actually. It's like just deep enough to maybe work. Eh? Maybe? I'm gonna need how to figure out how to like get the butter in there though, or like the garlic. That'll be kind of interesting. I might like saute this in another pan afterwards to try and crisp it up a little bit more, and also add the butter or the garlic. That might work. That might be my play here. That might be what I need to do. Like I said, we improvise, right? We learn, figure new things out. This might make it better. Who knows? Might make it better. Actually, my family does. It's the only thing I cook with. I'm not gonna lie. I didn't have an air fryer for a very long time because I was just like, what's the point, right? You can fry things normally. You can have like an oven. You can have all kinds of stuff. Why an air fryer? That's silly. That's ridiculous. And then I got an air fryer, and I'm like, okay, fine. They're pretty cool, I guess. Is that the play, chat? Is that the play? We put this in an air fryer afterwards? I think I'm hearing a lot of "let's go" on the air fryer, so I think I'm forced to pull out the air fryer. I actually have 2 air fryers. I'm kind of an air fryer fuckboy, you know? Like, I got 2 of them. I know. You might have 1 air fryer, but do you have 2 air fryers? I didn't think so. You're not good enough. You don't got the air fryer riz like I do. Do you have quotes here? What do you mean? What do you mean, do you have quotes here? Is that new slang? Do I need to learn more slang? Ooh, oh, damn. Oh, fuck, this is... Oh. Guys, look at that. Look at that. Ooh, that's good. It's a Twitch thing? No, I don't. That's okay. Here's the thing, right? Like I think I said this earlier, but like I need to get my Twitch stuff set up. I actually do not have any of that shit set up. I need help setting all of it up, honestly, or like I haven't prioritized it. I should say I haven't prioritized it. So that's yeah. This frying method is a little slow. It's a little finicky. But like, honestly, frying in butter like this, it's getting a lot of really good flavor, a lot of really good color actually. I'm actually pretty excited to try this. I mean, I knew this would turn out really good. Obviously, the skilled person that I am. Hang on, I need to. Let me get some water. I gotta really get that announcer voice going. Ugh. Skilled person that I am, of course I knew this would work. I knew that this would work because I used to work in a Michelin star restaurant, and that means I can never do wrong. Nothing ever goes wrong on my watch. All my food turns out perfect all the time, 100%. And if you think it doesn't, well, that's because you have no taste. And I bet you eat Burger King for breakfast. Hot take, Burger King has the best breakfast out of all fast food. In my opinion. Sometimes. Actually, no. Now I think about it. No, McDonald's has stepped up their game. Because, like, I'm, like, thinking about it. I'm like, no. If I really chose for breakfast, yeah, now I'm thinking about it. I actually do go to McDonald's. Like, if I have to go for fast food breakfast, now I really think about it, I do go for McDonald's. Oh, shit. I might be lying to you guys. I think McDonald's is actually the best fast food breakfast. Yeah. You know, sometimes you hold a belief, and then you, like, actually say it out loud, and you're like, wait a minute. Wait a minute. Chill a fucking minute here. I don't think that's actually correct. And you know, isn't that the mark of maturity? When you can change your opinion, when you know that perhaps you are incorrect, you can change your assumptions based off of facts and figures and logic and things that you learn. Wild. Wild, I say. Ah, Jesus. Shit. I gotta watch that. Oh no, if there was only an ambassador for Twitch. Oh no, if there was only an ambassador for the Twitch Creator Club program here to provide resources? Is that what that mark means? Is that what it is? So, what? I don't know about these things. I don't know about these things, okay? I'm actually really bad with Twitch. I just watch things. I just put things up on the side. I don't know what the ambassador thing is. I don't know what Creator Club is. Someone needs to educate me on this. Show me where I can find the resources. I beg of you. I just started doing this stuff. Oh, geez. You know, I will say one of the problems when you have like, when you need to wash something that's like really oily, right? You gotta wash it really well. Because one of the things I hate that I don't know if you've experienced this before. Someone makes food that's really good, and then you taste it and you're like, fuck, man. Damn it. You cooked a really good food, but motherfucker, why didn't you wash your dishes properly? Why does it taste like soap, man? Why has it got soap residue? It tastes so good. And then I taste the soap in my, god damn it, I dropped it again. And I taste the soap in my mouth and then I'm sad. And I want to keep eating, but I don't like eating soap. And is this how people who taste cilantro and the soap is like? Oh God, your guys' lives are miserable. I'm so sorry. Now I need to scrub it well again. Because if you have soap on this, right, and you have oil on it, you need to make sure you wash all of it off. Otherwise the soap is in the oil, and you put it in the butter, and now you got soapy butter, and no one likes soapy butter. Unless you're one of those people who have the cilantro gene, and you learned how to like cilantro for some reason anyway. And so you like the taste of soap. I know some people like that. It's kind of weird. And they unironically like soap. So, like, I don't know. I guess it could happen. Ooh, this is looking really good, actually. All right, now I'm gonna like throw it in butter and then. Hello, Min Medium. I just watched things too. Wait, is that how you get verified? What is verified? That is not what the mark means, but also. Okay, thanks. I don't know. I'll learn though. That's the thing I want to point out, chat. You never have to stay ignorant. You can always learn the new words. If you ever speak going, I don't know what these words mean, look them up. Why do you think I know what Riz is? Why do you know why can I write the most cursed things? Actually, let me bring up a really cursed thing, chat, while you're here. I hope you guys are ready. One of my favorite things to do is I learn all the newfangled slang you kids are saying, your Twitch chats and your brain rots and your slang, and I learn them. I learn how to use them right, and I learn how to use them way too right. I get real specific about it, see? Because when you do, when you learn the exact context that these words can be used in, you also know how to use them in the most wrong way. And you can inspire terror and fear and despair and all kinds of uncomfortable cringe from those below your age. And you can laugh as you realize you now have the power to manipulate their emotions, to cast them into despair like they've never had before. Anyway, let me read out a little thing that I wrote for you guys. Where is it? All right. So this was originally meant to be spoken in a different way, in a different manner. But today, for all this fine food around us, for this sophisticated venue that we find ourselves in, perhaps I shall speak it in a new way. Wait, did I knock my phone into the sink? Where did my phone go? Chat, did you see my phone? Phone! Phone! Oh God, phone! Where'd you go? Phone, come back! Phone! Ah! Ah! I'm like Gen Z, right? Like, that's what happens when Gen Z loses their phones. Ah! God, where's my phone? Ah! No, wait, shit, did I knock it in the trash can? Oh, no, like I genuinely don't know where it is. It's fine, I'll find it later. It's fine. No, it's fine. Don't worry about it. It's fine. All right. Are you ready? What's that chat? What's that chat? Wiping off your comebacks. Beats whipping through like Ajax. Rockets missing like Rosa. I'm frying you like gyoza. You'll be stacking up skill gap issues faster than you'll be stacking up OnlyFan tissues. Gyat is matchless. Riz is peak. Beat is bussin'. Rhymes on fleek. I'm moggin' and maxin' while you're goonin' and waxin'. My skibbity toilet, it's Sigma. You can kneel down and ligma. I'm mewing, Ohio. My link is in bio. We'll all be jelkin' and hitting the gritty. This Sisyphus grind is sussy and silly. Bro is uwu. Bro said boohoo. Bro's cringe city and everyone knew you. Phantom tax brings sexy back, and I don't know what's wrong with that. My brain is rotting. My brain is melting. Help me, please. My brain is jelking. I'm 32, and I got no clue. This Gen Z shit, it's confusing. But it's not Gen Z, it's Alpha 2. It slaps so hard, I'm shook, you're mid, you can't cope, you got no hope. I'm popping, you're flopping, you're down bad. I'm really sad. I'm fucking depressed, man. And I'm poggers though. I'm poggers. You're dog water. And yeah? Yeah, you like that despair? Yeah, you guys like that? You like that? I wrote them myself. Yeah. That's what happens when you study, kids. Stay in school. Or don't. I mean, like, I didn't, so. Originally, that was actually part of a diss track. Story goes that so at one point, like a lot of people were like going around like, and there was like this one thing that was like, oh yeah, AI will generate your insults or whatever, and it was just like weak. So I was like, hey, this shit's weak. AI sucks at this. Who can do a better job? And so Pace CXE, I don't know if you guys know that guy, really cool guy. He was like, hey, can I make a diss track? And I'm like, yeah, sure. I've never done one before, but I'll do one back. Let's see what happens, right? And so that's what happened. And so here's the thing, right? Here's the thing. Let me go find this real quick. Let me see if I can find this. Here's the thing about this track, right? when I heard about this diss track, I also heard that his intention. I also heard that his intention was to actually drop a diss track. No, I found the comic book packet. I don't know where my phone is. Don't worry about it. But his intention was to actually. I heard through the grapevine that his intention was to actually drop a diss track directly after I dropped mine, because like he did his first, right, and then I responded to that. So it took me like a week, which, like, for someone who's never done rap or done diss track before, I think writing something in a week is pretty good. And so what I heard was in that week he wrote another one to respond and drop. He wanted to fucking Kendrick Lamar me, right? He wanted to be Kendrick Lamar and cast me as Drake. Now I'm taking that shit. I'll take that shit lying down, all right? When I fucking commit to things, I commit. My whole ass is in there. You don't fucking half-ass things and expect a nice, juicy peach. You gotta put the whole ass in there. The whole thing. And so, before I even dropped my verse one, I immediately went and wrote a second one predicting what he would try to say about me. And the problem was that when I actually dropped the first one, he got so demoralized by it, he never ended up dropping the second one. So I just have this unused one in the back, just in case. Yeah, whole ass versus half-ass discourse cooking is very applicable. Also, put the link in chat if you guys want to see it. Also, you get a flashbang by my titties, but, you know, nothing new in VTuber space, nothing new in Twitch space, right? So, good luck. Anyway, let's get this, shit, I'm cooking. Guys, this is a cooking stream, technically. This is a cooking stream, all right? So we got the air fryer. We got our Hasselback potatoes. We did actually get, right? These are like fairly crispy. They got a lot of oil on them. Delicious, nice. Now we're gonna coat with a little garlic. We're gonna take these guys. Oh, that is hot. Hey guys, ow, ow. Hey guys, ow. Guys, did you know that if out of hot oil, potato hot went out of hot oil. Ow! All right, I'm gonna stuff these with garlic. So originally, like, right, I'm planning on deep frying them and then, like, you know, doing like a saute or whatever afterwards. But if we're gonna be air frying it, then I'm just gonna stuff it right now with the garlic, and it should be all right. And then I'll do the frying. Oh, geez, that's hot. Pro tip, guys. Pro tip. Hot oil's hot. Hot oil is hot. Yeah. Oh, that's another burn. Oh, that's nice. Neat. Okay, so I'm just gonna take this. This is the most inefficient way ever. Stuffing this in. That's fine. I'm sure that's fine. I'm lazy. You know what? Here's what we're gonna do. I'm just gonna. Yeah. This is smart. This is a smart way of doing things. There's no way it can go wrong. No way. No way it's gonna go wrong, chat. Ah. Ooh, that smells really good. That smells really good, actually. Stuff that in. Stuff that in. We're doing a lot of stuffing. We are doing a lot of stuffing. It's not even Thanksgiving. Where's the top? You know what? This is not getting in the holes. It's getting all over, but it's not getting in the holes. That's fine. That's not always necessary. You can have fun without it getting in the holes. Right? You can. It's still good. It's still good even if it doesn't get in the holes. The garlic. You know, in the holes of the potatoes. I don't know what you guys were thinking about. Jeez, weird. We're gonna have rub ingredients all over each other. That's yeah. No, that's getting familiar with the ingredients, guys. That's really important. Like, Angun's got a point. This is exactly how you familiarize yourself with the ingredients. Oh, that's hot. Oh, that's hot. Oh. Oh, this is the smartest way to do things, definitely. This is by far the smartest way to do things. Dude, I don't even know how good this dish is gonna turn out at this point. I've been cooking for so long. I've not been cooking that long. I've been mostly yapping. I'm not gonna lie. I've been yapping for so long. I'm sitting here going like, yeah, I can turn this into a YouTube video. This is an educational cook. I'm like, I'm 6 hours in. I haven't finished a second dish. I'm 6 hours in, guys. Oh my god. Okay, it's like, yeah, are these dishes actually pretty complicated? Yeah, sure, fine. Yeah, you can argue that, but like, also, you know, like, okay, cool. What temperature? Why are you beeping at me? Stop beeping at me, I don't like that. It doesn't need 20 minutes. Like, sure, 7 minutes, whatever. I'm sure that's fine. Oh, okay, what did chat say? We're all just rub the insecurities. Yeah, we talked about rubbing insecurities all over each other. That's what furry conventions are, little known fact. And most anime conventions, that's when people rub their insecurities all over each other. My golf insecurities. Gun is full of good points. How familiar are you guys with hot oil? How much more familiar are you going for? Very. You know, I've been introducing myself to hot oil for a while now. Kitty maid outfit, absolute W. Highly recommend y'all watch that video. Oh, you guys don't know, chat. You don't know. Y'all are new. Oh my God, y'all are new. You don't know the crazy shit that we do, huh? God. All right. Okay, just for you, chat. Just for you, chat. Let me introduce you to something. Let me introduce you to a YouTube playlist of all the stupid shit that we have done. You're welcome and/or I'm sorry. So here's the playlist. And then scroll down in that playlist. There's a lot of stuff in that playlist. We have done a lot of, I've done a lot of stuff. So there's two things that you can look at. If you scroll down, this ramen shouldn't be described like this. I think it'll be pretty obvious. You're gonna see me in a cat boy outfit and a watermelon, you know, so that one. If you like Catboy stuff, and then the No Investor Small Business Experience, that one has more Catboy. So, you know, go through it. Let me know what you think. That is, there you go. Funnily enough, that was the only thing I was known for quite a while. Like, literally no one knew anything else about me. And now I'm like, I'm kind of glad, because like, I'm sitting here, right? I'm just like, oh, cool, like, you guys are here, right? You guys are here, like, you're watching me fucking do cooking stuff as like a primary thing. It's just, I feel like this is not working out well. Like, I feel like the garlic's not cooking quite. I'm gonna have to keep an eye on that. Crab ramen looks, we're actually out of that. We are out of that, unfortunately. Oh man, I need to fry off these peppers. Oh my God. Dude, look at that. Look, I put all that oil in there and like we don't even have that much left. The potatoes really sucked it all up, man. Just sucked it all dry. Yeah, we are actually unfortunately out of the crab ramen. We're at a bunch of stuff right now. We're hoping to restock a lot of stuff soon. Obviously, supply chain, tariffs, blah blah blah. It's all fun stuff. It's rough. It's rough being a small business right now. It really is. And and like real talk, right? Real talk. All this fucking silliness aside, one of the things I am really proud of. It's like we do everything ourselves, right? We manufacture in the USA. I built the machines myself. I'm the second fastest online besides our production manager who, you know, beats my ass because she's there every day and like we kind of compete on those kind of things. But all the other people there, I'm faster than them because I'm really proud of my speed in the kitchen. And so I'm really proud of what I do over there. And all the stuff here, like all the R&D, we don't hire food scientists and all that kind of stuff to do it. I do all of it. I do the R&D. I built Vite Ramen literally from the ground up. The knives are all my designs. Like all the content, I act in it. I act in all of it. I write the scripts for all of it. I write, direct, I edit it. Everything we do ourselves. Because that's what I believe in. I believe in leading from the front. That I shouldn't ask people to do what I would not be willing to do myself. And yeah, that's just fucking hard. We also don't take investors. That's why I'm fucking poor, man. So I'm here on the internet, like on doing this content because like, you know, we're out of fucking there's very little options for us to like do other things. I'm starting this because we literally need more and other ways. Like I said, when I go on TikTok, the thing about a lot of small businesses, you do see a lot of small businesses that succeed on TikTok, but just as many get fucked by the algorithm. They kind of like select it randomly and go, if you are not part of this algorithm, then all your stuff is gonna be suppressed. And we're gonna keep offering you ads. We're gonna keep offering you, ooh, that's delicious. All right, I'm just gonna keep it at that. We're gonna keep offering you ads. We're gonna keep telling you buy our ads. And they'll even call you. They'll call you. They'll like TikTok and Meta and Google, they will send ad reps after you and call you like every other day going, hey, we can get you more reach. You just gotta pay for it. We'll help you out. We'll help you out, bro. You just gotta pay for it. And I'm like, oh yeah, neat, cool. And it's just like, you can't prove it, but I'm pretty sure that's why when I post stuff on TikTok, on some of the other platforms, it just never gets any views. Everything should be in order, everything should be fine. And why I can like kind of confirm that is I create another new account and post stuff there, and you know, the algorithm hasn't linked it yet. And then it's like, oh yeah, no, that's fine. It's like, and especially like, and I know that's not, and like the thing is too, right? I know it's not the content itself, because when we post with our partners and we post the content on our partners' sites and pages and stuff, it does really well. People really like it. People see a lot of it. It's not our own. Just do be like that. All right, now we're just frying the shiso peppers. Chuck them in, and we're frying them. Yeah, that's really all I can say. Yeah. Anyway, that all aside. So, after this, what I'm going to do is I'm going to pull out the cast iron again, and then I'm going to sear off. Ooh, shit, do I have any butter? Ah, this is the last of my butter, too. I'm going to have to, like, reuse this butter. And then I'm going to have to use this butter in order to do the last of the mushrooms. Where did I put my cast iron? How do you lose a cast? Oh, wait, never mind, I found it. I'm running out of space. Whoop! I caught it! I caught it! We're good. We're good. I think I'm running out of memory on that card. I think I'd swap it out real quick. I got 19 minutes left. All right. Well, I'll swap it out in 19 minutes if we need to. Yeah, look at that. Ooh, nice fry. Yeah. Dude, I bet you when and if I upload this stuff onto YouTube, people are gonna be like, and I cannot wait. There's gonna be so many people like, oh my God, your kitchen's such a mess. You have everything everywhere. Yeah. We're having fun here. Oh man, oh yeah, that's good, that's good. I don't have a plate for, let me grab a plate for all this. That's the problem with like all this mise en place, right? And with these shiso peppers, nice and fried, guys, crispy. I'm not sure what my Maldon salt is. I would hit it with Maldon mostly, but a little bit of salt at the end. Delicious. What's up, Elise? Dude, there are so many people all over the place that are like just weirdly policey about like how clean someone's space is. And I'm just like, bro, what is your problem, honestly? All right. And it's just like, hey, if you really want me to like pull out as fast as possible, you know, as good as possible, I'll fucking kick your ass around the kitchen and keep things clean. But also, I'm yelling, I'm having fun, I'm throwing things around. We're being entertainers, huh? Once again, don't ask why I pull out these accents. All right, so now we're gonna be on the final stages. So, once again, I know, right? This is a cooking stream. Technically, we were talking about the concepts. Oh man, I splashed shit all over this. We have our vias and scallops. We have our salsa made. Duck sauce, cheese, and peppers done. Hasselback potatoes done. Now, we're just gonna sear off, and then we are going to plate. And finally, after 6 hours, we have completed 2 dishes. All right, crank this to max. So, I should have dried these off beforehand, but here are our quote-unquote scallops. So they are definitely not very white anymore. Hey, so fun thing about braising, I guess, is you can pass for scallops, right? Fun thing about braising is braising and low heat kind of low moisture that still pokes out a little bit. It will actually start having more Maillard reaction. It will start browning slowly over time. And that's what happened with our mushrooms. All right. So we're gonna pour our butter in here. All right, nice healthy glug of butter. Get that ripping hot. Right? Now, delicious. We're gonna start searing. Just like scallops, we place it in. Start searing the shit out of it. And hopefully this time, our cooktop will behave. Will it behave this time? Cast your votes, ladies, gentlemen. Shit, what was it? The fucking bros. What was it? Bros, hoes, and non-binary. Shit, I forgot how it went. Someone help me out here. It was from, I think it was from Akudama Drive. It's very inclusive of bros, hoes, and non-binary something. That rhymed. Or maybe it was non-binary hoes. I don't fucking remember. Ooh, look at that. Well, you guys can't see it that well, but... Oh, here we go. Hey, Mayor Bakes, thanks for rating. Y'all are coming in at the finale. We're finally, after 6 hours of cooking, plating the final dish. We have created alchemy. From this wheel, we have made scallops, mango salsa, smacked crispy garlic potatoes, braised endive with brown butter sage, and it was fucking delicious. Unfortunately, you guys missed that, so you should show up earlier. But now, after that, what we did is we took the flavor concepts of this flavor wheel, and don't do what I'm doing, kids. Do not grab cast iron hands. Do not grab cast iron pans with your bare hands. You will burn yourself. I have no feelings in my hands because I've worked in the professional kitchen, and also I have no feeling in my heart anymore after these tariffs and everything that's going on in the world. So do as I say, do not do as I do. We are currently frying off these mushrooms that we have poached in kombu in order to give it a seafood kind of feel, in order to give it Oh yeah, look at that. In order to give it a scallop-like flavor, in which we are pairing scientific concepts like glutamate, inosinic acid, and guanylate, also known as just umami and deliciousness. What thing? Do a thing? I don't know. Hi. Google says it's non-binary hose. Okay, I don't know what the first parts are. Holy shit! Holy shit! Thanks for the gifted subs, Wagon17. Thank you. Oh my God, guys! I keep saying this. I keep saying this. Please, I beg you to listen. Please, I go on my knees. Except you can't see me if I do. Just go buy my ramen. Just go buy my stuff. I make my ramen. I make stuff. I make knives. Guys, look. Pretty knives. Oh, here. I've been using every single knife for funsies. You want knives? Do you like knives? I like knives. I designed all of these. I designed every single one of these knives. These are all custom. All custom designs. You don't see this shit on like fucking Alibaba and like rebranded stuff. These are all custom designs. Ah, shit. Let me not cut the wire. Go buy these. Thank you for the subs. But also, just go buy these. Go buy the knives. Go buy my ramen. Yeah. I'm not allowed to have knives above 3 inches. Oh. Isn't that for just like, that's not for kitchen knives though. That's not for kitchen knives. That's, like that kind of stuff is for like open carry and concealed carry. You're allowed to have kitchen knives. Like shit, like come on, I'm in California. Oh, again good sear on this. Yeah, once again, don't grab cast iron handles like this, but like, look at that. Yeah? That's a good shit right there. Yeah, you can ask me a question. Go for it. I'll provide you an answer of some sort. Military. Oh, military thingy. Oh, okay. Ah! Hey, chat. This thing's getting antsy on us again. Do we yell at it? Do we yell at it? Last time it worked. Last time we yelled at it, it started doing well. It's only at 140. Why is it 140F? You can't fucking fry shit. Stop doing that. My God. What camera do you have? Because damn, that should be crazy. It is a Sony FX30, but I guarantee you, if you do not have good lighting, you will not be able to have good clarity. That FX30, if you don't light well, it will not look good. Let me show you my setup. I'm very proud of it. I learned from my videographer friends. So, I have an AMRAM 300C. I have a cheap panel light over there, and then I have a tube light behind over there, which gives us our backlight and also separates and creates a background separation. And then we also have another cheap panel light over there, another tube light from Nanlite, and then I have the overhead lights on. A lot of people I think just don't like using overhead lights for whatever reason, but if you use it tactically and use it well, it will serve you very, very well. Now I need to figure out how to do the, good time for me to actually change my, what the fuck, why is this not, lock in place, damn it. Good time for me to change my memory card anyway. The nice thing about Sony's, and nice thing about Sony FX30, and one of the things I will say is, it's so much nicer than Canon. I tried to do a 2-camera setup, right? Oh, it's burnt! Ah! Just stop! You okay? I'm sorry I yelled at you. I'm sorry I yelled at you for being slow, okay? Don't burn my food. Don't burn my stuff. I spent hours on this. It should have taken me hours, but I'm yapping. Oh, we're good. Okay. Oh. Whew. Oh. All right, we can go back to insulting. You fucking piece of shit, why'd you do that? Hiya! This is why I never loved you. This is why we have so many problems. Oh. All right, I gotta yeah, hang on. The nice thing about this is that it can actually record and stream at the same time. So while we are streaming this, I am actually able to get, able to get 4K footage at the same time that I will be able to edit into high quality YouTube videos. So you don't have to pull from your stream anymore. You can just, you don't have to pull from your stream. You'll get full, shit. Stay, okay, good. You'll actually just get full footage from there. And actually, while I'm streaming right now, I actually have I have a couple things as well. I have my laptop. This is through an HDMI capture card. I actually have this Rode mic hooked up over here, but the Rode mic does not capture audio that well comparatively. So on top of that, I actually also have a Tentasync that is capturing audio that will be good for editing later at a much higher quality than the Rode. But it can't transmit, and so I have to mic myself up 2 times. There are so many wires all over the place. Yeah. And then you kind of have to, and then for this, I kind of have to sacrifice having everything be a little bit smoky because, and you know, something like this helps. I also have the air purifier in this room right now as well. But if I were to try and get over here, it just wouldn't work. You can't get the light there, right? So I have the light, and importantly, I have a grid and a soft over here. That also helps create direct light separation, and then and that sort of stuff as well. So basically, shoot from shadow side. Here's your key light. Key light. Personally, I always like I like key lights to always have the grid for this kind of stuff. Creates additional contrast. Create a different color for your backlight in order to separate the background, and then have a fill light and a fill light and side light, rim light, whatever. Yeah, there you go. I hope that helped. Always yell at objects. Correct. All right. I'm gonna call that done. My voice is starting to give out. I've been screaming and yelling for 6 hours and 24 minutes, and I still have work to do after this. Because remember, this is not actually my job. My job is to run a whole fucking company, design knives, do editing, write things, do R&D, respond to people, handle finances, talk to emails, do more emails, even more emails, create marketing campaigns, write more scripts, and all that has to happen after the stream. And then I have to organize the stream and then edit it, which is, you know, hopefully I can do a lot of it tomorrow. But, ooh. Hello, Ash Campbell. Oh, man. All right. So we're going to get to plating. Is this too hot for me to touch now? Almost. Yeah, I'm not going to risk burning my hand again. Woo! I'm going to place that here. This is just going to out of sight, out of mind. Right? Out of sight, out of mind. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Woo! All right, I want to move this somewhere. I'm going to move it to the sink. Fuck it. I need to wash all this anyway. Hey, like I said before, here's why you don't have to clean all the time as you're going. Because watch this. Chefs hate this one simple trick. You see all this stuff over here? Oh my God, it's so dirty. Whoa! 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 Watch. Hey, you getting this, camera guy? Watch this. Whoa! In one sweep. Whoa! Holy crap! It's all clean. One sweep. One go. Incredible, right? Now, if I had spent all that time fucking messing around every single time, you know how long that would take? Jeez. One wipe, done. Woo. Who cares what it looks like when you're cooking, when you're already making a mess, when you're still doing things? Just clean it up afterwards. All you people are like, you gotta keep cooking all the time. You know what? That's like a weird neurotypical thing. I like to move fast and eat ass. Just to move fast. Ignore that second part. Don't think about it too much. All right. I'm gonna plate up. Plate. So. Man, I might need to do like voiceover because I think like I'm losing my train of thought here. So I might just do voiceover. But we're gonna plate this very similar to our scallop dish from before. So we have our mushrooms, which were in dashi. This is going to form the base of our protein and our umami base. We're going to do a linear style plating, just like the other one. Wow, they shrunk down a lot. Ouch. That's hot. Right? Boom, boom, boom. You always, I got sweat in my eye. You always want to go with odd. Odd numbers look better on plating. And we're gonna match this a little bit. So yeah, that's good. So we got like these 3 larger ones across on this side. We got 2 smaller ones on that side. Offset. Remember, when plating, you want things that contrast in color and height. So when we're plating these kind of things, right? Once again, we got our vegan scallops, we got our protein, we got our sauce, we got our veg, we got our starch, healthy spiked potatoes, the Excel stuffed shiso peppers that we fried, stone fruit salsa, and vegan. So we know we have 4 general components on there, and we might want to do like a lime garnish or something like that. So how do we plate this? How do we want to do this? I don't know. We're making this up. That's kind of the beauty of how we do all this kind of stuff, right? So we have our main here. We're doing a linear plating style. I can't do it offset over here, but like I know people are really upset by that. So these Excel stuffed shiso peppers, what you can do is you can stack them like this, right? But if you just stack them like this, they are liable to fall. And then you are going to like cover this. So what we can do before we actually start with the shiso peppers, we take our stone fruit salsa and we create a little base, right? This creates textural contrast in terms of visuals. It gives a nice, pretty color. Like, look at that, right? Isn't that beautiful? Isn't that nice? Look at that. Nice. Right? It's Michelin star shit, guys. I should be charging you like $10,000 for this. All right? You guys getting a steal on these lessons here. I had to go through a lot of trauma to learn this, okay? I had to go through a lot of trauma. Culinary school didn't teach you shit. In culinary school, everything they teach you, they slap the shit out of you. And you go to like a real kitchen, right? And you go, here's all the stuff I learned from culinary school. And they go, what the fuck are you talking about? Get the fuck out of here. 3, right? Odd number. Boom. 1, 2, 3. We stack it so it has height. And then, now we can go with our shiso peppers. I need to get that thing going, right? But now we can stack it, right? Now we can do opposite. Now this holds here. We can do, right? This one, and this one we can do like over here. All right, get a little X. Little X. It's like your X. Boom. Now we have green. We got red. All kinds of pretty things. Actually, where did I put my other? There we go. And I told you guys we would use this. I told you guys we would use this. It's not because it was taking a long time to chop. Not that at all. Why would you think that? That's silly. That's silly. Let me take these out. I don't know why these are there. Take those out behind the shed. Simply throw debris out, frame basic. That's exactly how it works. All right, thanks for the subs and thanks for coming, Dwagon17, if you are still here. Otherwise, come back and view the VOD or something. I don't know. I'm glad everyone's culinary school. No, it's a complete waste of money. Don't get me wrong. It's an absolute complete waste of money. Everyone will literally go, "What the fuck were you doing?" It really is a waste of money. You will learn more on YouTube and staging. If you want to learn culinary, literally go to a restaurant and go, "I want to work for free." Because you know what? At least you're going to be working for free and not paying for it. That's what culinary school is. I went to culinary school, so I'm speaking from experience, unfortunately. Yeah, and here, what we can do with it, what we can do with these is we can do like nice little fan, right? I'm a fan of that. I'm a fan. Oh God, it'd be easier if I had tweezers in my offset, but I don't, so it's fine. We don't worry about it. We don't worry about it too much. We're just gonna do 2 sets over there. Let me find some nicer ones. I was originally not trying to do it with this, so these just like look really nice, honestly. Like, come banger. I love the color gradient contrast on these. Yeah, I went to culinary school and I went to and then I you know and then I went to work at a Michelin star restaurant, and they were like, bro, you got scammed. And I'm like, oh, I see. Got my scuffed naked nudes and spicy Dijon order in. Hey, thank you, Jarhan. Thank you for the order. Hope you like it. I'm trying to get out more recipes and stuff, so yeah, you know, kind of part of this. I mean, this one doesn't have. Damn it! I ruined that fan. It's fine. That's fine. Yeah, I feel like I need more garnish on this. Honestly, I might just stack a little higher on this. I think that's probably good. Oh, my potatoes! Of course, that's why it's missing. Oh my God, where'd I put my potatoes? Chat, where'd I put my potatoes? Chat, where'd I put my potatoes? Oh, I found them. Never mind, I was just testing you. Just testing you guys. Yeah, thanks. The phone took them. All right, I put them here for now. I was like, man, I swear I'm missing something. Yeah, so with the potatoes, now I have the potatoes, I can actually use them to stack a little higher and get a little bit more of that height. And also stack them on top, because I kind of want to highlight the mushrooms, so I'm going to create that height by doing that. Especially because these are kind of the same kind of beige, brownish color. So stacking them on top, I think, makes a lot of sense. Gives me that height. I kind of still want like a green garnish. What I got? I guess I can do some green onions. That might be nice. But like, then the plate's a little crowded. It is a little crowded, honestly. That's okay. Honestly, if I knew I had the house baked potatoes, I might have done a different kind of plating where I had one side and the other. It's fine. Don't worry too much about it. I'm sorry, Chef. We're gonna lose the Michelin star, Chef, and it's all gonna be my fault, Chef. I'm sorry, Chef. I suck, Chef. I'm terrible, Chef. I only belong in a Denny's, Chef. Let me find some green onions. I'm pretty sure I have a green onion somewhere, or I have some parsley. Wait, where are my green onions? Did I take it out? I swear I took it out somewhere. Ha, here it is. Can you boil eggs? Yes, I can boil eggs. Why? You put them in water and you turn the heat on. You're boiling them. No one ever said, can you boil eggs? Well, Oh shit, I dropped it all. Oop. Cool, I got some green onions. You know, they look a little worse for wear. That's fine. I'll make it work. Take this part off. Do a little choppy chop. I'll be fine. You know what? I'll grab a new cutting board. We'll use the KFP, Kiora X Vi Ramen cutting board. Kiora's shield. Oh man. And since we're doing that, we may as well use the Kikukiri knife. Takanashi Kiora's knife. The sword made into knife form. And I always like to cut this at an angle. It just gives a really cool effect. Super thin. One of the cool things about this too is that if you do it in, if you put it in cold water, if you put it in ice water, then it'll actually start curling on itself, and it like creates even more dimension, and it'll be really cool, and it's also even cooler. So, boom. Yeah, if you like cut it sideways instead of the like regular side, then you get like this. And I don't know if you guys can see it. Right, boom. And so we can just muss that up a little bit, and just a little bit there. Little there. Little there. Right? Little there. Little there. Would have been better if I got them in ice water, but that's fine. Whatever. Cool. Chef would yell at me, but like, whatever. Fuck you, chef. Sorry. Didn't mean that, chef. All right. Wipe it up, and Chad, you want to see what this looks like? Do I have enough battery for this? I do not, so I will have to be careful. Look at that. There you go, chat. This is our vegan interpretation with new ingredients. Of scallops. So I'm trying to get the shot, so I'm like, how's that, chat? You like it? That look good? All right. It's probably enough food porn. Yeah? Let's get set up again. There we go. That thing's probably good. Yep. There we go. Here we go. All right. Now, finally, we have finished our second dish. It's time to eat. Do you just see how many knives I have? I'll show you guys. Well, I guess I can show you now. And I have a paring knife there too. These are all the knives I used. It's all the knives we've made, right? It's fun. Except for the VKS. There's one more. We also have honing sticks, right? Got it. Honing rods. So it has a nice golden shredded carbon fiber, bronze accents. We also got the VKS. This one is a special knife that is part of a cyberpunk. This one is part of a cyberpunk world that we are using in order to teach how to cook and how to cut with knives and have fun with it. So this has a pink and blue resin handle, VG10. All of these are VG10. So and hardened to 61 HRC. So actual good shit, because I actually care about my stuff. And if you want to hear me rant about knives, I have so many of those. About ranting about all the designs, why I make the design choices, and so on and so forth. So, but yeah, product placement, I guess. All right, now, time to eat. Time to taste the, oh yeah, and the honisuki. Sorry, and one more, honisuki. So this is based off the Japanese honesuki, except this one is more like a utility knife type of thing because we didn't make it quite as thick because most people don't really need to be cutting through bones. So, you know, nice 6-inch utility knife. Every single one of these are handmade. They are handmade by artisans, and they are handmade by artisans in China, which, you know, people are like, oh yeah, China this, China that. And I think we're seeing more and more, if you've been on TikTok recently, fucking China makes everything in the world, including all the luxury stuff. We originally went because of this, right? This is a Chinese knife, make it in China, makes sense. And then we started testing all the knives from other suppliers and other places, and guess what? The Chinese suppliers who made this made every knife better. We looked at Chinese suppliers, we looked at Pakistani, Indian, Japanese, American, Canadian. The Chinese made knives won every single time. Why? They just have more experience. That's it. They have more experience manufacturing knives. And they can do it at a cheaper cost and still hand make them like this high quality, and be at a cost that is reasonable and affordable for a knife like this at VG10. Because they're fucking good at what they do. They're fast and good. That's it. Yeah. Because like, to be perfectly honest with you, like this, a knife like this, with fucking carbon fiber, like copper. This is a carbon fiber, and this is a carbon fiber and copper handle, right? And C-Tech, right? And the complex design, Damascus, like Sanmai clad Damascus, VG10, 61 HRC. Dude, back when I was cooking professionally, if I want to grab a knife like this, do you know how much it costs? It'd be a mid-tech, this would be $800, dude. This is $800. Like, back when I was doing it. And now, because like, and this is the big thing, when I design these knives, I know what the manufacturing process is like. I know what parts are going to be expensive, what parts are going to be good, and what parts are going to cost a lot. And so I design it based off of those things, and so we're able to do at a price. Instead of $800, this is $250. And like, fucking look at it. Look at all these knives, and they have color, they have design language, and it's all based off of our partners and the people that we work with. And they're all fully custom designs. Sorry, full rant. I'm gonna eat. Use one of our spoons. Okay. All right. So, how's this taste? So, I'm gonna grab a mushroom. I'm gonna grab some of this salsa. I'm gonna grab a shiso pepper. Holy shit! Oh my god, I was not expecting that. All right. Oh my god. What? Hang on. Sorry I'm talking really bad. Sorry I'm talking with my mouth full, but oh my god. Fuck. That's so good. Oh my god. I need to add that. I need to add that to like my stuff I do all the time. Oh my god. All right, chat. I'm gonna be real honest with you. The mushrooms are fine. They're good. They're pan-seared with butter. They have good umami. They have salt. They have pepper. They have MSG. They have the dashi. It's great. Do they taste exactly like scallops? Absolutely not. They still have a mushroominess. They have a lot of umami, and they're really good. But they're nothing surprising in that way. But what is really surprising, and what goes really well, is, dude, this stone fruit salsa, right? Let's go back to this. So, the reason why we did this is we swapped the stone fruit salsa from the mango salsa because it just had more acidity, it had more sourness rather than pure sweetness from the mango, because it works better with a more herbal and like with a more herbal, darker, earthier sort of flavor profile like this. It helps cut a lot of that fattiness, a lot of the earthiness and stuff that could be in the kokumi category. And dude, stone fruit salsas. Oh my god. Dude, that's so good. Why don't people do this more? That's the flavor work. That is the flavor wheel at work, man. The thing is, this is my first time making these recipes. I made these recipes based off the concept here and all the other stuff that's going to be in the digital cookbook. If you want that, you can go to onbuyramen.com, go to the donate to help us fight tariffs, and go down to the part where it says digital cookbook. Also, if you do want to win one of these knives for free, you can also go comment on my posts of my latest post on Twitter, Tim J. Zhang. Like, comment, retweet, and comment what you want to see in digital cookbook, and you'll automatically be entered to win a digital cookbook and one of the knives, any of these for free. Yeah. And also this. Okay, so I've done stuffed peppers before, right? I've stuffed it with meat. I've stuffed this with like cream cheese, all kinds of stuff. I took salvo, mushroom like this with red wine, and then fried it in butter. Never done that. And fuck, man. Oh. That's so good. Oh my god. The mushrooms are fine. Once again, they're good. Don't get me wrong. But this salsa and the shiso peppers, like as a whole, this dish is good. Yeah. And these Hasselback potatoes. Yeah, like, dude, it's cooked in butter. It's cooked in butter and air fried with garlic. How can you go bad with that? It's delicious, right? But these two components, they're delicious, great. All right, fine. But oh my god, when you add them together with these shiso peppers, with this acidity, you got the interplay of all the different kinds of flavors and textures. You got your sweet, you got your sour, a little bit of spicy from the jalapeno. You got the salty, you got the umami, you got the herbalness, and you got kokumi, and you got a hint of bitterness. Holy shit, man, this is fucking good. I know it's took me forever, but it will not take you that long if you're not yapping the whole time. If you can make this, if you can try making this, do it. I'll edit this and I'll have a VOD, and I'll have an edit where you can actually just like see the recipe and I'll like write the recipe out and everything, but like, dude, you owe it to yourself at least to do these shiso peppers and salsa. That's insane. Oh my god. Oh. Oh, I'm not gonna lie. I was kind of nervous about this wheel. I was like, are these concepts gonna work, right? Is this gonna work out? And oh my god, I'm so happy with I'm so happy with how these are going. This is so good, man. Whew. Now, I guess, what do we learn from all this? I don't know. But the wheel works. If you create a foundation, and you understand the structure and you build around that structure, it doesn't have to be perfect. You don't have to try and do all the numbers. You just kind of get a general sense and use this as a structure, and then you put it all together. You find where you're missing, you fill it in a little bit everywhere, and it's going to turn out amazing. Because after the structure, then you get your subjective experiences, and you can put in what you like, what you know, and how you learn how to put together everything from here, and then subjective experiences to your aromas, to your textures, and everything. I'm going to teach you everything I know. And it's fucking amazing. This is complex. This is complex. This is more complex and difficult. That's just because I want to show off a little bit. All right, Sumi. I want to show off a little bit. All right, it's fun. It's fun. I like making this stuff. Well, it doesn't have to be that difficult, right? You can just have potatoes. You can make this very basic. Potatoes and mushrooms and just potatoes and the salsa and the shiso peppers, maybe. Or even just like stuff, or even like break it down, right? If you just, when you're making tacos next time, make a stone fruit salsa instead. Because you know you can replace those ingredients because they fit into the same categories that your salsa normally would. And I guarantee you, you're gonna turn it into something special. This is how you replace ingredients. This is how you can replace scallops with mushrooms. That's how you can replace mango salsa with stone fruit salsa. Hell, even the mango salsa you can really see was a derivative of like other salsas through a very similar concept. It was really well. Yeah, and y'all should try this. Yeah. All right, I've been streaming for 7 hours and yelling for 7 hours now, so I'm gonna go ahead and I'm gonna go and pretty much end here. So before I end, if anyone has any questions in chat or anything they would like to ask me or anything like that, please go ahead and ask. Otherwise, I will begin cleaning up. I'll give you guys a little bit to gather your thoughts and think about it, and then I will be ending stream because I also need to like just eat a full meal instead of just like nibbling at these things. So yeah. Oh my God, how much? Okay, I can probably consolidate this and this. Ooh. I didn't put the lime supremes in, but like I will. I'll put the shallots over here. So many notes I need to take from stream. Yeah, I mean that's also. I feel like this is always the thing with like learning. You're like, oh my God, how many things do I need to like take notes on? How many things I want to learn? That's also kind of the fun thing about learning, right? So all these things that you can learn, all these things that you can do, it's new exciting things. You get to try stuff, you get to fail at it, you get to grow, you get to find out all these wonderful new worlds you get to explore and all these new skills and all this fun extra stuff. So, oh, thanks for following Lichtabun and Mondimax and CR Manzanita. All right, so if that's about it, then I will be ending stream. Let's go find someone to raid. Who is currently active? You know what? Zumi was here earlier, so let's go raid Zumi. Let's go raid Zumi. All right, and rating, 3, 2, 1.